Chapter 379. After becoming an outer courtyard elite student, Li Fuchen was assigned to his own student yard. Because the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard is sparsely populated, the student yard is very spacious, covering an area of several acres, with a small martial arts field. The most surprising thing for Li Fuchen is that the courtyard is also covered with an array that can isolate the outside world. At the same time, the martial arts field is also covered with an isolation array that can isolate damage. 300 low-grade spirit stones are not wasted. After seeing the secret room also covered with a chi-gathering array, Li Fuchen nodded secretly. Now you can look at the treasures obtained in the Black Heaven Sect ruins. In the Black Heaven Sect ruins, true spirit cannot be used, so Li Fuchen can't feel the special of these treasures. After leaving the Black Heaven Sect ruins and coming to Seven-Colored Continent, Li Fuchen can't feel it because he can't use true spirit. Now that true spirit is restored, it's time to count the harvest. Open the storage pouch. Li Fuchen took out the treasures obtained in the Black Heaven Sect ruins, a total of 12 treasures. They were the gourd that contained the reincarnation elixir, the praying mat that allowed him to calm his mind, the alchemy furnace, the calligraphy that contained the earth-class martial art intent, the notes of the battle spirit realm master, the sharp horn that was suspected to be a class 6 demonic beast, an unknown cardinal treasure, and the continent teleportation disc. Shedding body pill. Although not as good as shedding body bone changing pill, it is difficult to have room for improvement after shedding body pill is promoted to shedding body realm, but in this world, I don't know how many people are trapped in Heavenly Dipper realm peak. For them, it doesn't matter if there is room for improvement. In Raging Fire City, the value of a shedding body pill is about 500 low-grade spirit stones, similar to the price of spirit cleansing pill. 3 are worth 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The value of the praying mat is a bit difficult to estimate, but Li Fuchen does not intend to sell it, keeping it for his own use is the king. Pill refining furnace, containing the earth-level martial art true meaning, battle spirit realm grand master notes, these are not easy to estimate the value. Picking up the monster beast sharp horn, Li Fuchen began to look at it. This sharp horn, the aura contained is very overbearing, as if to pierce the sky. In the eyes of Li Fuchen, I am afraid that the earth-level low-rank weapon is not so overbearing. It should be the sharp horn of level 6 monster beast. Rank 6 demonic beasts were also called demon generals. Demon generals had already cultivated their demon spirit. As long as their demon spirit was not destroyed, they could still survive for a long time even if their body collapsed. If they could find a suitable body, they could seize it and be reborn. The sharp horn of this kind of existence was very valuable. 10 or 20,000 low-grade spirit stones were nothing to it. After all, apart from battle spirit realm masters, no one was able to obtain an item from a class 6 demonic beast. Putting down the monster beast sharp horn, Li Fuchen picked up the secret treasure. It was a bracer. With the true spirit and consciousness invading the wrist guard, Li Fuchen's consciousness came to a huge space. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was huge, but this space was at least 30 square meters. It turned out to be a storage treasure. Li Fuchen's consciousness withdrew and revealed a smile. The storage bag space was generally only a few feet to a few meters in size. Compared to the wrist guard space, it simply paled in comparison. Although he couldn't use the bracer space for now, he would definitely be able to obtain more items in the future when he became stronger. Some of the larger items could be placed in the bracer space. After the wrist guard's secret treasure is a ring with a green crystal inlaid on it. As Li Fuchen true spirit infused the ring, the green crystal on the ring suddenly emitted a green halo. Shrouded in the green halo, Li Fuchen found that his body was very comfortable, and some subtle hidden injuries were suddenly good. This is a healing secret treasure. Li Fuchen flashed a surprise in his eyes. The healing secret treasure is something that can't be found for martial artist. Cultivation is originally against the heaven. In the process of cultivation, it is inevitable to be injured. Some minor injuries are okay. Some serious injuries are enough to reduce the strength of martial artist by more than half. If some fatal injuries are enough to make people lose their combat power, it is not known whether they can survive. At this time, you can only rely on medicine pill or healing secret treasure. Compared with medicine pill, healing secret treasure is more convenient and the treatment effect is more direct. Of course, there is another situation better than healing secret treasure. That is, the cultivation technique with healing effect. Some powerful healing cultivation technique can even make people regrow broken limbs, but this cultivation technique is extremely rare. Li Fuchen does not know if 7-colored continent has it. The next 3 things are not as precious as the healing ring, they are just some sundries. Finally, the transmission disc. For Li Fuchen, the transmission disc is the most precious secret treasure. Without the transmission disc, he can't come to 7-colored continent. Without the transmission disc, he can't return to Eastern Lean continent in the future. This is the secret treasure that changes his fate, whether it is emotional or value, it is very precious. Consciousness enters the transmission disc. Li Fuchen sees that the liquid origin qi in the origin qi pool is already 70% empty. It seems that the continent transmission consumes origin qi, but I don't know how many low-grade spirit stone it will take to make up. Li Fuchen takes out a low-grade spirit stone and sticks it on the transmission disc. The transmission disc suddenly comes with a suction force and instantly absorbs the origin qi in the low-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen's consciousness, always staring at the origin qi pool, when a low-grade spirit stone was sucked dry, he found that the origin qi pool did not move at all. If you want to replenish the origin qi pool, you need to consume at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. 10,000 low-grade spirit stone, he can still make up 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, or even 100,000 low-grade spirit stone, he has no way. No hurry, I am only Heavenly Dipper Realm Cultivation Base. Body Refining Cultivation Base is also shedding Body Realm 4th layer. Even if I go back, it is useless, at least I have to wait until I can match Evil King and others before I can go back. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that he was thinking too early. When he is strong, it should be much easier to earn low-grade spirit stone. With the wristband, Li Fuchen threw all the precious things into the wristband space. This wristband space is his private space, only used to put precious things. Now go to the secret book tower to choose an earth-level low-rank sword technique secret book. Growing up, Li Fuchen walked out of the courtyard. The secret book tower is also a 5-story tower. According to the Outer Courtyard Student Handbook, the first floor stores the earth-level low-rank martial art, the second floor stores the earth-level low-rank cultivation technique, the third floor stores the earth-level middle-rank martial art, the fourth floor stores the earth-level middle-rank cultivation technique, and the fifth floor stores the earth-level high-rank martial art. The secret book that can't be found in Eastern Lean continent is easy to see in the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard. In normal times, no one can enter the secret book tower without authorization. With the one-time token given by Vice Dean Gray-clothed old man, Li Fuchen can enter the secret book tower first floor. When he came to the secret book tower first floor, Li Fuchen saw Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu. All 3 of them are choosing the martial arts secret book, one by one, and did not notice Li Fuchen come in. Li Fuchen smiled, the desire for the earth-level secret book, everyone is the same, including himself. As a swordsman, Li Fuchen did not consider other martial art and went directly to the sword technique secret book area. The sword technique secret book area is actually a bookshelf with dozens of secret books on the bookshelf. Opening the first book, Li Fuchen found that the secret book only has an introduction, no actual content. Emotionless sword art, low-rank earth realm sword art. This sword art focuses on the intent rather than the form. Once trained to the extreme, it can bring out the power of emotionless death. According to the individual's talent, this sword art might be able to compete with mid-rank earth realm sword arts. The first sword technique secret book is called Ruthless Sword Technique, and its introduction is incomparable. Although I didn't see the following sword technique secret book, Li Fuchen knew that this sword technique secret book was definitely the earth-level low-rank sword technique. Apex existence. Unfortunately, Ruthless Sword Dao does not match his sword Dao, and his character talent does not match. It is difficult to have great achievements. Put down the Ruthless Sword Technique secret book. Li Fuchen picked up the second book. Sky Reversal Killing Sword, Earth Realm Low Rank Sword Art, an extremely murderous sword art. Once the sword is unleashed, there will be blood. This sword art focuses on the murderous nature and explosive power. In an instant, it can burst out a killing power that is far beyond one's limit. The third book. Dead Water Sword Technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. This sword technique is like a pool of dead water. Scarlet Sea Sword Technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. The sword is like a scarlet sea. Boundless, Hidden Mountain Sword Technique, Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Heavy Sword Technique. After reading a few sword techniques, Li Fuchen had a preliminary understanding of the Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Give people a feeling of killing terror. Each one is extremely powerful. However, this is not the characteristic of the Earth Level Low Rank Sword Technique. Any Earth Level martial art, cultivation to the extreme, can make martial art true meaning separate from martial art, so it pays more attention to personal will and martial art true meaning. To put it simply, the same Earth Level martial art, even if cultivated to the extreme, the power is different in different people's hands. Some people can break out far beyond the power of this martial art, and some people can only use it. Li Fuchen gradually sank into his own world as he read the sword art manuals one by one. When dozens of sword technique secret book were read, half an hour had passed. At this time, the first floor of the secret book pagoda was empty, and Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu all chose the martial arts secret book. This one. Li Fuchen picked up a sword technique secret book and walked to the door of the secret book pagoda. The tower is an elder of the outer courtyard. He has been wandering until Li Fuchen came over and opened his eyes. What secret book did you choose? Let me see it. Li Fuchen handed over the sword technique secret book. Azure Yang Sword Intent. You actually chose Azure Yang Sword Intent. Are you crazy? Didn't you see the introduction above? The outer courtyard elder with a beard blew his beard and stared. Li Fuchen said, "Look. Azure Yang Sword Intent. This sword technique secret book name is really very special, actually named Sword Intent. The cultivation difficulty is the most difficult of all the Earth Level Low Rank sword techniques, more difficult than the Ruthless Sword Technique. Ruthless Sword Technique, at least there are traces to follow, there are moves to practice. Azure Yang Sword Intent, completely rely on oneself to comprehend sword intent. Comprehend sword intent. A casual sword is Azure Yang Sword Intent sword move. The Azure Yang Sword Intent, in the hands of different people, displayed a world of difference in power. Those with weak talent and perception, even if they comprehended a trace of the Azure Yang Sword Intent, they would only be mediocre. Those with strong talent and perception were enough to push the Azure Yang Sword Intent to an extremely terrifying level. This sword technique, seriously speaking, cannot determine whether it is the Earth Level Low Rank sword technique, because there is no way to determine the level, and the fluctuations are very big. Li Fuchen chose this sword technique because he was confident in his own perception, so either he did not choose, he chose the most difficult. Chapter 380. Never Regret. Li Fuchen has seen the introduction of Azure Yang Sword Intent. This sword technique is simply tailor-made for him. Since the soul was promoted to the blue level, there is nothing that makes him feel difficult. He naturally wants to challenge his limits. Well, since you are as stubborn as a donkey, I will not persuade you. Outer courtyard elder shook his head helplessly, as if he could see a few months later, Li Fuchen was depressed and mad. Getting the Azure Yang Sword Intent from the outer courtyard elder, Li Fuchen left the secret book tower. On the way back to the courtyard, Li Fuchen met Luo Yan. Li Fuchen, what sword technique secret book did you choose? Luo Yan asked. Azure Yang Sword Intent. Li Fuchen raised the imprint in his hand. Azure Yang Sword Intent? Luo Yan was surprised. How did you choose this sword technique? I heard that this sword technique has not been selected for 20 years. What's the point of walking in the road that others have walked? Li Fuchen laughed. Luo Yan blinked and felt that Li Fuchen's sentence was very reasonable. After the two separated, Li Fuchen returned to the courtyard. This Azure Yang sword intent, no one under Battle Spirit Realm has cultivated to great accomplishment. I don't know what the mystery is. Li Fuchen is also curious about Azure Yang sword intent. The introduction is the introduction. The content of cultivation and the introduction are two different things. Open the imprint, Li Fuchen immediately flipped through. The first page is the general outline, which only writes one sentence: the sun rises, the heaven and earth are bright, the sword is out, the heaven and earth should also be bright. What sword, what kind of sunshine? At the beginning of the second page, a picture appeared in Li Fuchen's line of sight. The first painting is a cyan light spot. Although the cyan light spot is small, the color is extremely heavy, like the stars in the sky. The second painting is a cyan light. The cyan light is like the first light of the morning sun, and it is like a sword that tears the darkness, cutting yin and yang. The third painting is a cyan sun, and the edge of the cyan sun is a wide fan-like light, slanting down. The fourth painting was also a cyan sun, but this cyan sun was incomparably dazzling, radiating light in all directions. Between the heavens and earth, there was no longer a trace of darkness, it was brilliant and eternal. There were 4 paintings in total, and they seemed to depict the process of sunrise. However, there were no specific cultivation methods. Everything depended on one's own comprehension. Whatever one could comprehend would be the result. If one couldn't, it could only be said that one's talent was not good enough. After looking at the 4 paintings, Li Fuchen returned to the first page of general outline. When the sun rises, the world shines brightly. When the sword appears, the world also shines brightly. What kind of sword is what kind of sunlight? These words have a profound meaning. Just one sentence, let Li Fuchen feel a kind of heroic and domineering intent. Martial arts, in fact, were originally a trace of the law of the operation of all living things in nature. The more powerful the martial arts, the more complete the law it contained. The more ordinary the martial arts, the more shallow the law it contained. As long as one practiced diligently, one would be able to master the shallow law. There was no need to know too many profound things. It wasn't that there was no cultivation method for the Azure Yang sword intent, but its cultivation method was more natural. It required one to comprehend nature and the process of sunrise. It's a bit interesting. I don't know what the core essence of this Azure Yang sword intent is. Any martial art has a core essence. If it is simply a perception of nature and sunrise, why is it called Azure Yang sword intent? It can also be called Chaoyang sword intent. It can also be called Radiant sword technique. If so, Azure Yang sword intent is not necessary. For 3 days, Li Fuchen was comprehending Azure Yang sword intent. If it is profound level top rank sword technique, in 3 days, Li Fuchen dare not say that he has practiced to great accomplishment, at least it is close to great accomplishment, but Azure Yang sword intent, Li Fuchen has not even reached the entry level, just mastering a hint of intent. In these 3 days, Li Fuchen did not go to see the sunrise. He felt that watching the sunrise too early would make him numb. When he had some accumulation, he would watch the sunrise and maybe he could have an epiphany. In the courtyard, martial arts field, Li Fuchen kept waving his sword. While waving his sword, he closed his eyes. He imagined his sword as sunshine, tearing the darkness, and himself as the sun. He wanted to find a feeling of gushing out, a feeling that came naturally. Another week passed, Li Fuchen felt that he had found a little feeling. This feeling is very mysterious, obviously it is very clear, but it just can't be grasped. If you can't grasp it, Azure Yang sword intent can't enter the entry level. Once Azure Yang sword intent enters the entry level, it is actually half successful. Everything is difficult at the beginning, this sentence is not said. It's almost time to see the sunrise. To be honest, Li Fuchen has never really seen the sunrise, at least not to take the sunrise as a matter, because you can see it every day. Early in the morning, Southern Forest Martial Courtyard Azure Cloud Pagoda, Li Fuchen sits cross-legged. At this moment, the sky is just bright, and the world is still very dark. Li Fuchen sits there quietly and looks at the distant horizon. About a quarter of an hour later, I saw the eastern horizon getting redder and redder. Suddenly, a dazzling red dot, slowly and laboriously jumping out of the horizon, a ray of light is not strong, but exceptionally shocking, tearing the darkness, descending on the earth. At that moment, Li Fuqian had a roar in his mind, and finally grasped the feeling that he had been unable to grasp before. The eyes burst into a dazzling light, Li Fuqian grew up, and a sword swung out. Before Li Fuqian swung this sword, Li Fuqian within the body burning heaven true qi, naturally converged into a point. This point is very dazzling, very concentrated, contains a lot of true spirit, and then from this point as a starting point, true spirit poured into profound light sword along Li Fuqian's right arm, and then sprayed out from profound light sword, a glaring light, burst out, and drew a straight line between heaven and earth. Under Azure Cloud Pagoda, several outer courtyard students who got up early were stunned. At this moment, Li Fuqian, in their eyes, is like a god, a sword. There is a dazzling light flying out. The light has been separated from the form of sword light, but has not left the scope of sword Tao. In addition to overbearing, there is sharpness, heroic. So it is, so it is. Li Fuqian has never experienced this kind of epiphany feeling. The whole person seems to be sublimated. On the horizon, the sun has slipped out of a small half, and the brilliant rays of light have fallen on the earth one after another, to the back, overwhelming, almost in the blink of an eye, the whole world is filled. The darkness dissipated and the light came. Li Fuqian had a touch of emotion in his heart, and a sword intent closely related to the sunrise was finally born. Although this sword intent is still very weak, it already has vitality. Azure Yang sword intent entry. Every day, Li Fuqian will come to watch the sunrise. With the increase of the number of views, Li Fuqian's heart has more insights, and Azure Yang sword intent has become stronger and stronger. However, he understands that he is just a preliminary entry, and has not really touched the core essence of Azure Yang sword intent. Once he comprehends the core essence, his strength will change dramatically. P.S. Today there are more things, only one chapter. Chapter 382. A 3-star bone frame was quite low-level for an outer courtyard student. In the past century, the South Forest Martial Institution had not produced a 3-star bone frame, and the worst was a 4-star bone frame. But what everyone didn't know was that a 3-star bone frame was a great help to Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian's cultivation speed had reached a bottleneck after he broke through the true Inferno technique to the highest rank. Next, he could either change his cultivation technique to an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique or upgrade his bone frame. Only these two methods could increase his cultivation speed. Comparatively speaking, the former was only a temporary measure. One day, the low-tier Earth realm cultivation technique would also be outdated. Only the root bone would always be with him. With the perfect form of Heavenly Dipper battle imprint, with the highest realm of Burning Heaven true merit, plus 3-star root bone, Li Fuqian's cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as when he was in Eastern Lean Continent. To know that here is 7-colored continent, the cultivation environment is far beyond Eastern Lean Continent. Although most of the energy is spent on Azure Yang sword intent, Li Fuqian still raised the cultivation base to the Heavenly Dipper realm 9th layer after a month of admission. It seems that I've been assigned to Class A, Class 7. It's time to go and take a look. The classes in the outer court were divided into 2 classes, Grade A and Grade B. Grade A had 7 classes, and Grade B had 43 classes. Being assigned to Class A did not depend on one's cultivation and strength, but mainly on one's age and potential. Although Luo Yan's cultivation base is not high, but because of her young age, she did not know Li Fuqian before she was a 5th-class student, and some of the elite students who are much stronger than Luo Yan, because of their age, are only B-class students. Li Fuqian has been assigned to Class A, Class 7 for almost a month, but Li Fuqian has not been there once, has been diligently cultivating Green Yang sword intent. In the Southern Forest Martial Academy, the teaching environment was very relaxed. Students were not forced to attend classes and it was up to individual arrangements. Of course, everyone came to the South Forest Martial Courtyard. The first reason was to obtain higher-level secret manuals. The second reason was to listen to the instructor's teachings. Therefore, few people were like Li Fuchen, who did not go to class for a month and worked behind closed doors. If he had the guidance of a teacher, he would be able to improve much faster. In a short while, Li Fuchen came to the door of a Class 7. Grade A Class 7 was a huge courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was very simple, a classroom as well as a rather vast training field. In the classroom, a Class 7 teacher is teaching. The arrival of Li Fuchen let him stop the lecture. "You are Li Fuchen?" Su Chunhua frowned. There were only 2 classes a week in the outer yard, and there were very few courses. He had never seen a student who didn't come to class for a month after school started. "Yes, tutor." Li Fuchen nodded. "Come in and sit down." Although dissatisfied, Su Chunhua didn't make things difficult for Li Fuchen. Whether they came to class or not was the student's freedom. He couldn't control it, and he didn't want to. There were only 20 seats in the classroom, and the distance between each seat was very far. Except for Li Fuchen, all 19 people in Class A were here. At this moment, everyone was curiously looking at Li Fuchen. "This person is Li Fuchen. I heard that he is one of the 4 people who have passed the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda. What about breaking through the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda? In the outer court, breaking through the 5th floor of Qingyun Pagoda is not 100, but I have never seen it. It is too arrogant to come to class for a month. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need anyone to teach him. Come in purely to get the Earth-level secret manuals. Hey, Earth-level low-rank martial arts secret manuals are easy to get. Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique secret manuals are not so easy to get. You must be in the top 3 of the human list." Look at his mentality. Human list students are impossible, let alone the top 3 of the human list. Several students talked about sound transmission. Sitting down in the only empty seat, Li Fuchen looked up and began to listen to Su Chunhua. Every martial art contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth, but the number of relationships, starting from profound level martial artist can comprehend martial art true meaning from it. What is martial art true meaning? In fact, it is the essence of martial art. The law of martial art. Comprehend martial art true meaning. Every move you make contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth. You can play a stronger power, and to the earth-level martial art true meaning, it has involved the profound meaning of heaven and earth. As long as martial art true meaning is strong enough, even if you don't urge true spirit, you can also break out a powerful lethality, because you have stirred the power of heaven and earth, replacing your true spirit with the power of heaven and earth. Of course, the power of heaven and earth is, after all, a foreign object, in comparison, with its own true spirit to urge the earth-level martial art true meaning, is undoubtedly the strongest. Maybe because of the relationship between Li Fuchen, Su Chunhua said what he had said before again. I have to say that as a shedding body realm high-rank martial artist, as an instructor of the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, Su Chunhua's theoretical knowledge is very strong. Li Fuchen's perception is high enough, but martial art theory is very shallow. After listening to it, he has a deeper understanding of martial art. It seems that it is necessary to attend classes occasionally. Li Fuchen secretly thought. Unknowingly, an afternoon passed, and near the end of the class, Su Chunhua said to Li Fuchen, "Li Fuchen, you didn't have classes a few days ago, so you didn't catch up with the perception test. Here is a profound level high-rank martial arts secret manual. You go back and cultivate well. 3 days later, according to your progress, I will estimate your perception level." Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, new students need to take a perception test. Perception test is divided into 7 levels, namely ordinary, good, excellent, 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 extraordinary, super and legendary 7 levels. In the outer courtyard's A class, if there was a new student who tested to have a good perception, then they would be directly transferred to the B class. At the very least, they would need to have an excellent perception to stay in the A class. And to be evaluated as an excellent perception, they would need to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial art to the small success stage within 3 days. Yes, instructor. As soon as I heard it was just a profound level high-rank martial arts secret manual, Li Fuchen didn't take it seriously. In the classroom, everyone talked about it. You say, within 3 days, he can cultivate this profound level high-rank martial art to what extent, and what kind of perception evaluation he gets. Small accomplishment should be no problem. Perception evaluation is estimated to be between excellent and extraordinary. I think so too. In our grade class 7, there are 15 people with excellent perception, 2 excellent perception, and 2 extraordinary perception. After all, he has passed the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers, and the excellent evaluation is not far from 10, but it is a bit difficult to get the extraordinary evaluation. Yes, only within 3 days, the profound level high-rank martial art cultivation to great accomplishment can get the extraordinary evaluation. This kind of person is the trump card of each grade class, such as Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue in our class. Look, is a dragon or a worm, 3 days later. Everyone did not look down on Li Fuchen, but they would not look too highly at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen is young, but youth does not mean everything. Back in the yard, Li Fuchen opened the profound level high-rank martial arts secret manual that Su Chunhua gave. This is a fist technique called Xianjin fist. Li Fuchen glanced at it and found it was not difficult. Let's talk about Xianjin fist. Li Fuchen began to study Xianjin fist. 3 days is too enough for Li Fuchen. In half an hour, Li Fuchen cultivated Xianjin fist to small accomplishment. After 6 hours, Xianjin fist great accomplishment. After half a day, Xianjin fist reached the reaching peak realm. After 1 day, Xianjin fist reached perfection and comprehends Xianjin fist intent. A day and a half later, Xianjin fist intent reached the limit, close to profound level top rank fist intent. Almost. Li Fuchen put Xianjin fist aside and continued to comprehend Azure Yang sword intent. At this stage, Azure Yang sword intent's comprehend is the most important thing. 3 months after the enrollment, the Human List Great Competition will be held once. Those who can participate in the Human List Great Competition have all passed the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers. And those who can pass the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers have already learned the Earth-level low-rank martial art. Li Fuchen is not afraid of the freshmen in recent years, but the older students from a few years ago, Li Fuchen is not sure. Especially those in the top 3 of the human list, they had cultivated the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. No matter what realm they had cultivated the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique to, it was very terrifying. Only when he had reached a very high realm in the Green Sun sword intent could he compete with them. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be in the top 3 of the human list. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Li Fuchen reluctantly withdrew from the cultivation state of Azure Yang sword intent. Today, he is going to take the perception test and can't skip class. After cleaning up, Li Fuchen walked to the 7th class. He is here. The 7th class, everyone stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sat down and waited for Su Chunhua to arrive. Soon, Su Chunhua came. He took a glance and noticed Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, 3 days have passed, you show the realm of Xianjin fist in the martial arts field. Su Chunhua said. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded and went to the martial arts field next to the classroom with Su Chunhua. Everyone followed closely behind. On the vast martial arts field, Li Fuchen stood straight there. Start the show. Su Chunhua's eyes were shining, and he wanted to see how much this arrogant student had. Hear this, Li Fuchen within the body burning heaven true chi revolved, a punch to the void, the powerful fist strength shook several times in succession, the fist intent was born, radiating in all directions, even if it was far away, it could feel the invincible fist intent. Hey! The martial arts field was covered by an isolation array, and the fist strength hit the array and rippled a circle of ripples. Fist intent. Su Chunhua is dumbfounded. The 7th class is also dumbfounded. Especially Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue, who have extraordinary perception, both of them took a breath of cold air and were stunned. The evaluation of the perception test is very simple. Profound level high rank martial art reaches small accomplishment, which is excellent, close to great accomplishment is excellent, great accomplishment first stage to the point of perfection is extraordinary, great accomplishment second stage to the peak is super, great accomplishment third stage to the acme of perfection is legendary. Li Fuqian can play fist intent, there is no doubt that Xianzhen fist has reached the acme of perfection. This means that Li Fuqian's perception is legendary level. Legendary level perception, this is to defy heaven. Chapter 383. Legendary perception, my southern forest martial courtyard, has not reached this level for hundreds of years. Su Chuanhua's heart was shocked and then hot. Class A has a total of 7 classes, but among these 7 classes, only Class A7 has no ranking list of human students. Other classes have more or less 1 or 2 ranking list of human students, especially Class A3, which has 3 ranking list of human students. This is undoubtedly a shame and an obstacle for him to become an inner court mentor in the future. To know that once you become an inner court mentor, you can cultivate the earth level middle rank cultivation technique. With the earth level middle rank cultivation technique, he has a glimmer of hope to sprint battle spirit realm. Otherwise, there is no hope at all. But it is too difficult to become an inner court mentor. The mentor points must reach at least 10,000 points to become an inner court mentor. Cultivating a human list student can add 200 mentor points, cultivating a human list top 3, adding 500 mentor points, cultivating the human list first, adding 1,000 mentor points. Since Li Fuqian is his student, whether he is cultivated or not, as long as he can become a human list student, he can increase the mentor points for himself. The first year may not be successful, the second year, Li Fuqian will inevitably become a human list student, the third year of the human list first is very promising, so that Li Fuqian is likely to bring him 1,000 mentor points. Of course, a student can only bring 1,000 points to mentor at most. And before becoming an inner court student, maintain the human list first, not to maintain, mentor branch changes according to the ranking. However, in Su Chuanhua's view, as long as Li Fuqian is on the human list first, it is impossible to fall. This 1,000 points, he got it. Li Fuqian, you are my southern forest martial courtyard in the past 100 years, the first legendary perception, mentor is here to congratulate you. Su Chuanhua enthusiastic. Li Fuqian converges true spirit and modestly says, mentor is polite. He didn't think about low-key, here is not Eastern Lin continent, Eastern Lin continent numerous sect hegemony, outside the monster and demon 10 territories and demon Dao forces, high-profile consequences are very serious, and in 7-colored continent, the forces are more unified, high-profile can let him go further, otherwise how can others know his talent perception? His first step is to become a non-negligible existence in the southern forest martial courtyard. So low-key has no meaning. The news that Li Fuqian has legendary perception, the first time, spread to the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard set off a wave. All the outer institute elders wanted to accept Li Fuqian as an in-room cadet. But it was ultimately rejected by the vice dean, the gray-robed dean. With Li Fuqian's perception, he wasn't someone these outer institute elders could teach. He was qualified to teach Li Fuqian, but he had to wait for the dean to return first. For the next few days, Li Fuqian retreated again to cultivate Azure Yang's sword intent. As for class, he had long forgotten. Su Chunhua was helpless about this. Previously, he was dissatisfied with Li Fuqian, thinking that Li Fuqian thought too highly of himself. But now, he didn't have any such thoughts at all. The other party had a legendary level of comprehension. Not to mention thinking highly of himself, even if he were to be condescending, no one would dare to say that he was arrogant. But Su Chunhua still hoped that Li Fuqian would attend the lecture. With his knowledge of martial arts theories, she would be able to improve faster. Cousin Fenghua, don't forget it. Although he has legendary perception, you also have super perception. You may not be inferior to him. In my opinion, he must have had dog shit luck. He suddenly realized something, and with his current strength, he is not your opponent at all. In Zhao Fenghua's yard, Zhao Linghua said unwillingly. Zhao Fenghua is 28 years old this year, Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak Cultivation Base, last year's Human List 5th, is currently the Outer Courtyard student, one of only 4 super perception. If Li Fuchen does not appear, no one can cover his scenery. Zhao Fenghua said, "Cousin, he is now in the limelight. If I challenge him, I will make the Outer Courtyard high-level dissatisfied, but you can rest assured that when the Human List Great Competition, I will teach him a good lesson and avenge you." To be honest, whether Li Fuchen has a legendary perception, he has some doubts in his heart. Maybe as his cousin Zhao Linghua said, this person is lucky and has an epiphany. After all, the higher the martial artist's perception, the higher the probability of epiphany. As for himself, he has experienced several perception. Good. When the time comes, you must defeat him heavily and make him lose all face. Zhao Linghua nodded. Anyway, the Human List Great Competition is less than 2 months away. There is no need to be so anxious. Don't worry, these are small things. My real goal this time is the top 3 of the Human List. Zhao Fenghua's eyes flashed. In the courtyard of the Human List's first June, the top 3 of the Human List are all there. Legendary Perception, TSK, this is going to overshadow our light. Wu Ji, the 3rd of the Human List, smiled bitterly. Zhang Yunfeng, the 2nd of the Human List, said, even if it is a legendary perception, the top 3 of the Human List are still the 3 of us. Next year, maybe Jun will be able to promote to Shedding Body Realm and become an Inner Courtyard student. We will hold on next year. The year after that, there is also hope to promote to Shedding Body Realm. At that time, the legendary perception has nothing to do with us. Look at you like this, is it still the top 3 of the Human List? Jun sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued, the 3 of us, but the cultivation of the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique, if it is really defeated, it is our shame. Yes, we are cultivating the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. Wu Ji and Zhang Yunfeng nodded and their confidence increased. The biggest advantage of the top 3 of the Human List is the cultivation of the Earth-level low-rank cultivation technique. In previous years, few of the top 3 of the Human List were picked off the horse. They don't need to worry too much. Legendary Perception. Lu Changfeng is under great pressure. Although he is a freshman, his first-year goal is to break into the top 10 of the Human List and become a Human List student. But the existence of Wang Heilong and Gao Yu has increased the difficulty a lot. At this moment, there is another Li Fuchen, and the difficulty has increased. After all, there are only 10 Human List students in total, and others are not vegetarian, and only a few at the bottom have hope to beat. Legendary Perception, interesting. Wang Heilong grinned. Outer Courtyard. In addition to Li Fuchen, there are 4 super perception, he is one of them, the other 3 are Jun, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhao Fenghua, a Human List 1st, a Human List 2nd, and a Human List 5th. However, with the Dark Root Bone, he is confident that he is not afraid of anyone, including the Human List 1st Jun. Li Fuchen's legendary perception surprised him, but the gap between legendary perception and super perception is not very big. The perception test is tested with profound level high rank martial art. If it is tested with profound level top rank martial art, it is tested with earth level low rank martial art. The gap is very small. After all, the more advanced the martial art, the more difficult it is to upgrade a level. In the middle of the 2nd month of the freshman admission, Li Fuchen came to listen to a class again. Su Chunhua was very happy and deliberately said some profound things. He did not expect others to understand, as long as Li Fuchen could understand some of it. Everyone else is out of class, Li Fuchen, you stay. Finally, Li Fuchen came to the class, and Su Chunhua planned to give Li Fuchen some special attention. When everyone left, Su Chunhua said to Li Fuchen, Human List Great Competition will start in a month and a half, aren't you ready? I have been preparing. Oh. What is your goal this time? Su Chunhua is a little curious. Naturally, Human List first. Li Fuchen said. His Azure Yang sword intent has been small accomplishment, coupled with the transcendent consciousness, Human List first, may not have no hope. Human list first. Su Chuanhua's eyes almost protruded. He thought that the other would say the top 10 of the human list. With your strength, it is almost impossible to win the human list first. Human list first Di Jun has already cultivated an earth-level low-rank martial art chopping cloud blade to the great accomplishment realm. With the earth-level low-rank cultivation technique, the strength is strong enough to rival those who have not cultivated the earth-level secret book shedding body realm first-layer martial artist. Su Chunhua shook his head. Hear this, Li Fuchen did not comment. He naturally knows the strength of Di Jun, but you have ambitions. I am an instructor, and naturally I will fully support you. You come to the martial arts field with me. Su Chunhua immediately went to the martial arts field. On the martial arts field, Su Chunhua raised his right hand. Earth-level martial art, broad and profound. If you can comprehend the earth-level martial art true meaning, you can vaguely sense the signs of all things. Look, this is Violent Wave Fist Fist. Violent Wave Fist, earth-level low-rank fist technique. Hong. The void seemed to produce a tide, and an amazing fist intent burst out. Li Fuchen clearly sensed that a near-substantial fist intent was madly absorbing and compressing the surrounding water element origin chi. A wave of water element origin chi, which was compressed countless times, spread out. Under the blessing of fist intent, it was invincible, and there was a flickering arc. This is the power of the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Li Fuchen pupils shrank. This power, even if it is just a fallout, can crush his body, even if his chi strength is unlocked. This is just fist intent. If Su Chunhua urges true spirit, the power will increase several times. How is it? Su Chunhua converges fist intent. Li Fuchen said, broad and profound, terrifying and abundant. Nodded, Su Chunhua said, although there are thousands of true meaning, but the myriad changes are the same. With your legendary perception, you should be able to comprehend. Li Fuchen did comprehend. On the third day after returning, Li Fuchen's Azure Yang sword intent was close to the great accomplishment realm. Azure Yang sword intent, which is close to the great accomplishment realm, has involved the core essence. If Li Fuchen comprehend by himself, I am afraid it will take another month to reach this stage. Unknowingly, 3 months have passed. Human List Great Competition begins. If you want to participate in the Human List Great Competition, you must first pass the Azure Cloud Pagoda 5 layers. There are a total of 92 Outer Courtyard students participating in the Human List Great Competition. These 92 people, each of them cultivated the Earth-level low-rank martial art. Earth-level low-rank martial art seems to be a rank different from profound-level top-rank martial art, but the level of mystery is very different. The same power, the Earth-level low-rank martial art is undoubtedly more difficult to defend. Of course, most people's Earth-level low-rank martial art realm is relatively low, and at the critical moment, you have to rely on profound-level top-rank martial art. P.S. Kawenka's powerful, yesterday, sorry. Chapter 384. The Human List tournament was held in the center of the Outer Institute, where there was a huge martial arts stage. In the early morning, the martial arts stage was unprecedentedly noisy. Thousands of Outer Institute students were already seated, and the Outer Institute mentors, elders, and vice dean were also seated. The annual Human List tournament was the liveliest time of the Outer Institute. In the Human List tournament, in addition to the top 3 getting Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques, the top 10 would also get spirit stones as rewards. The first rank would get 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the second and third rank would get 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the fourth rank would get 500 low-grade spirit stones. It was a generous reward, especially the first rank. On the long table beside the rostrum, the 7 mentors of the Grade A class sat side by side. Gu Lai, the instructor of Grade A Class 3, said with a smile, Instructor Su, your Class 7 is really lucky to have a student with legendary comprehension. In another 2 years, my Class 3 won't be able to compare to your Class 7. Su Chunhua snorted, Gu Lai, don't be hypocritical. He and Gu Lai had always been at odds. A few years ago, his Class 7 was stronger than the Class 3, but in recent years, his luck was not good and there was no listed student in the class, while the Class 3 had 3 listed students in the past few years, and the first listed student, D. Jun, was in the Class 3. So this Gu Lai, whenever there was a chance, he would mock him. Gu Lai grinned. "You're really boring. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore." He was very happy in his heart. The 3 students on the human ranking list had brought him almost 1,400 instructor points. When these 3 students on the human ranking list were successfully promoted to the inner court, these 1,400 instructor points would be properly earned. "Li Fuchen, come on." In the audience, Luo Yan sat in the grade A Class 5 group, looking at Li Fuchen below the martial arts stage. Luo Yan secretly cheered for Li Fuchen. "Humph. See how cousin Fenghua humiliates you on the martial arts stage." Zhao Linghua was also in grade A Class 5. She was 28 years old this year, 1 year older than Luo Yan and the same age as cousin Zhao Fenghua. In the east corner of the martial arts stage, Li Fuchen stood straight, and behind him were Qin Lai, Wang Yingxue, and others. In the grade A Class 7, a total of 5 people passed the 5th floor of Azure Cloud Pagoda. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue were in awe. A few days ago, under the arrangement of mentor Su Chunhua, they sparred with Li Fuchen. But the outcome was tragic. He and Wang Yingxue couldn't even withstand 3 sword moves from Li Fuchen. It was the same Mystic Class Peak Tier cultivation technique and Mystic Class Peak Tier martial art, but they were like children in front of Li Fuchen, unable to retaliate at all. According to mentor Su Chunhua, at the same cultivation realm, the difference in strength would depend on the individual's combat skills. Li Fuchen's combat skills were 1 level higher than theirs. "My opponent should only be Di Jun." Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Di Jun. He ignored everyone else. Li Fuchen had yet to witness the power of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, he didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Di Jun. On the platform, the vice dean, the gray-robed old man, stood up and said, "The rules of the competition are very simple. Those who lose 10 rounds will be eliminated. In the end, those who lose fewer rounds will be ranked higher. Now, let the competition begin." There were a total of 10 arenas, and 10 matches began at the same time. Martial Stage 2, Li Fuchen against Yang Yuanhe. Once the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and landed on Martial Stage 2. On the opposite side, Yang Yuanhe had also flashed. Yang Yuanhe believed that he wasn't weak. In the A-grade Class 6, his strength was only inferior to the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. But when facing Li Fuchen, who possessed legendary perception, he didn't dare to be careless and was prepared to go all out. "Pardon me." Yang Yuanhe's hand had an additional metal rod and it was a Mystic Class Peak Tier weapon. In the listed competition, only Mystic Class Peak Tier weapons were allowed, Earth Class Low Tier weapons were not allowed. Huff 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 huff, intense technique intent and rod intent were emitting. Yang Yuanhe's iron rod was like a storm as he blasted out dozens of rod strikes at Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. Each strike contained boundless power and it wasn't as simple as an illusion. Mystic Class Peak Tier Rod Art, 36 rods of Mountain Blast. When the violent wind assaulted Li Fuchen's face, his clothes were fluttering. When facing Yang Yuanhe's violent rod art, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. His Mystic Light Sword was only a Mystic Class High-Tier artifact sword. He might have the confidence to defeat Yang Yuanhe with a Mystic Class High-Tier artifact sword, but there wasn't a need to go through so much trouble. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and brandished it casually. This sword move was the Inferno Sword Art's first move, Extreme Blazing Blaze. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a dazzling and blazing sword chi flashed. Bang boom. There was a continuous burst sound in the air. Yang Yuanhe's 36 rods of Mountain Blast was like a deflated balloon. The rod prowess was like 1,000 miles away and it had lost 90% of its power. Clang! The metal rod shook and Yang Yuanhe felt half of his body going numb while he was sent flying. How is this possible? We are both using mystic class peak tier martial arts, why am I defeated so quickly? Yang Yuanhe was in disbelief. At the A-grade mentor's seats, Su Chunhua was smiling. He didn't think that Li Fuchen could obtain the number 1 listed cadet, but with Li Fuchen's combat skills, it was still possible for Li Fuchen to become a listed cadet. Interesting. This child's combat skills seem to be rather brilliant. Gu Lai was rather surprised. Circulating his chi frenziedly, Yang Yuanhe forcefully stopped his body from flying and staggered as he landed. Li Fuchen, if you can block my next move, I will admit defeat automatically. Yang Yuanhe wielded the metal rod with both hands and emitted a heavy and mountain-like rod presence. You shall be defeated. 5 Mountains Rod Art. Yang Yuanhe rushed into the sky and cleaved down with his rod. This rod strike felt as though it contained 5 mountains. It looked like a single cleave, but it covered a rather wide range. Half of the martial stage was enveloped by the rod presence and it was simply unavoidable and unavoidable. 5 Mountains Rod Art, Earth Class Low-Tier Rod Art. Yang Yuanhe might have only cultivated the 5 Mountains Rod Art to the sub-completion stage and its power wasn't even comparable to the 36 rods of Mountain Blast, but in terms of profundity, the 36 rods of Mountain Blast was still inferior. Earth-class low-tier rod arts involve the quintessence of heaven and earth. Earth-class low-tier martial arts have to be cultivated to the completion stage before the field power can be produced. This rod move is rather mystical. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Green Sun Sword intent. Instead, the Inferno Sword Art's Fire Dragon Inferno burst into the sky. A regular Fire Dragon Inferno was naturally inferior to the opponent's 5 Mountains Rod Art. But Li Fuchen's Fire Dragon Inferno felt as though it had a spirit. As the body rotated, it forcefully penetrated the 5 Mountains Rod Art and targeted at the flaws. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Yang Yuanhe let go of his metal rod and was sent flying. He crashed into the array barrier at the edge of the martial stage before bouncing back. Yang Yuanhe was defeated. Great. Su Chunhua applauded. He realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen was sparring with Qin Lai and Wang Yingxue, he didn't even use his full strength. It was unknown if the current Li Fuchen was going all out. After defeating his opponent cleanly, Li Fuchen flashed off the stage. For the next few rounds, Wang Heilong, Lu Changfeng, and Gao Yu went up the stage. Among the trio, Wang Heilong's strength was obviously the strongest and his combat skills were superb. Lu Changfeng and Gao Yu's combat skills were also much superior to Yang Yuanhe, but they were slightly inferior to Wang Heilong. At this moment, many of the Outer Institute cadets had noticed something. The same cultivation realm and martial art proficiency, but the individual combat skills were different. The strength displayed would be worlds apart. There was still a chasm between a true prodigy and a regular prodigy and it wasn't that easy to cross. Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, Yi Changfeng, and Gao Yu were all true prodigies. Of course, apart from Li Fuchen, Wang Heilong, and Gao Yu, they were all 6-star bone frames. If 6-star bone frames weren't true prodigies, what were they? As compared to the 4 of them, the rest of the people were much inferior. Even the listed cadets seemed to be inferior to the 4 of them in terms of combat skills. Only Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, Zhao Fenghua, and a few other listed cadets seemed to be stronger. Of course, listed cadets were still listed cadets. Even if their innate potential was inferior to the 4 of them, they had cultivated for a long time and had a deep foundation. It was very difficult to defeat them. In the past, only after the listed cadets were promoted to Inner Institute cadets would the rest of the people have the chance to enter the listed cadets. After 4 rounds, Li Fuchen went on stage again. This time, it was on the number 5 contest stage. His opponent was actually Gao Yu. Gao Yu pursed her lips and suddenly launched an attack. Just like Li Fuchen, Gao Yu was also a swordsman and her weapon was 2 thin swords. With the coordination of the 2 swords, Gao Yu's sword art was very dense. It was like a continuous drizzle that was all-pervasive and hard to defend. It was a pity that her opponent was Li Fuchen, especially when Li Fuchen was also a swordsman. A swordsman would always understand a swordsman, and Li Fuchen was clear about the characteristics of a sword. Clang! Clang! When facing the dense sword art, Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword twice. Each sword would strike at the weak points of Gao Yu's sword art. When the first sword was brandished, Gao Yu's sword art was much thinner. When the second sword was brandished, Gao Yu's sword art instantly collapsed. The third sword was pointed at Gao Yu's throat. Li Fuchen didn't even give his opponent a trace of chance. Gao Yu's expression was deathly pale. Li Fuchen's sword art was like a nightmare and had completely defeated her. Even when facing her clan's elders, she didn't have such a feeling. I am inferior to him. Below the stage, Lu Changfeng shook his head. Li Fuchen's strength was simply flawless. When encountering such a person, unless one had overwhelming strength, otherwise, there was basically no chance of victory. Subsequently, Li Fuchen had consecutive victories, and Lu Changfeng had also been defeated by Li Fuchen. No matter who his opponent was, it was hard for them to pose a trace of threat to him, including the number 9 listed cadet, Lin Chao. Such strength had made the various grade A mentors frown. Legendary perception was indeed legendary perception. Not only did Li Fuchen have a high perception, his innate talent in combat was also very fearsome. When the cultivation level and strength were similar, Li Fuchen would basically be able to sweep across. In the entire Outer Institute, there weren't many that could be a match for him. 11th round, number 7 contest stage, Zhao Fenghua against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who had consecutive victories, had finally encountered a formidable foe. Number 5 listed cadet, Zhao Fenghua. As one of the 4 superb perception individuals, Zhao Fenghua's strength wasn't something that other listed cadets could compare with. Furthermore, he had accumulated enough strength. After coming to the South Forest Martial Institution for over 2 years, he had entered the listed cadet in his first year and was the number 5 listed cadet in his second year. This year, many people guessed that he had a high chance of making it to the top 3 listed cadets. Chapter 385. Zhao Fenghua is very handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Just like his name, Zhao Fenghua, there is a shadow of peerless elegance. Of course, it is just a shadow. Peerless elegance, only the top heavens chosen of the continent, is worthy of the word peerless elegance. Zhao Fenghua's weapon is also a sword, no matter which continent, swordsman and saber man are the majority. With a long sword on his waist, Zhao Fenghua stared at Li Fuchen. If he didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes before, now he couldn't help but put Li Fuchen in his eyes. At least apart from the top 3 of the human list, Li Fuchen is his biggest rival. Of course, despite the strength that Li Fuchen showed, he also has a 90% chance to defeat the other party. This is his confidence. Cousin Fenghua finally met with this Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, even if you have legendary perception, in front of cousin Fenghua, you will lose. Zhao Linghua has almost blind trust in Zhao Fenghua. Zhao Fenghua is the most terrifying genius in the history of her Zhao family. Before entering the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard, Zhao Linghua has never seen Zhao Fenghua fail. This human list great competition, she firmly believes that Zhao Fenghua can break into the top 3 of the human list. At that time, he can cultivate the earth-level low-rank cultivation technique and increase his strength to the next level. As for Li Fuchen, it is impossible to be an opponent of Zhao Fenghua this year, and it is even more impossible to be an opponent next year. Seeing Zhao Fenghua and Luo Yan is more or less worried. Li Fuchen is strong in true spirit Dao, but after all, it is the heavenly dipper realm level. If it is body refining Dao, Luo Yan doesn't need to worry at all. What human list student, even if it is an ordinary inner courtyard student, it is not an opponent of Li Fuchen's fist. You are very strong, but unfortunately, the fire is still shallow. Zhao Fenghua did not draw his sword and seemed to be waiting for Li Fuchen to draw his sword. Li Fuchen looked at Zhao Fenghua and said, "The fire is shallow or not, it is not up to you to say. It seems that you are very confident. Well, then I will destroy your confidence. Zhao Fenghua drew his sword. This is a sword with a pale green luster, the sword qi is overflowing. Swimming dragon sword art. Like a shadow, Zhao Fenghua's figure instantly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already 10 steps in front of Li Fuchen. With a shake of her right wrist, the sword light extended like a dragon and the sword qi was as sharp as a claw. The sword qi was controlled within a narrow range and was wantonly attacking at Li Fuchen, looking for a gap to enter. Ding! Li Fuchen drew his sword too and blocked Zhao Fenghua's sword. Ding 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 ding! In an instant, most of the outer court students were unable to clearly see exactly how many sword strikes the two of them had executed, and they only knew that every single sword strike had collided with each other. Under that sort of speed, the two swords were actually able to collide with each other, and this caused everyone's scalps to go numb while their entire bodies went cold. The sharpness of a swordsman was displayed to the extreme by the two. Interesting. Zhao Fenghua's eyes gradually turned cold, and the speed of her sword increased by a level. Every sword strike was like a swimming dragon. Although it seemed imposing, the strength of each sword strike was restrained to the extreme. The legendary dragon could be big or small. The swimming dragon sword art could also be resized at will. By relying on the swimming dragon sword art, Zhao Fenghua could even split a needle forged with mystic class metals. This swimming dragon sword art can be considered the #1 mystic class peak tier martial art in the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen sighed silently at the foundation of the 7-color continent. No matter how incredible the Zhao clan was, they were just a clan. If a clan was able to produce a sword art that surpassed all the mystic class peak tier martial arts in the East Unicorn continent, it was imaginable how powerful the martial arts foundation of the 7-color continent was. However, the sword art was dead, but the human was alive. The Inferno sword art might not be comparable to the swimming dragon sword art. But the Inferno sword art in Li Fuchen's hands had already surpassed the original Inferno sword art. The Inferno sword intent was gradually approaching the Earth class low-tier sword intent. Fire Dragon Inferno. The Inferno sword intent was pushed to the extremity by Li Fuchen. The glaring sword light seemed to be able to penetrate the void and wander wantonly in the void. It was just like a fire dragon that was about to be born, destroying everything, destroying everything. The green-edged sword in Zhao Fenghua's hand was bent to the extremity before it suddenly straightened and bounced Zhao Fenghua away. What? Zhao Linghua's eyes were about to pop out. Zhao Fenghua was actually repelled. That's great. Luo Yan had an expression of surprise. She didn't expect Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength to be stronger than she imagined. At the Grade A class mentors seating area, Class 6 mentor Hu Chong shook his head. Legendary perception is still legendary perception after all. Zhao Fenghua isn't as good as him. Class 4 mentor Wei Yandong had an unpleasant expression. It is too early to talk about victory or defeat. Zhao Fenghua still has an Earth class low-tier sword art that hasn't been used yet. Zhao Fenghua was the trump card of his Class 4. If he could seize a top 3 listed cadet spot for him, his mentor points would increase by 500. There was only one spot for the top 3 listed cadets. Di Jun and Zhang Yunfeng were too formidable. Only the number 3 listed cadet, Wu Ji, had a chance to be defeated. The premise was that Zhao Fenghua could defeat Li Fuchen. Hearing the statement, Su Chunhua was a little nervous. To be honest, he didn't expect Li Fuchen to seize the top 3 listed cadets. He would be satisfied if he could enter the top 10. But Li Fuchen's performance was too stunning and it seemed like there was no hope for him to enter the top 3. But if he could enter the top 3 listed cadets, the meaning was entirely different. After entering the top 3 listed cadets, Li Fuchen would be able to cultivate Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Once he cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, with Li Fuchen's perception, no one would be able to challenge him. But if he couldn't enter the top 3, it would be difficult for him to enter the second year. The difference between cultivating an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and not cultivating one was too great. After bouncing off, Zhao Fenghua's expression was gloomy. They were both using Mystic Class Peak Tier sword arts, but he actually wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. This was a humiliation for him. Li Fuchen, I originally didn't intend to execute the golden thread sword art. Since you have some moves, then don't blame me. Zhao Fenghua took a deep breath and slowed down his bouncing speed. He then gently landed on the ground. Swish! The moment he landed on the ground, Zhao Fenghua exerted strength from his right leg and propelled himself towards Li Fuchen at an even faster speed. The green-edged sword in his hand spun in circles and circles. Circles after circles of sword qi that looked like golden threads were enveloping Li Fuchen. Indistinctly, there was an invisible force that was suppressing Li Fuchen. Golden thread sword art, Earth class low-tier sword art. This sword art was extremely terrifying. Once the opponent was enveloped by it, the body would feel as though it was wrapped by countless indestructible threads. These threads were extremely sharp and could easily slice the person into pieces. In order to resist this sword art, one had to cultivate an Earth-class low-tier sword art first. Furthermore, one must not allow the golden thread sword qi to get close to the body. Once the opponent got close, unless the opponent's strength was much stronger than the user of the golden thread sword art, otherwise, the outcome would still be miserable. This sword art is indeed mystical. Li Fuchen knew that the Inferno sword art wasn't a match for the golden thread sword art. The difference of one tier wasn't that easy to make up for. Unless Li Fuchen was able to push the Inferno sword intent to the Earth class low tier, otherwise, he would still be inferior. However, Li Fuchen still didn't plan to expose the Green Sun sword intent. Apart from the Inferno sword art, he still had the Mystic Heaven sword art. The Mystic Heaven sword art wasn't inferior to the Roaming Dragon sword art at all and was actually superior. In Li Fuchen's hands, the power it displayed was naturally far superior to the Inferno sword art. Apart from that, the Joint Heaven sword was extremely compatible with the Mystic Heaven sword art. Mystic Heaven Wall. The sword stance changed as Li Fuchen executed one of the Mystic Heaven sword art's moves, the Mystic Heaven Wall. Swish! The Joint Heaven sword spun and a layer of sword screen appeared to block Zhao Fenghua's golden thread sword art. Break, break, break. Zhao Fenghua was enraged and executed the golden thread sword art to the extremity. The golden thread sword qi constantly slashed on the sword screen and produced dazzling qi force sparks. There were also large amounts of golden thread sword qi that circled behind the sword screen and tunneled at Li Fuchen. Mystic Heaven Transformation. Li Fuchen drew a perfect arc with the Joint Heaven sword and the sword screen expanded in a circular shape. The sword screen expanded bigger and bigger until it was in front of Zhao Fenghua. Boom! The sword screen burst out and scattered the golden thread sword qi. Zhao Fenghua couldn't control his body and took a few steps back. His face was alternating between pale and green. This was preposterous. Li Fuchen had already executed an Earth-class low-tier sword art and it wasn't just at the sub-completion stage. 2 years ago, his golden thread sword art was already at the sub-completion stage. Right now, even if it wasn't close to the completion stage, it was still on the way. He actually wasn't a match for Li Fuchen's Mystic Class Peak Tier sword art. The unresigned Zhao Fenghua stopped his retreat and spun the green-edged sword in his hand to shoot out the golden thread sword qi again. It is about time. The Mystic Heaven sword art was able to block the golden thread sword art, but it wasn't able to defeat Zhao Fenghua, at least not within a short period of time. Li Fuchen didn't have the time to tangle with Zhao Fenghua. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and felt as though he could see the trajectory of the golden thread sword qi. He instantly arrived above Zhao Fenghua. Meteor fall. When the sword was brandished, there was a dazzling light that blinded Zhao Fenghua's eyes. Clang! Zhao Fenghua let go of the green-edged sword and felt as though he was struck by lightning. His body shook and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. That sword move earlier was faster than his reaction speed. If that sword move was aimed at his vitals, he would already be a dead man. Such a fast sword move. The number 3 listed cadet, Wu Ji's eyes contracted. This sword move didn't have any profundity, it was just pure speed and power. But Wu Ji knew clearly that if it didn't have any profundity, it meant that it was too profound. The combination of pure speed and power was incomparably mysterious in itself. I won. Su Chunhua looked excited. After defeating Zhao Fenghua, Li Fuchen's path to the top 3 listed cadet was only left with Wu Ji. As for the others, they couldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. Class 4 mentor, Wei Yandong, had an ugly expression and couldn't help but snort. Class 3 mentor, Gu Lai, didn't care. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Zhao Fenghua, which was indeed beyond his expectations, but it didn't affect him. Impossible, impossible. Zhao Linghua couldn't believe her eyes. Her cousin, Zhao Fenghua, actually lost, and didn't lose to a senior, lost to the top 3 listed cadet, actually lost to a freshman. Didn't this mean that Li Fuchen's talent potential was far beyond Zhao Fenghua? This child's sword Dao is really terrifying. On the rostrum, an Outer Institute elder sighed. The rest of the Outer Institute elders nodded. Li Fuchen used a mystic class peak tier sword art to suppress Zhao Fenghua, which was already very impressive. The last sword move was even more shocking and clearly contained a trace of heaven and earth. Relying on one's own sword Dao talent, deducing a trace of heaven and earth's profound meaning was much harder than comprehending a trace of heaven and earth's profound meaning through an earth-class low-tier sword art. Chapter 386. As the listed tournament entered the later stages, the rankings were gradually clear. It was hard to say the top 3 of the listed tournament, but the top 6 were basically locked on Di Jun, Zhang Yunfeng, Wu Ji, Li Fuchen, Zhao Fenghua, and Wang Heilong. Martial Stage 10, Wu Ji against Wang Heilong. As the referee's voice echoed, Wu Ji and Wang Heilong flashed and landed on Martial Stage 10 one after another. Wang Heilong's strength wasn't weak and was obviously much stronger than Lu Changfeng, Gao Yu, and the others. But no one was optimistic about Wang Heilong. After all, Wu Ji was ranked 3rd on the listed tournament. Not only did he cultivate Earth-class low-tier martial art, but he also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Apart from Di Jun and Zhang Yunfeng, only Li Fuchen and Zhao Fenghua were qualified to challenge Wu Ji. Be defeated. Wu Ji brandished his large saber and sent Wang Heilong flying. Everyone thought that Wang Heilong was going to be defeated. Unexpectedly, Wang Heilong didn't even vomit blood and attacked Wu Ji again, causing the startled Wu Ji to be flustered and in a sorry state. What is going on? Wang Heilong isn't injured at all. It is very strange. I think I saw a flash of black light on Wang Heilong's body. Wang Heilong has the darkness bone frame. This is probably the power of darkness. Power of darkness? It is rumored that the power of darkness can devour all things. It is naturally able to devour chi forces. Devour chi forces? Everyone was appalled. If the chi forces attacking Wang Heilong were all devoured, wouldn't Wang Heilong be in an invincible position? Power of darkness, huh? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. Young Master Dragon's sword, Qi Yuye had the sword Dao bone frame, therefore, he was able to burst out with powerful sword Dao lethality. Wang Heilong had the darkness bone frame and could devour chi forces. No wonder it was said that special bone frames had the potential to be invincible in the same realm. At the Grade A Mentor's seats, Class 1 Mentor Qi Yiming revealed a smile. Special bone frames like the darkness bone frame were rare in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. Li Fuchen's legendary perception might be astounding, but as compared to the darkness bone frame, it was inferior. After all, if the darkness bone frame was properly nurtured, it would be invincible in the same realm. The rest of the Grade A mentors were all envious. All of them were thinking that it would be great if Wang Heilong could be assigned to their class. But it wasn't decided by their will and was decided by drawing lots. Damn it, break for me. Wu Ji's quintessential energy burst forth, his aura enveloping the entire stage. As he brandished his saber, 49 saber shadows enveloped Wang Heilong. Although Wu Ji's Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique wasn't as good as Di Jun's, it had already reached the 20th level. A Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique at the 20th level was much stronger than a profound-class peak-tier cultivation technique at the highest level. Just by relying on his aura, he was able to suppress Wang Heilong. Out of the 49 saber shadows, 6 of them struck Wang Heilong's body. Wang Heilong smiled, and the power of darkness surged. It was like ink had been splashed on his body, turning pitch black as he frantically swallowed up the saber energy. In the end, Wang Heilong only staggered a few steps back, completely unharmed. How can we fight like this? The outer court students in the spectator seats were stunned. The darkness bone frame was much more terrifying than they imagined. Wu Ji's strength was 1 level stronger than Wang Heilong, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Heilong. Take my demonic fist as well. Wang Heilong bellowed and punched at Wu Ji. This fist didn't just contain boundless qi, it also contained the power of darkness. Apart from swallowing qi forces, the power of darkness could also increase the lethality, allowing the fist art to contain the power of devouring. Seeing the situation, Wu Ji quickly brandished his saber to block. Bang! Wu Ji took a step back and had an extremely sullen expression. He was obviously stronger, but he couldn't injure Wang Heilong at all. When Wang Heilong's fist that contained the power of darkness blasted over, half of Wu Ji's strength was neutralized and it was hard to block Wang Heilong. I didn't expect the darkness bone frame to be so powerful. Wu Ji is probably in danger. The number 2 listed cadet, Zhang Yunfeng, shook his head. At the side, Di Jun said, the darkness bone frame might be powerful, but there is a limit. If it was me, a single spear strike would be enough to break his power of darkness. Zhang Yunfeng laughed and said, your Cloud Startle spear art is already at the phenomenal success stage. It is naturally easy for you to do it. He was the only one who knew Di Jun's true strength. Because he frequently sparred with Di Jun, he was the only one in the outer court who could spar with Di Jun. 1 month ago, Di Jun finally cultivated the Earth-class low-tier spear art, Cloud Startle spear art, to the phenomenal success stage. Since then, everyone in the outer court, including Zhang Yunfeng, would be unable to withstand a single strike from Di Jun. Once an Earth-class low-tier martial art reached the phenomenal success stage, it would contain the power of field. Under the pressure of the power of field, it would be great if one could utilize 70% or 80% of one's strength. If Wu Ji wants to defeat Wang Heilong, he has to exhaust his power of darkness first. Li Fuchen thought to himself. But Li Fuchen didn't know how much power of darkness was in Wang Heilong's body, but it was definitely more than the sword Dao power in Qi Yuye's body. A few dozen moves later, 100 moves later, Wu Ji's mouth started to bleed. Wu Ji, you should be honored to be defeated by my darkness bone frame. Wang Heilong's power of darkness was pushed to the extremity and even the core power of darkness was activated. When he executed his fist, there were even black electric currents that were produced. PFFF. Wu Ji vomited blood violently and was defeated by Wang Heilong. After defeating Wu Ji, Wang Heilong swept a glance. His long black hair looked as though it had come alive and was fluttering violently with the power of darkness. It was filled with an indescribable demonic charm. In the audience seats, many of the outer institute female cadets were mesmerized and had an infatuated expression. Wang Heilong defeating Wu Ji was considered an upset. If nothing unexpected happened, the number 3 listed cadet would definitely be Wang Heilong. As for Li Fuchen, his sword art might be exquisite, but if he couldn't even injure Wang Heilong, how was he going to fight? How was he going to fight? After 1 round, Li Fuchen and Wu Ji encountered each other. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen defeated Wu Ji. In regards to this, no one was too surprised. Wu Ji's strength was similar to Zhao Fenghua. If Li Fuchen could defeat Zhao Fenghua, he could naturally defeat Wu Ji too. In the next round, Zhang Yunfeng was going against Zhao Fenghua. Different from Wu Ji, Zhang Yunfeng had superb perception and his strength was superior to Wu Ji. Just by releasing his qi presence, he was able to suppress Zhao Fenghua. Ultimately, Zhao Fenghua lost the match cleanly. Gradually, the matches were getting clearer. The top 4 listed cadets were basically decided. If there weren't any surprises, number 1 would be Di Jun, number 2 would be Zhang Yunfeng, number 3 would be Wang Heilong, and number 4 would be Li Fuqian. Of course, if there were any surprises, Wang Heilong might push Zhang Yunfeng to number 2. But in everyone's opinion, this possibility wasn't very high. The power of darkness had its limits and Wang Heilong would need more than 100 moves to defeat Wu Ji. If he was to fight against Zhang Yunfeng, the chances of victory were very slim. Number 8 Martial Stage, Li Fuqian against Wang Heilong. Unknowingly, there were only around 50 contestants that hadn't been eliminated yet. With fewer contestants, the chances of both parties encountering each other was naturally higher. On the number 8 Martial Stage, Li Fuqian and Wang Heilong were standing 10 meters apart. Li Fuqian, you are very strong, but you are still not a match for me. Admit defeat. Wang Heilong wanted to take a gamble and see if he could become number 2 or number 1 listed cadets. The prerequisite was to conserve enough power of darkness in his body. During the battle with Wu Ji, he had used up around 10% of his power of darkness. If he was to fight against Li Fuqian, he would probably use up close to 20% of his power of darkness. He hoped that Li Fuqian could see the situation clearly and take the initiative to admit defeat. Li Fuqian said indifferently, "If you awaken the darkness divine ability, I naturally won't be a match for you. But just the power of darkness isn't enough for me to admit defeat." Darkness divine ability. Wang Heilong sneered. If he could awaken the darkness divine ability, he would be able to instantly kill a first or second level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuqian's tone was truly arrogant. "Since that is the case, don't blame me." Wang Heilong circulated his qi and the darkness power surged violently. He was planning to end the battle quickly and eliminate Li Fuqian as soon as possible. Devil Form Fist. Wang Heilong blasted a fist at Li Fuqian. Mystic Heaven Wall. Li Fuqian drew an arc with the joint heaven sword and produced a layer of sword screen. PFFF-TSS. The sword screen was like tofu that was penetrated by Wang Heilong's fist. Wang Heilong's fist force wasn't actually powerful, but it contained the power of darkness and the power of darkness could devour chi forces. The sword screen was naturally considered a type of chi force and was easily devoured. The devouring power is indeed powerful. Li Fuqian drifted back and dodged Wang Heilong's fist. Wang Heilong chased closely but was greeted with sword lights that were tempered to the extremities. Mystic Heaven Sword Art's finishing move, Mystic Heaven 100 Transformations. The Mystic Heaven 100 Transformations was extremely exquisite. 100 transformations meant that there were 100 transformations and it wasn't something that Wang Heilong could block. At least a dozen sword lights landed on Wang Heilong's body. Devour. Wang Heilong's body was covered with a layer of darkness power and it was devouring the sword light's power frenziedly. Ultimately, Wang Heilong was still unharmed. Li Fuqian, you aren't a match for me. Wang Heilong blasted another fist at Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian flashed and predicted the fist force's trajectory in advance. He arrived above Wang Heilong and slashed down like a meteor shower. The extreme speed and power made this sword move extremely dazzling. Wang Heilong didn't even have time to react and was pierced in the chest. PFFF. Traces of blood appeared. Wang Heilong was injured. The power of darkness was powerful, but Meteor Shower wasn't the Inferno Sword Art or Mystic Heaven Sword Art. It pursued extreme speed and lethal power. It was able to break through at a single point and even the power of darkness wouldn't be able to fully defend against it. What? Wang Heilong is injured. Is that sword move so terrifying? Everyone was rather surprised, even Zhang Yunfeng was rather surprised. Su Chunhua nodded silently. As a high-level reincarnation realm expert, he naturally knew how terrifying Li Fuqian's sword move was. But it wasn't that easy to defeat Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's body should still have plenty of power of darkness. If he doesn't hesitate to exhaust a large amount of power of darkness, it will be easy to defeat Li Fuqian. Class 3 Mentor Gu Lai commented. Class 1 Mentor Qi Yiming smiled and didn't say anything. Since you are stubborn, then don't blame me. Wang Heilong was enraged. His qi and power of darkness surged out from his body and burst out violently. They instantly enveloped the entire martial stage. If it was anyone else that burst out with qi, it wouldn't be effective. They would at most use their qi presence to suppress their opponent. But if the opponent's qi presence was powerful enough, they would be able to resist. But Wang Heilong's qi still contained the power of darkness. When enveloped by the power of darkness, it would be great if Li Fuqian was able to utilize 50% of his strength. As Wang Heilong's qi and power of darkness burst out, the number 5 martial stage was plunged into complete darkness. Apart from the mentors, outer institute elders, and the vice dean, no one else could see the situation on the number 5 martial stage. The victor is decided. The vice dean shook his head silently. Chapter 387. Sigh. Su Chunhua sighed. Li Fuqian was already stunning enough, but Li Fuqian was a darkness bone frame. There were only a few special bone frames in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. It was an honorable defeat to be defeated by such a person. I hope this defeat won't reduce your fighting spirit. Su Chunhua had high hopes for Li Fuqian. With legendary perception, as long as Li Fuqian was given high-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts, he might not be inferior to the special bone frames after a few years. The contest stage was completely immersed in darkness and not even sunlight could shine in. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, a green spot of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately after, the green spot of light rapidly expanded at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. This is... The grey-robed vice dean widened his eyes. He was one of the few people present who knew about the Earth-class low-tier sword art that Li Fuqian had chosen. No one below the battle spirit realm could cultivate the green sun sword intent to the completion stage. As a battle spirit realm master, he had cultivated the green sun sword intent to the extremity. Therefore, he was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the green sun sword intent. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the cultivation difficulty of this sword art was almost comparable to Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Furthermore, it was very strange as everyone's green sun sword intent would have different power. If the same class of martial arts was cultivated by different people, there would at most be a slight difference, but not a huge difference. But the green sun sword intent broke this law. The power of the green sun sword intent that he had comprehended was almost at the pinnacle of a low-tier Earth-class sword art. It had yet to reach the level of a mid-tier Earth-class sword art. However, the Dean's green sun sword intent had reached the level of a mid-tier Earth-class sword art. According to the Dean, the power of the green sun sword intent was dependent on the understanding of heaven and earth's quintessence. The stronger the perception, the stronger the green sun sword intent. The move would also be stronger along with the sword intent, and there was almost no framework to speak of. Could Li Fuqian have cultivated the green sun sword intent? The grey-robed elder held his breath. Apart from the grey-robed elder, everyone noticed the anomaly on the contest stage. Even with the isolation of the array, they could vaguely feel the birth of a magnificent and brilliant sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the cyan speck of light had transformed into a huge cyan ball of light. The cyan ball of light was like a sun, bursting with thousands of rays of light. Most of the rays of light shot out in one direction. Puff puff puff, the darkness quickly dispersed. On the martial stage, Li Fuqian was standing in the air while his body still had remnants of the resplendent sword intent. On the other side, Wang Heilong's body continuously spurted blood, his eyes filled with shock. His dark energy was actually unable to devour the sword light. It was directly penetrated by the sword light. What kind of power and speed was this? Green sun sword intent. Su Chunhua exclaimed. The instructors of Class A were also dumbfounded. Li Fuqian actually cultivated Green Sun Sword Intent, and from the looks of it, it was at least sub-completion. On the rostrum, the outer academy elders were also very surprised. Among them, there were a few who had nothing to do and cultivated the Green Sun Sword Intent, but none of them were able to cultivate it to the completion stage. It seemed that Li Fuqian's Green Sun Sword Intent was even more magnificent and everlasting. What? He actually broke through the power of darkness? Zhang Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. Although he had the strength to defeat Wang Heilong, he was unable to do so in such a straightforward manner. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to defeat Li Fuqian. Interesting. A hint of battle intent flashed in Di Jun's eyes. Of course, it was just a trace of battle intent. With the completion stage of the Cloud Startle Spear art, he only needed a single spear strike to defeat Wang Heilong. There was no need for a second spear strike. He won. Luo Yan was a little dumbfounded. She thought that Li Fuqian was going to lose. Wang Heilong's power of darkness was broken. What kind of sword art is this? Why is it so insane? It is the Green Sun Sword Intent. It is the hardest martial art to cultivate below Earth class high-tier martial arts in the South Forest Martial Institution. For the past 20 years, no Outer Institute cadet has chosen the Green Sun Sword Intent. Terrifying. I didn't expect the Green Sun Sword Intent to be so powerful. A single sword strike broke Wang Heilong's power of darkness. After I pass the 5th floor of the Green Cloud Pagoda, should I also choose the Green Sun Sword Intent? Once I cultivate it, my strength will increase greatly. I advise you not to choose. Do you think everyone is like Li Fuqian with legendary perception? In the audience seats, the Outer Institute cadets were in a heated discussion. The Green Sun Sword Intent is indeed powerful. The feeling of practicing alone and sparring with others was entirely different. Especially when the entire contest stage was enveloped in darkness, it gave Li Fuqian some inspiration. Once the Green Sun Sword Intent was executed, it felt as though a myriad of radiance burst out and was unstoppable. To Li Fuqian, the Green Sun Sword Intent was just a little difficult to enter the entry stage. As long as he entered the entry stage, nothing could stop him. If it was someone else, they would need to spend a few times or even 10 times more time to enter the entry stage. Every little bit of progress would require even more time. This child's perception is simply terrifying. The gray-robed elder nodded and had the thought of accepting Li Fuqian as an in-room cadet. The prerequisite was that the dean wouldn't snatch Li Fuqian from him. After defeating Wang Heilong, Li Fuqian was already in the top 3 of the listed cadets. The only suspense was whether Li Fuqian could defeat Zhang Yunfeng or Di Jun. Before this, no one believed that Li Fuqian or Wang Heilong would be able to do it. But once the Green Sun Sword Intent was executed, it was hard to say. Back then, the situation reversed too quickly. Everyone only saw the myriad of radiance bursting out and didn't see how Li Fuqian executed his sword. A few more rounds of matches passed. Number 8 contest stage, Zhang Yunfeng against Li Fuqian. As the referee's voice echoed, the audience seats got lively. Whether Li Fuqian had the strength to challenge Di Jun. It would all depend on the match with Zhang Yunfeng. If Li Fuqian wasn't a match for Zhang Yunfeng, he naturally wouldn't be a match for Di Jun. If Li Fuqian was slightly superior to Zhang Yunfeng, he might have some hope. On the contest stage, Zhang Yunfeng looked at Li Fuqian with a grave expression. As for Li Fuqian, he was rather impressed. It had been a long time since the South Forest Martial Institution had such a formidable freshman. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunfeng started to circulate the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. The Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique that he cultivated was called the Scarlet Divine Technique, and he had already cultivated it to the 21st rank. The 20th level of a low-tier Earth-class cultivation technique was already much stronger than a peak-tier Mystic-class cultivation technique. As for the 21st level, it was an entire level stronger. As Zhang Yunfeng circulated the Scarlet Metal Divine Art, an invincible aura rose up. The martial stage was covered with a layer of scarlet metallic luster. With Zhang Yunfeng as the center, it spread out in all directions. Such intense pressure. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Zhang Yunfeng's body already had the fledgling stage power of field. When the qi presence and the fledgling stage power of field were combined, the pressure produced was extremely powerful, and it wasn't just one rank stronger than Wu Jiqiang. Even Wang Heilong's power of darkness was inferior. It wasn't over yet. Zhang Yunfeng activated the 5-star secret technique and his qi presence continued to rise. The air on the contest stage seemed to have solidified and it was difficult to move forward. Li Fuchen, be careful now. Zhang Yunfeng drew his long saber and pointed it at Li Fuchen. Please. Li Fuchen had already circulated his cultivation technique and 5-star secret technique. He had also drawn the joint heaven sword. Returnless golden saber slash. When the qi presence reached the extremity, Zhang Yunfeng flashed and broke through the air. While he was in the air, his long saber burst out with golden luster and a series of golden saber shadows cleaved at Li Fuchen. They were both saber users, but Zhang Yunfeng's qi and saber art were superior to Wu Jiqiang. The valiant saber presence was extremely condensed and caused Li Fuchen's skin to feel some pain. Just in time. The qi in Li Fuchen's body circulated and naturally gathered into an extremely concentrated green spot of light. The green spot of light burst out, and with Li Fuchen as the center, there was a myriad of radiance that was extremely resplendent. At the same moment, most of the radiance was restricted in one direction and burst at Zhang Yunfeng. Clang 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 clang. If one didn't cross moves with Li Fuchen, one wouldn't know that the green sun sword intent was extremely sharp and tyrannical. Zhang Yunfeng's golden saber shadows were all crushed by the powerful sword lights. The speed seemed to be much faster than the meteor fall sword move. How could Zhang Yunfeng know that the green sun sword intent was more than 2 times faster than the meteor fall? Furthermore, it was much more concentrated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to penetrate Wang Heilong's power of darkness. Of course, the meteor fall hadn't broken through yet. If it broke through to the Earth-class low tier, it would be hard to say. At least, its single target attack shouldn't be weaker than the green sun sword intent. I can't block it. Zhang Yunfeng was forced to retreat and his saber presence was weakened. The returnless golden saber slash was particular about the qi presence and saber presence. When the qi presence was suppressed, the saber art's power would also decrease. The green sun sword intense sword moves were faster than the previous ones. It was so fast that Zhang Yunfeng didn't even have time to organize a counterattack. The resplendent sword intent was seemingly endless. Clang! Zhang Yunfeng's long saber flew out of his hand and a sword light brushed past his throat. Zhang Yunfeng's expression changed as he said bitterly, "I have lost." He was convinced of his loss. Li Fuchen, who had comprehended the green sun sword intent, was 1 level stronger than him. Perhaps, only Di Jun could defeat him. Zhang Yunfeng has also lost. The green sun sword intent is indeed formidable. This green sun sword intent is too terrifying. Each sword move is faster than the previous one. How can one defend against it? Last year, Di Jun was only slightly stronger than Zhang Yunfeng. I'm afraid he isn't a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's performance on the stage had made everyone take a deep cold breath. None of them were optimistic about Di Jun. Di Jun sneered and didn't say anything. Unknowingly, there were less than 20 contestants that were qualified to continue. Martial stage number 2, Di Jun against Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's injuries had been treated by the Outer Institute's upper echelons and had almost recovered. When facing Di Jun, he immediately burst out with the power of darkness. One spear. Di Jun took out a silver spear and said indifferently, "Bring it on." Wang Heilong spoke in a deep voice. Boom! A boundless and vast qi presence rushed into the sky. This qi presence was even stronger than Zhang Yunfeng. Zhang Yunfeng cultivated the Scarlet Metal Divine Technique, while Di Jun cultivated the Cloud Dividing Divine Technique. If the Scarlet Metal Divine Technique was indestructible and extremely condensed, then the Cloud Dividing Divine Technique was tyrannical and vast. Before the chi presence reached the limits, Di Jun thrust with his spear. This was a terrifying spear thrust. When the spear thrust was executed, a layer of white chi force extended out. The spear tip was like a silver bolt of lightning. With a thunderous chi presence, the spear pierced through Wang Heilong's body. Wang Heilong looked down at his body and his eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 388. Defeating Wang Heilong with a single spear strike. Is this Di Jun's strength? The first on the human list is indeed the first on the human list. How domineering. The crowd was in an uproar. Di Jun's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Di Jun's cloud startle spear art is already at the completion stage. Those first-level reincarnation realm martial artists who have never cultivated Earth-class manuals would be stabbed to death by Di Jun's spear without any suspense. Class 3 mentor Gu Lai grinned and laughed. Su Chunhua pursed her lips and said nothing. Di Jun's strength was obvious to all. He naturally couldn't refute, but he didn't think that Li Fuchen had no hope at all. The Green Sun sword intent was one of the most famous sword arts in the South Forest Martial Institution. It must be mystical and extraordinary, far beyond the cloud's startling spear art. He just didn't know what rank Li Fuchen had cultivated the Green Sun sword intent to. Below the stage, Zhang Yunfeng shook his head and thought to himself, Li Fuchen, your luck is truly bad. If it was the Di Jun from 1 month ago, he wouldn't be a match for you. But now that the cloud startle spear art is at the completion stage, even if you and I worked together, we wouldn't be a threat to Di Jun. There was a huge difference between mastering a low-tier Earth-class martial art or not. It wasn't just the difference in profundity and power. Most importantly, once a low-tier Earth realm martial art was mastered, it could produce a domain power. Under the suppression of the domain power, who could fight? There were only a few rounds left in the competition. In the second-to-last round, Zhang Yunfeng would face off against Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong had been injured twice, affecting his condition somewhat. In the end, he was no match for Zhang Yunfeng. The last round. Di Jun against Li Fuchen. The judge took a deep breath and said loudly. Holding his spear, Di Jun appeared on the stage. His aura was concealed, but it still gave off an enormous pressure. This was the change brought about by the cloud's startling spear art that had been cultivated to the large success stage. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen had also flashed over. Sizing up Li Fuchen, Di Jun said indifferently, 10 spears. He would be able to defeat Li Fuchen in 10 spear strikes. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one else, including Zhang Yunfeng, would be able to withstand a single spear strike from him. Overestimating yourself isn't a good thing. Li Fuchen admitted that the current Di Jun was a formidable foe. He only had 60% confidence in defeating Di Jun. But it was enough. Although Di Jun's cloud-startling spear art had reached the large success stage, his Azure Yang sword intent was also close to the large success stage. The level of the Green Sun sword intent far surpassed the cloud-startling spear art. Overestimated? Not necessarily. Di Jun's chi presence started to converge and climb. The 21st rank of the cloud-separating divine technique was complemented by a 5-star secret technique, allowing Di Jun's chi presence to suppress Li Fuchen. If it was someone with a weaker spirit will, they would probably reveal cowardice before the battle even started. It would already be praiseworthy if they could utilize 30% to 40% of their strength. But to Li Fuchen, this chi presence wasn't worth mentioning and wasn't enough to make him fearful. Of course, his strength was definitely suppressed. After all, his opponent's aura was indeed a level stronger than his. But it was only suppressed by about 10 to 20%. From this point of view, Wang Heilong's power of darkness was truly heaven-defying. Once Wang Heilong's power of darkness burst out along with his qi, it was enough to devour the opponent's qi prowess. Back then, Li Fuchen's strength was suppressed by 30%. This was because Wang Heilong's cultivation technique was not as high-leveled as Di Jun's. If Wang Heilong's power of darkness was combined with Di Jun's 21st level of the clouds separating divine art, it would not only suppress Wang Heilong's strength by 30%, but at least 50%. Special bone frames had the potential to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't just for show. First spear. Di Jun's chi prowess was rising very quickly, and in the blink of the eye, it had reached the apex. But it wasn't over yet. When Di Jun executed the Cloud Startle Spear Art's first spear, the intense spear presence and chi prowess combined, causing his chi prowess to rise again. Boom! Like a monstrous wave, Di Jun thrust his spear forward. The Cloud Startle Spear Art and the Cloud Startle Divine Art had a complementary effect. This spear move was extremely swift and violent. Di Jun was confident he could stab a regular first-level reincarnation realm martial artist to death with this spear move. The white chi force spread out in circles. The silver spear tip was like a silver bolt of lightning. Due to the extreme speed, there were traces of silver electric arcs bursting out. At the same moment, there was an invisible power that combined with the chi prowess and the spear presence, enveloping Li Fuchen. Di Jun was confident this spear move would be able to injure Li Fuchen even if it couldn't defeat him. 10 spear moves was actually a modest statement. To be serious, he only needed 3 spear moves to defeat Li Fuchen. Power of Field Ha. Li Fuchen had already circulated his cultivation technique and secret technique. After Di Jun thrust his spear, the Green Sun Sword intent instantly burst out. When dealing with Wang Heilong and Zhang Yunfeng earlier, Li Fuchen didn't execute the Green Sun Sword intent to the limits. Right now, inside Li Fuchen's body, there was a lump of green light that was several times larger than the green spot of light. Boom! A horrific invisible power combined with the chi prowess and extended out. Bang boom! Countless explosions could be heard in the void. At this moment, Di Jun's attack hadn't even gotten close to Li Fuchen. Power of Field. There was a flash of light in Di Jun's mind while his heart shivered. Li Fuchen's Green Sun Sword intent had actually produced the power of Field. It had immediately neutralized Di Jun's Cloud Startle Spear Field. No, it was slightly suppressed. In the next moment, a blinding light burst over and clashed with the silver lightning spear tip. Clang! There was an intense metallic explosion. In between the duo, there were countless flashes of lightning and sparks. In that instant, half of the martial stage was covered with flashes of lightning and sparks. It was simply unbelievably resplendent. Thud thud thud, the duo burst out in retreat at the same time, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. He blocked it. Plenty of people rubbed their eyes as the martial stage was too resplendent and they couldn't see clearly. The Green Sun Sword intent has already produced the Green Sun Sword field. Could his Green Sun Sword intent be at the completion stage? The gray-robed elder was shocked. The 9th level of Heaven Dipper realm and the completion stage of the Green Sun Sword intent was unbelievable. But the facts couldn't be refuted. Otherwise, how was Li Fuchen able to block Di Jun's completion stage Cloud Startle Spear Art? Completion stage Green Sun Sword intent. Those Outer Institute elders who cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent looked at each other in dismay. As peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists, they weren't able to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage, but Li Fuchen did it. He simply wasn't human. They didn't know that Li Fuchen hadn't cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage. The reason why he was able to produce the Green Sun Sword field was because he reckoned that the Green Sun Sword intent that he comprehended wasn't at the Earth class low tier, but at the Earth class mid tier. The completion stage of an Earth class mid tier martial art was comparable to the trance stage of an Earth class low tier martial art. Li Fuchen wasn't able to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion stage, but he was already close. When using his full strength, Li Fuchen was even able to restrict the sword light to a single direction, preventing it from overflowing. A single sword move was enough to shock everyone. No one had ever seen such a formidable freshman. He had only been in the academy for 3 months. If he had been in the academy for 1 or 2 years, how incredible would it be? He would probably be able to instantly kill the current Di Jun. How did he cultivate? Is this the legendary perception? Zhang Yunfen's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it for a long time. Di Jun was so formidable because he had been in the academy for over 4 years. Li Fuqin had only been in the academy for 3 months. Zhang Yunfeng admitted that he was dealt a blow. As compared to Li Fuqin, he was simply a weak chicken. Ha, Gu Lai, it seems like Di Jun might not win. Su Chunhua might be shocked, but it was more important to deal a blow to Gu Lai. Gu Lai sneered, this is just the beginning. Then let's wait and see. Su Chunhua continued to look at the contest stage. Di Jun had a gloomy expression. He seemed to have underestimated Li Fuqin. But this wasn't important, there were still 9 more spear moves and he didn't believe that Li Fuqin could block the next 9 spear moves. Second spear move. Di Jun yelled out and thrust his spear at Li Fuqin. When the spear thrust was executed, all of the chi presence and spear presence were surging at Li Fuqin. It had the prowess of breaking through the clouds. Seal. Li Fuqin brandished the joint heaven sword and burst out with blinding sword light. Clang! 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 There was a series of metallic explosions. Third spear move, fourth spear move. In the blink of the eye, Di Jun had already executed 9 spear moves and was left with the final spear move. All-powerful. Di Jun squeezed out all of his strength and thrust with the kill move of the Cloud Startle spear art. Bang! Over a dozen meandering electric arcs were like violent dragons. With the silver spearhead as the starting point, they burst out in all directions. This wasn't a thunderbolt spear art. If it was a thunderbolt spear art, it wouldn't be exaggerated to produce so many electric arcs. But to produce electric arcs with the Cloud Startle spear art, it was imaginable how horrific this spear move was and how concentrated the chi was. Just in time. Li Fuqin wielded his sword with both hands and thrust brazenly. As the sword thrust was executed, a myriad of radiance converged into a single beam. Without any sound or presence, a giant energy ball was produced and immediately exploded. Li Fuqin and Di Jun were both sent flying. The 10th spear move was executed and Di Jun didn't have the upper hand, let alone defeating Li Fuqin. Now it is my turn. Li Fuqin stated. Di Jun didn't say anything but his eyes were filled with cold intent. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuqin burst out with a yell while the surrounding void was filled with sword chi. With a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of sword chi. Go! Li Fuqin pointed with his left hand and tens of thousands of sword chi were shot at Di Jun, another 5-star secret technique. Di Jun sneered and brandished his spear to cleave apart the sword chi. There were times when hundreds or thousands of sword chi would be blasted by his spear. 5-star secret techniques were nothing to him, unless Li Fuqin had a 6-star secret technique. But when tens of thousands of sword chi attacked, Di Jun's attention was diverted as he had to be wary of Li Fuqin's kill move. Descend. Seeing that less than half of the sword chi was left, Li Fuqin brandished his left hand. Swish 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 swish, the remaining half of the sword chi were all shot at Di Jun. The burst of power was enough to frighten Di Jun. Defeat. Li Fuqin flashed in front of Di Jun and brandished his sword. Thousands of radiance spread out in a fan shape and complemented with the tens of thousands of sword chi in the sky. Di Jun wished he could grow 3 heads and 6 arms. PFFF. Di Jun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood while dozens of sword wounds appeared on his body. With his strength, he was able to block the tens of thousands of sword chi, but he couldn't divert his attention to deal with Li Fuqin's green sun sword intent. Chapter 389. Ha, Gu Lai, this time, my student took the first place. I am sorry. The moment Li Fuqin won, Su Chunhua was so excited that he nearly jumped out. It was too unexpected, truly too unexpected. When facing Di Jun, who was at the completion stage of the Cloud Startle spear art, Li Fuqin was able to defeat him. As a mentor, it was as though he was smashed by a pie from the sky and he was in a daze. Next door, Gu Lai's expression was as awful as it could get. It wasn't just a loss of face, most importantly, the 1,000 mentor points had been reduced by half and turned into 500. This was simply cutting off his flesh. Perhaps, these 500 mentor points would delay him for many years before he could become an inner institute mentor. After all, 500 mentor points required 3 listed cadets to make up for it. When one was unlucky, it was normal to not nurture a single listed cadet for a few years. Just like Su Chunhua, he didn't nurture a single listed cadet for a few years. Face was important, but so was substance. Right now, he didn't even have any substance to his face. This is truly uncanny. Gu Lai said with indignation. Mentor Su, congratulations. The mentors of the other classes congratulated Su Chunhua. Su Chunhua nodded with a smile and was feeling proud of his success. Vice Dean, this child's perception is rarely seen in a century. I reckon that even the dean will be tempted. On the rostrum, all the outer institute elders were lamenting. The gray-robed elder nodded, the dean should be coming back in these few days. If he doesn't accept him, I will. As the South Forest Martial Institution's vice dean, he had only accepted 3 in-room cadets as of now. The dean was even more outrageous as he had only accepted 1 in-room cadet. He wouldn't even bother with regular 6-star bone frames. Only those with special bone frames or those like Li Fuchen who had terrifying perception would be noticed by him. Of course, special bone frames had special circumstances. Only those who possessed extraordinary bone frames and had awakened extraordinary divine abilities could teach them. Wang Heilong didn't have extraordinary bone frames, but the dean had the 6-star fire flame bone frame and had awakened the blazing flame divine ability. He reckoned that the dean would take Wang Heilong in as his in-room student. Sigh. The gray-robed elder let out a sigh. There weren't many cadets that he was interested in at the Heaven Dipper realm. If he missed this one, he didn't know when he would get the next one. Number 1 listed cadet. I, Luo Yan, am fortunate enough to encounter him. I really don't know what kind of dog shit luck I have. Luo Yan looked at the contest stage and was shocked by Li Fuchen, who was as dazzling as the sun. The gray-clothed elder stood up and began to announce the results of the tournament, saying, this year's listed tournament, 1st place Li Fuchen, 2nd place Di Jun, 3rd place Zhang Yunfeng, 4th place Wang Heilong, 5th place Xiao Fenghua, 6th place Wu Ji. In the previous rounds, Wang Heilong had defeated Xiao Fenghua, and Xiao Fenghua had defeated Wu Ji. Therefore, Xiao Fenghua's ranking remained unchanged. She was still ranked 5th on the ranking list of young masters. Wu Ji, on the other hand, fell from 3rd to 6th on the ranking list of young masters, which could be described as a precipitous fall. The gray-robed elder was about to continue speaking when he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the eastern side of the stage. There was a black dot in the east. The black dot expanded rapidly and appeared on the stage in the blink of an eye. Dean. The gray-robed elder said. Greetings, Dean. The Outer Academy elders, Class A instructors, and Class B instructors all stood up and greeted respectfully. It was unknown when a white-robed old man had appeared on the stage. The white-robed old man's complexion was rosy, and he had a sage-like demeanor. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster. This white-robed old man is the Southern Forest Martial Institution's dean. Li Fuchen sized up the white-robed old man. The Southern Forest Martial Institution's dean was one of the few grandmaster experts in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. It was said that he was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm and had awakened the Blazing Flame divine ability. He had once melted a mountain peak in a single move and was ranked 15th on the Violet Flower Kingdom's Grandmaster rankings. Don't underestimate the 15th rank. The Violet Flower Kingdom had 24 martial institutions and 2 elite martial institutions. With the addition of the Violet Flower Kingdom's royal clan, there were plenty of pinnacle grandmasters. Among the 24 martial institutions' deans, only 9 of them could be ranked in the top 20 of the grandmaster rankings. You are this year's number 1 listed cadet. Waving his hand at everyone, the white-robed elder suddenly looked at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. In Li Fuchen's body, the white-robed elder could sense a silver-white extraordinary qi power. This extraordinary qi power had sealed Li Fuchen's qi blood and extraordinary qi power. Turning around, the white-robed elder took a glance at the gray-robed elder. This silver-white extraordinary qi power was called silver core qi power, and it was the extraordinary qi power that Elder Zheng cultivated. It seemed like Elder Zheng didn't want Li Fuchen to break the balance and had intentionally sealed Li Fuchen's body refinement strength. Yes, Dean. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. The white-robed elder smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your body still has remnants of the Green Sun Sword intent. It seems like the Green Sun Sword intent is at a profound level. I, Meng Qihang, have only accepted one in-room cadet. I wonder if you are willing to be my second in-room cadet. Li Fuchen's perception made him feel an unbearable itch in his heart. He knew better than anyone how difficult the Green Sun Sword intent was to cultivate. Back when he was still a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, he wasn't able to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion rank even at the reincarnation realm. As expected. The gray-robed elder let out a bitter smile as a good seedling had been snatched away. What? The dean accepted an in-room cadet? After hearing that the white-robed elder was going to accept Li Fuchen as an in-room cadet, everyone was extremely envious. The dean's status was superior to the Nanlin Marquis. After becoming the dean's in-room cadet, Li Fuchen's status would naturally rise and he would be equivalent to the young masters and young ladies of the Nanlin Marquis residence. It wasn't exaggerating to say that Li Fuchen could do anything he wanted in the entire South Forest region. No one would dare to go against him openly, otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of the dean. Even Di Jun and the others were envious. Li Fuchen is willing. As long as one wasn't a fool, no one would reject it. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't a fool. All right. The white-robed elder revealed a smile. After scanning the area, the white-robed elder's eyes landed on Wang Heilong. He could feel traces of darkness power from Wang Heilong's body. Darkness bone frame. The white-robed elder was very astonished. In the recent century, the Violet Flower Kingdom had never produced a darkness bone frame, and Wang Heilong was the first. If a darkness bone frame was nurtured properly, it would definitely be an invincible existence in the same realm. If Wang Heilong reached the 7th or 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would definitely have the strength of the top 5 or even top 3 of the master rankings. If he could reach the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would basically have the strength of the number 1 master rankings. Of course, the prerequisite was that the darkness divine ability had to be awakened and developed to a certain degree. What is your name? Do you possess the darkness bone frame? The white-robed elder asked Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong was rather excited as he nodded and said, Student Wang Heilong possesses the 6-star darkness bone frame. Alright, are you willing to become my in-room cadet too? Wang Heilong is willing. Wang Heilong replied quickly. The white-robed elder laughed. He had picked up a bargain this time. A 6-star darkness bone frame would be snatched by the dean in any martial institution. The two of you, follow me. While speaking, the white-robed elder waved his hand and an invisible force wrapped around the duo. In the next moment, the trio vanished together. When they reappeared, they were outside of the secret manual tower. Dean. The tower guardian elder quickly stood up and greeted with respect. The white-robed elder said, From today onwards, the two of them shall become my in-room cadets. I will bring them here to choose a cultivation technique. Yes, Dean. The tower guardian elder looked at the duo with envy. There were plenty of benefits to becoming the dean's in-room cadet. The greatest benefit was that they could directly choose an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Even Outer Institute mentors weren't qualified to choose Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Only Inner Institute mentors were qualified. Isn't this the kid who chose the Green Sun Sword intent? The Tower Guardian Elder recognized Li Fuchen. Could he have cultivated the Green Sun Sword intent and was accepted as an in-room cadet by the dean? The two of you can enter and choose any Earth class mid-tier cultivation technique. But with your current cultivation level, you can only enter the first 24 floors. Beyond the 24 floors, it will depend on your performance and contributions to the college. The white-robed elder turned around and said to Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong. Many thanks, Dean. Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong were in a daze. Randomly choosing an Earth class mid-tier cultivation technique? Wasn't this a huge leap? Even though it was only the first 24 floors. Nodding, the white-robed elder continued, I don't have much to guide you now. We will talk again after you become Inner Institute cadets. Alright, enter. Finishing his statement, the white-robed elder flashed and vanished. The two of you are in luck to be able to cultivate Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques at such a young age. Once the white-robed elder left, the Tower Guardian elder laughed and said. Hee hee. Wang Heilong grinned. Kid, did you really cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent? The Tower Guardian elder couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Li Fuchen. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. What a little maniac. The Tower Guardian elder waved his hand and allowed the two of them to enter the tower. With the authorization given by the dean, the two of them immediately arrived at the 4th floor of the secret manual tower. On this floor, there were very few manuals, but each of them was enough to cause a storm of blood. The two of them didn't bother to speak and started to pick out the manuals one by one. Xiantian Divine Technique, Earth Class Mid-Tier Cultivation Technique. It can cultivate Xiantian Qi. When a reincarnation realm martial artist cultivates it, it can increase their lifespan by 50%. When a battle spirit realm master cultivates it, it can increase their lifespan by 30%. The Xiantian Qi is indestructible and has the transformation of hardness and softness. When cultivated to a profound realm, it can be used to heal one's own injuries and can also be used to heal others. It is actually a Qi cultivation technique that can increase lifespan and has healing effects. Li Fuchen was shocked. Cultivation techniques that could increase lifespan were extremely rare. There were some people who were stuck in a certain realm and couldn't break through until their death. But if they cultivated the first Heaven Divine technique, their lifespan would increase drastically and they would definitely be able to break through their limits and reach a higher level. Martial arts that had healing effects were also rare. In a battle, it was inevitable for martial artists to get injured. In the absence of elixirs, the first Heaven Divine art would undoubtedly increase the survival ability of the cultivator. Minor injuries could be directly ignored, and even serious injuries would gradually turn into minor ones. The combination of the two was extremely rare. Furthermore, the first Heaven Divine technique wasn't weak and wasn't a support technique. Chapter 390. The power of the first Heaven Divine technique made Li Fuchen look forward to other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques weren't considered low-tier in the entire 7-color continent. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, only the royal family possessed an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques above that were only possessed by the Red Rainbow sect that ruled the Red Soil continent. At the current stage, Li Fuchen didn't have the opportunity to touch Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. Therefore, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were his best choice. Putting down the first Heaven Divine Technique manual, Li Fuchen flipped open the second Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual. Reverse Sutra, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique will become stronger when encountering strong opponents and water. It is adept at sustained battles and will become stronger as the battle progresses. It is a combat cultivation technique, and when cultivated to a profound rank, it can reverse the Qi and turn the enemy's Qi into your own, allowing you to burst out with stronger lethality. The second Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual caused Li Fuchen to be stunned again. Stronger when encountering strong opponents. Stronger when encountering water. Sustained battles. Getting stronger as the battle progresses. It could even reverse the chi and turn the enemy's chi into your own. This was simply heaven-defying. To a certain extent, it was possible to skip levels in combat. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Are all of them so insane? Li Fuchen grinned. Li Fuchen flipped open the third Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manual. Divine Wind 9 Movements, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is the combination of a chi cultivation technique and a light body technique. Once cultivated, the speed will be unparalleled. A single movement will surpass the reaction speed of martial artists of the same realm. When cultivated to a profound rank, the world will be vast and you can advance or retreat. Even if you encounter multiple formidable enemies, you can still escape with ease. After reading the introduction of the Divine Wind 9 movements, Li Fuchen felt numb. An Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique was simply unbelievable. Li Fuchen could imagine that if there were two individuals with the same cultivation level, one of them cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique while the other didn't, the latter would be in despair. But these aren't what I want. Li Fuchen might not have the blazing flame bone frame, but he had been cultivating blazing heat cultivation techniques. Therefore, he hoped that the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique he was going to cultivate would also be blazing heat cultivation techniques. With past experiences, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank faster. Finally, the fourth book was a scorching heat cultivation technique. Ardent Sun Divine Technique, Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is extremely tyrannical and explosive. It has an extremely high requirement for one's physique. In order to cultivate to the 21st rank, one's body refinement must be at the reincarnation realm. In order to cultivate to the 24th rank, one's body refinement must be at the subcompletion level of the reincarnation realm. In order to cultivate to the 27th rank, one's body refinement must be at the completion level of the reincarnation realm. This cultivation technique doesn't have any complicated characteristics and only has extreme lethality and destructive power. When activated by the Ardent Sun Chi, it can incinerate metal and iron. After reading the introduction of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This fiery heat cultivation method was too suitable for him. Although it didn't have any complicated features, it might not be comprehensive, but it was because of this that it could burst out with the strongest lethality, and what Li Fuchen wanted was the strongest lethality. Being invincible in the same realm was not his goal. As long as he was given enough time and advanced martial arts techniques, it would be easy for him to be invincible in the same realm. What he wanted was the strength to fight across realms. For example, in the reincarnation realm, one could rely on one's own strength to fight across 3, 4, or even 5 or 6 levels. With the blue-class spirit soul, Li Fuchen believed that everything wouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, there must be a higher-class spirit soul above the blue-class spirit soul. By then, Li Fuchen's perception would definitely increase by several times. This shall be it. Li Fuchen picked up the Ardent Sun Divine Technique Manual. Of course, in order to not miss anything, Li Fuchen had also casually flipped through all the other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique manuals. But apart from the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, there wasn't a second fiery heat cultivation technique. Arriving at the entrance of the first floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen handed the Ardent Sun Divine Technique manual to the Tower Guardian Elder. The Tower Guardian Elder took a look at the name of the manual and said speechlessly, "Kid, you are really picking the hardest ones. You don't have the blazing flame bone frame and you can choose other Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Like the first Heaven Divine Technique, which is rather good. It will allow you to have a longer lifespan and break through realms." He was cultivating the first Heaven Divine Technique. Of course, it was only the first 24 ranks. In order to cultivate the last 3 ranks, one would have to make great contributions to the college or be promoted to an inner institute elder. Li Fuchen said, "I don't need that much lifespan." The Tower Guardian Elder choked and took out the first 24 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique and handed it to Li Fuchen. He then waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and leave. This is too much of a blow." After leaving the secret manual tower and returning to his courtyard, someone delivered 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the reward for the number 1 listed cadet. With the addition of his own low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen had 6,000 low-grade spirit stones again. At the current stage, it was already enough. After all, he had yet to break through to the reincarnation realm and didn't require so many low-grade spirit stones. After keeping the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. He had already wasted enough time. It had already been more than half a year since he broke through to the highest rank of the true Inferno technique. If he used this half a year's worth of time, it would be enough for him to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 20th rank or even the 21st rank. The Ardent Sun Divine Technique was an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. The 19th rank was equivalent to the 21st rank of the true Inferno technique and was slightly stronger. There were times when having a high perception. The speed of changing cultivation techniques and martial arts had to be fast, otherwise, it would be a waste of time. After flipping through the first 9 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, Li Fuchen praised, "The Ardent Sun Divine Technique is indeed formidable. The first 9 ranks are all about building the foundation and constantly condensing and tempering the Ardent Sun core. Only with a stable foundation can one continue to cultivate, otherwise, the body will explode and die." In a single night, Li Fuchen cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 9th rank. In Li Fuchen's Dantian, the true Inferno Qi had already been scattered and had covered the entire Dantian. In the center of the Dantian, there was a dazzling light stone. This light stone was the Ardent Sun Core. But the Ardent Sun Core wasn't condensed and pure enough and required more tempering. 3 days later, the light stone gradually transformed and wasn't as illusory anymore. It gradually turned into a bright red jade stone. 1 week later, the Ardent Sun Core was like a scarlet red crystal that was extremely condensed. At this moment, Li Fuchen could actually continue to cultivate the 10th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. But Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. His perception was exceptional and was far superior to 6-star bone frames. Even 7-star bone frames might not be comparable to him. Therefore, when cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, 1 week of hard work was equivalent to a few months or even half a year of hard work for others. Since his perception was so good, he naturally had to make use of it and build an indestructible foundation. 1 month later, the Ardent Sun Core in Li Fuchen's Dantian was like a bright red metal sphere. The bright red metal sphere's surface was extremely glossy and there wasn't a trace of flaw. It was a phenomenon after being compressed by countless times. If the Dean was here, he would definitely be shocked. Even a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist who cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique wouldn't be able to build such a firm foundation. It wasn't just about perception, it also required a strong body quality. If the body quality wasn't high enough, the Dantian wouldn't be sturdy enough. If the Dantian wasn't sturdy enough, it naturally wouldn't be able to create a high-pressure and high-temperature state. Apart from that, the spirit will was also extremely important. If the spirit will wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be possible. The most important thing was the awareness. If the awareness wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible. Only with a strong awareness would the Ardent Sun Core be so exquisite. Li Fuchen's awareness was comparable to a battle spirit realm master. It might be called awareness, but it was actually considered spiritual awareness. It might not have some other functions of spiritual awareness, but in terms of strength, it wasn't inferior. Li Fuchen only started to cultivate the 10th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique after the Ardent Sun Core turned into a bright red metal sphere. Huff huff, his Dantian was filled with true Inferno Qi. With the absorption of the Ardent Sun Core, a large amount of true Inferno Qi was absorbed and rapidly converted into Ardent Sun Qi. 11th rank, 12th rank, 13th rank, 18th rank, 19th rank, 20th rank, in the second month, Li Fuqian broke through to the 20th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique in one go. The 20th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique's power was far superior to the True Inferno Technique. It was even stronger than the 21st rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. If Li Fuqian and Di Jun were to fight again, Li Fuqian would be able to instantly kill Di Jun. After all, in terms of chi quality, Li Fuqian was already superior to Di Jun. Furthermore, Li Fuqian's sword art was much stronger than Di Jun. I shall strive to break through another rank. Li Fuqian didn't plan to attend classes and continued his seclusion. In regards to this, Su Chunhua was very helpless. As a mentor, he was afraid that the students would disturb him, but he was also afraid that the students wouldn't need him. This was the feeling that Li Fuqian gave him. It seemed like Li Fuqian didn't need anyone's guidance and could rely on his own cultivation to dominate all the students of the same level. As a mentor, Su Chunhua was simply a figurehead. Sigh, perhaps only the dean can be his mentor. In class, when Su Chunhua thought about Li Fuqian, he couldn't help but shake his head. 21st rank. On the martial arts field in the courtyard, Li Fuqian's body was emitting boundless blazing radiance. If the highest rank of the True Inferno Technique was like the sun, then the 21st rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was like the sun that was closer to the earth. The sun was high up in the sky and the radiance might be blazing, but it was still within the range of human endurance. But once the sun approached the earth, the blazing chi presence that could incinerate everything was enough to destroy and roast everything. In Li Fuqian's dantian, there was a miniature sun that was revolving. On the surface of the miniature sun, there were streams of lava that were spurting out. But under the attraction of the ardent sun core, the lava returned to the surface of the miniature sun. Boom! Standing up, Li Fuqian blasted a fist at the martial arts field's array barrier. The dazzling fist light made it hard to open one's eyes, while the array barrier rippled. This fist is almost enough to severely injure a regular first-level reincarnation realm martial artist. As Li Fuqian cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, regular mystic class fist arts weren't able to provide any amplification effects. Because the Ardent Sun Divine Technique had an amplification effect, only mystic class high-tier fist arts would be able to increase his fist force. The higher the martial artist's cultivation realm, the more useless low-tier martial arts would be. Chapter 391. After cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 21st rank, Li Fuqian stopped his seclusion. He reckoned that he would need at least a few months or even half a year to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank. The further he went, the harder it would be to break through. Of course, once Li Fuqian progressed to the reincarnation realm, the difficulty would be much lower. 4 months had passed since the listed tournament and the Outer Institute had already regained its peace. On the way, Li Fuqian heard a few Outer Institute cadets discussing Di Jun. Did you hear? Senior Di Jun progressed to the reincarnation realm half a month ago and is officially an Inner Institute disciple. Incredible. Senior Di Jun is only 31 years old this year. He is considered a first-rate prodigy to progress to the reincarnation realm at the age of 31. Isn't that right? Progressing to the reincarnation realm at the age of 35 is already considered a prodigy. Sigh, I wonder when we can progress to the reincarnation realm. It is said that even a 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years to progress from the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm to the first level of reincarnation realm. Look, it is Senior Li Fuqian. When a few of them saw Li Fuqian, they instantly revealed a look of respect. Some busybodies had already named Li Fuqian as the strongest freshman in the South Forest martial institution's past 100 years. They even said that Li Fuqian had hopes of making it to the master ranking in the future. The so-called master ranking was actually the reincarnation realm ranking. Those that were ranked in the master ranking were all elite reincarnation realm experts. Most of them had awakened extraordinary divine abilities and all of them had heaven-defying strength and were considered invincible in the same realm. It was a very high evaluation to have hopes of making it to the master ranking. After all, Li Fuqian only had a 3-star bone frame and it wasn't an extraordinary bone frame. After hearing everyone's words, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. He didn't really care about the reputation. If he had strength, he would have the reputation too. If he didn't have the strength, even if he had the reputation, it was just an illusion that would be broken with a single poke. He wouldn't pursue the reputation, he pursued strength, and everything else was just a byproduct. This was Li Fuchen's first class in the past 4 months. Su Chunhua was rather overwhelmed by the favor and was doing his best to explain the theoretical knowledge. Time passed by. Li Fuchen's cultivation base has already reached Heavenly Dipper Realm peak from Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer, but the distance from Shedding Body Realm 1st layer is still unknown. At least Li Fuchen can't even feel the realm barrier. In normal situations, a 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years to break through. My bone frame is very weak and I can only rely on the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. But the 21st rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique isn't enough for me to surpass a 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame would need around 2 years. The current me would need at least 3 to 4 years. The higher the grade of the bone frame, the faster the cultivation speed, and the faster the breakthrough speed. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed in Heavenly Dipper Realm is not worse than any 6-star root bone, mainly because he has a perfect form of Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint, but if you want to sprint Shedding Body Realm, Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint is useless, which must rely on their own cultivation talent. If Li Fuchen relied on his cultivation talent, even if he cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 21st rank, he would only be comparable with elite 4-star bone frames. He wouldn't even be comparable with 5-star bone frames, let alone 6-star bone frames. I am now 26 years old. Before 28 years old, I must advance to the reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen set a goal for himself. Of course, if he could step into the reincarnation realm earlier, it would naturally be better, but he had to have fated chances. Senior Fuchen. On this day, on a small path in the outer institute, there was a clear and crisp voice that echoed from afar. Li Fuchen turned around and couldn't help but raise his brows. The person that called out to him was the Nanlin Marquis Residence's third young lady, Yunyu. Before Li Fuchen became a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, he had seen Yunyu once in South Forest City. Back then, Yunyu was escorted by a group of people and had a noble aura. Luo Yan even asked him not to provoke her, in case he brought huge trouble to himself. Right now, he was the in-room cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution's dean and his status wasn't inferior to the Nanlin Marquis Residence's young lady. He was on equal footing with her and with his strength and talent, it wasn't strange for her to address him as a senior. Yunyu, is there a matter? Li Fuchen asked. Yunyu sized up Li Fuchen. After cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique and reaching the 21st rank, Li Fuchen looked slightly different from 4 months ago. His chi presence might be very reserved, but he was still emitting an extraordinary grand and glorious chi presence. For a moment, Yunyu couldn't help but take another look. Seeing Li Fuchen asking her, Yunyu replied, Senior Fuchen, 3 days later, there will be a Heaven Dipper Realm Class tea party in the South Forest region. Apart from our institution's outer institute cadets, there will also be cadets from other martial institutions. I hope that you can participate. Tea party. I don't have much interest. Li Fuchen immediately rejected. He wasn't interested in such a boring tea party and it was a waste of time. Yunyu pursed her lips and said, Senior Fuchen, this tea party will be held at Grandmaster Ever Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden. Grandmaster Ever Youth will take out 4 clear spirit fruits as the prize and let us distribute them freely. Grandmaster Ever Youth? Clear spirit fruits. Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. Grandmaster Ever Youth was a concoction grandmaster. He didn't just have battle spirit realm cultivation, he could also refine earth-class high-tier elixirs. His reputation was even above Marquis Nanlin and the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. He was one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. The clear spirit fruit was a fruit that was produced by a spirit tree. It was said that the fruit's medicinal effects weren't inferior to top-notch earth-class low-tier elixirs. It could allow a person's cultivation speed to increase drastically for a certain period of time. It was also very effective for breakthroughs and many people yearned for it. Why is Grandmaster Ever Youth willing to take out 4 clear spirit fruits as the prize? Li Fuchen didn't understand. To Grandmaster Ever Youth, 4 clear spirit fruits that were worth 4 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs might not be considered much, but no one was a fool to take out something without any benefits. Yunyu said, actually, this tea party has a long history. In the past, the tea parties would basically be held at the Everlasting Youth Garden. There are Heaven Dipper Realm tea parties and Reincarnation Realm tea parties. The prize for Reincarnation Realm tea parties is 10 clear spirit fruits and other precious treasures. Is that so? Li Fuchen might not understand, but he didn't continue guessing. The train of thought of a battle spirit realm master wasn't something he could guess. Perhaps it was purely because he had nothing better to do and wanted to liven up his Everlasting Youth Garden. Perhaps he wanted to observe which juniors were worth nurturing. Alright, I shall go. The clear spirit fruit was rather attractive to Li Fuchen. Anything that could increase his cultivation speed was worth his effort. Then it is decided. Yunyu revealed a smile. The participants of the tea party were all Outer Institute elites from the various martial institutions. If Li Fuchen didn't attend, their South Forest martial institution wouldn't have anyone to hold the fort. By then, it would be embarrassing. As the third young lady of the Nanlin Marquis residence and also an Outer Institute cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, she was most afraid of losing face. After confirming that Li Fuchen would attend the tea party, Yunyu left and started to invite the other Outer Institute elites. The clear spirit fruit's medicinal effects are mystical. After refining the clear spirit elixir, the grade would reach the Earth-class mid-tier elixir. The clear spirit elixir is priceless, and with my qualifications, I wouldn't be able to buy it even if I wanted to. Grandmaster Ever Youth would only sell 30 clear spirit elixirs every year, and they were basically all reserved by various tyrants. As for the clear spirit tree, there were only 3 stalks in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. 1 stalk was with Grandmaster Ever Youth, 1 stalk was with the Violet Flower Kingdom's royal clan, and 1 stalk was with one of the 4 major clans of the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Hua clan. If Li Fuchen lost this opportunity, it was the same as losing a chance to increase his cultivation speed. 3 days passed by quickly. Senior Fuchen. Outside the South Forest Martial Institution's entrance, Yunyu was already waiting. Beside her were Zhang Yunfeng, Wu Ji, Lin Chao, and the other listed cadets. With Li Fuchen, there were 6 listed cadets. Apart from Di Jun, Wang Heilong, Zhao Fenghua, and another listed cadet, all the listed cadets were here. Sorry for the wait. Li Fuchen nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Yunyu had already prepared the unicorn wildebeest and was the first to mount. The rest of the people had also mounted. On the way, Lin Chao said, there are Outer Institute elites from 7 martial institutions participating in this tea party. Is it enough to rely on us? Di Jun has already progressed to the reincarnation realm and it is impossible for him to participate. Wang Heilong is in seclusion and Zhao Fenghua isn't willing to come. Zhang Yunfeng shook his head. If Di Jun was able to come, they would have 2 trump cards. After all, during the listed tournament 4 months ago, Di Jun was only slightly inferior to Li Fuchen. It wasn't safe to rely on Li Fuchen alone. After all, there were 7 Outer Institute elites from 7 martial institutions participating in the tea party. The probability of encountering powerful figures was too high. Especially, among these 7 martial institutions, 3 martial institutions had strength that surpassed the South Forest Martial Institution. One of them was even ranked 3rd among the 24 martial institutions. Among them, it was estimated that the weakest disciple on the human list was quite extraordinary and might not be worse than Zhang Yunfeng. Hearing the statement, everyone, including Yunyu, didn't have much confidence. Di Jun, Wang Heilong, and Zhao Fenghua were all elites among elites. Without the 3 of them, the South Forest Martial Institution's overall strength would be worrying. Li Fuchen was the only one that was slightly safer, but it might not be too safe. If the three of them were able to come, their overall strength would be greatly increased. Even if they lost, they would still have some face and wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat. The South Forest Martial Institution wasn't far from the South Forest City. In just a short moment, the group arrived at the South Forest City. After entering the city, the 7 of them headed straight for Grandmaster Ever Youth's everlasting youth garden. Not long after Li Fuchen and the others entered the city, at the center of the South Forest City, there was a tall platform that was circulating with radiance. A group of people instantly appeared. This was a spatial teleportation platform. Every county city in the Violet Flower Kingdom had a spatial teleportation platform. Through the spatial teleportation platform, one could instantly reach any county city. The spatial teleportation fee wasn't expensive and only required 100 low-grade spirit stones per trip. After all, this was only a teleportation between counties. If it was a teleportation between kingdoms, it would be expensive. If it was a teleportation between continents, most of the reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to afford it. Some of the continents that were further away would even be strenuous for regular battle spirit realm masters. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 2 continents had a spatial teleportation platform that could sense each other. Chapter 393. The South Forest Martial Institution is ranked below the middle of the 24 martial institutions. If it wasn't for the 4 clear spirit fruits as a wager, our evergreen martial institution would be lowering our status by coming here. A group of 8 individuals walked down from the spatial teleportation platform. Among them, there was a tanned and rather handsome youth that spoke arrogantly. There are only 3 clear spirit trees in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. The clear spirit fruit might be countless times less valuable, but it can allow us to step into the reincarnation realm faster. Furthermore, there won't be any side effects. It is still worth it. Another gorgeous lady let out a faint smile as her eyes landed on the stern-looking youth that was the leader. The stern-looking youth had a tall stature. His eyes were like blades that seemed to be able to cut a person's soul spirit. He spoke, "My evergreen martial institution is ranked number 5 among the 24 martial institutions. For this tea party, don't let the evergreen martial institution's reputation be tarnished. Leng Feng, we might not be as strong as you, but we are still confident when compared to those weak chickens." The tanned youth that spoke first spoke with confidence. While speaking, the corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful sneer. "Let's go. I have been yearning for Grandmaster Ever Youth's everlasting youth garden. It is said that there are countless exotic flowers and herbs. I wonder if the rumors are true," said the gorgeous lady. Leng Feng nodded as the group headed towards the everlasting youth garden. Not long after Leng Feng and his group left, the spatial teleportation platform radiated with radiance again as 6 figures appeared on the platform. So this is the South Forest City. It looks rather flourishing. It is indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 cities in the Violet Flower Kingdom. I wonder how are the Outer Institute elites of the South Forest Martial Institution. I hope they won't disappoint me. The youth with the crew cut was extremely robust. Every muscle on his body was very distinct. His arms were crossed and he had an indifferent expression. He gave off the feeling that he was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus that was strolling around with a terrifying and oppressive aura. "Wang Jian, with your strength, I reckon that even those Outer Institute elites from the top-ranked martial institutions wouldn't be a match for you." The other 5 looked at the crew-cut youth with eyes of reverence. Wang Jian was ranked first in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's list of cadets. In this year's list of cadets tournament, no one could withstand a single move from him, including the second ranker. They were all sent flying with a single punch or kicked off the stage with a single kick. His strength was extremely shocking. Hearing the flattery of these people, Wang Jian's expression remained indifferent. There is always someone better out there. Among the participants of this tea party, there are people from the Evergreen Martial Institution. There must be experts among them. Of course, even if they are experts, I, Wang Jian, will defeat them with my iron fists. Everlasting Youth Garden was a garden that occupied thousands of acres of land. In a place like Nanlin City where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, having a garden that spanned several thousand acres could no longer be described as illustrious. One must know that even the Nanlin Marquis Manor wasn't so big. There were plenty of martial artists guarding the Everlasting Youth Garden, and the weakest among them was at the Heaven Dipper realm. There were plenty of Reincarnation realm martial artists too. Even though the Everlasting Youth Garden was enveloped by countless array formations, these array formations were basically used to protect the herb farm. Without anyone guarding it, it was inevitable that someone would sneak in and disturb Grandmaster Everyouth's peace and quiet. At the entrance of the Everlasting Youth Garden, 2 Heaven Realm martial artists stood guard. Who goes there? The Heaven Realm martial artist on the left obstructed Li Fuchen's group and asked coldly. Yunyu raised the token in her hand and said, "We have already obtained Grandmaster Everyouth's permission. This is the Everlasting Youth token." The Heaven Realm martial artist on the right walked forward and received the token. After sensing it carefully, he noticed that it indeed contained Grandmaster Everyouth's chi presence and the token was real. "Please enter." The 2 of them gestured with their hands and had a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. "Come, let's enter." Yunyu led the way and entered the Everlasting Youth Garden. Once they entered the Everlasting Youth Garden, the group was shocked by the herb farm. As far as the eye could see, there were herb farms everywhere. Some of the herb farms were filled with exotic flowers, some of the herb farms were filled with strands of strange-looking herbs, and some of the herb farms were filled with small trees that were filled with fruits. Looking at the chi waves emitted by the fruits, how could they not know that these weren't ordinary trees? They were spirit trees that contained heaven and earth spirit chi. In a situation of the same tier, a single spirit tree would be worth 1,000 times more than a herb. Of course, these herb farms were all enveloped by arrays. Li Fuchen scanned with his awareness and noticed that these arrays were all Class 5 arrays. Furthermore, they weren't ordinary Class 5 arrays. It was reckoned that a regular peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist might not be able to break these arrays within a short period of time. Apart from the herb farms, there were plenty of viewing pavilions in the Everlasting Youth Garden. These viewing pavilions had excellent locations and while sitting inside, they could enjoy the beautiful scenery of the herb farms and the crisscrossing rivers. As they walked deeper, they unknowingly arrived at the depths of the Everlasting Youth Garden. Isn't this the Earth-class low-tier herb, the golden grass? There are actually so many of them here. The number 10 listed cadet, Lin Chao asked with astonishment. The golden grass was an Earth-class low-tier herb and it got its name due to its golden color. Lin Chao wouldn't be so surprised if there were 8 or 10 stalks of the golden grass. But the number of golden grasses in this herb farm wasn't just 8 or 10 stalks, there were hundreds of them. A stalk of golden grass was worth about 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hundreds of golden grass would be worth a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. One had to know that this was just a medicinal field and the Everlasting Youth Garden had a lot of medicinal fields. No wonder it is Grandmaster Everyouth. No wonder it is the No. 1 garden in the South Forest region, the Everlasting Youth Garden. Zhang Yunfeng was also very emotional. It was said that alchemy masters were extremely wealthy, but Zhang Yunfeng hadn't personally witnessed it before. Now that he saw it, he realized that alchemy masters were much wealthier than he imagined. A regular Reincarnation Realm martial artist's wealth would only be able to purchase a single herb farm here. Yunyu introduced, Grandmaster Everyouth is even wealthier than my Nanlin Marquis residence. As they continued to walk forward, there was a patch of fog that obstructed them. Raising the Everlasting Youth token, Yunyu entered the fog with familiarity while everyone else followed closely behind. After passing through the fog, they arrived at a spacious area that was extremely concentrated with spirit chi. The chi concentration here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Li Fuchen was shocked. The 7-color continent's chi concentration was already very high. What kind of concept was 10 times more concentrated? It was just like soaking in a sea of chi. With a single breath, strands of qi would be absorbed into the body. At the same time, the pores would open up and absorb the qi. Although the effects of using spirit stones to cultivate were very good. But there was still a difference between the two. One would be soaking in the qi and the body would be tempered by the qi. The other would be using qi to absorb the qi from the spirit stones. If the body wasn't tempered by the qi, it might not be obvious in a short period of time. But in the long run, people who lived in places with concentrated qi would definitely have stronger body qualities. It would also be easier for their children to possess high-grade bone frames. Soon enough, everyone knew why this place was so concentrated with qi. Apart from the qi gathering array, the main reason was that there was a tree that was dozens of meters in height. The tree crown covered a radius of 100 meters. The tree was also bearing pink fruits that were the size of a human head. Earth Class Mid-Tier Spirit Tree. Clear Spirit Tree. In the case of the same level, the value of a spirit tree was about 1,000 times that of a medicinal herb. A mid-rank Earth-class medicinal herb was worth 100 to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, while a mid-rank Earth-class spirit tree was worth 100,000 to a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 394. Someone once offered 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase Grandmaster Everyouth's clear spirit tree, but Grandmaster Everyouth didn't agree. The reason why the spirit tree was so valuable was because it could bear fruits and flowers continuously. For example, the clear spirit tree would bear a batch of clear spirit fruits every 10 years. The number of fruits was related to the age of the tree. For a clear spirit tree that was below 100 years old, it would be considered not bad if it could bear 10 clear spirit fruits. The older the tree, the more clear spirit fruits it would bear. Grandmaster Everyouth's clear spirit tree was 350 years old. It was said that it had borne 50 clear spirit fruits at one time. In the market, a single clear spirit fruit was worth more than 500 low-grade spirit stones. 50 of them would be worth more than 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. After 100 years, one would be able to earn more than 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was also under the condition that the tree didn't age. After 100 years, this clear spirit tree might be able to bear 60 or even 70 clear spirit fruits. In addition, the spirit tree could also be used as the core of the formation, making the formation much more stable. Take this place for example. It obviously contained a Class 6 energy gathering array, a Class 6 attack array, and a Class 6 defense array. Without the clear spirit tree, these three Class 6 arrays would only be considered ordinary Class 6 arrays. But with the clear spirit tree as the core of the array, it would be considered a Class 6 strengthened array. Even if multiple battle spirit realm masters were to attack, it would be impossible to break it within a day or two. Unless there were dozens or hundreds of battle spirit realm masters, it would be possible to break it within a short period of time. Therefore, the value of an earth-grade spirit tree usually included other uses. Otherwise, Grandmaster Everyouth would have sold it for 1 million low-grade spirit stones a long time ago. After all, the clear spirit tree could grow slowly, and Grandmaster Everyouth didn't have that much lifespan. Giving him 1 million low-grade spirit stones at once would allow him to do many things. Is this the Earth-class mid-tier spiritual tree, the psychic tree? Li Fuqian lamented in his heart. The Earth-rank spirit tree was also known as the fortune tree. What grew on the tree was not fruit, but rather a fortune. If he had an Earth-grade spirit tree, even if it was just a low-tier Earth-grade spirit tree, he could sell it for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure to him. He reckoned that he could teleport from the 7-color continent to the East Unicorn continent. Other than the sentient spirit tree, there was also a huge piece of flat land beside the sentient spirit tree. The flat land was circular, and in the middle was a martial arts arena. There were more than 10 pavilions around it, and the pavilions were connected by corridors, surrounding the martial arts arena. Come, let's choose a pavilion first. Yunyu ascended one of the pavilions with great familiarity. The pavilion had 3 floors, and everyone went straight to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were already maids brewing tea. On the table, there were all kinds of fruits and desserts. They looked extremely extraordinary, as if they were not things that ordinary people could eat. Yunyu introduced, "These fruits are special fruits produced by the Everlasting Youth Garden. They are not sold to the public and are only used to entertain guests. The red fruit with a hint of purple is called the purple serpent fruit. Its nutritional value is not inferior to ordinary mystic rank herbs. The heart-shaped fruit is called the heart fruit. Its nutritional value is even higher than the purple serpent fruit. Also, that tricolored fruit is called the tri-earth fruit. Its nutritional value is the highest. Other than the fruits, these snacks are also very precious. I'll eat one first." Wu Ji picked up a purple snake fruit and took a big bite. Delicious. Wu Ji's eyes lit up. With his wealth, he was able to afford mystic class herbs. But the purple snake fruit was different. It didn't just have nutritional value, it was also delicious. This was the most important point. Is it so delicious? Everyone picked up a fruit and ate it. It is indeed delicious. It is a pity that we can only eat it in the Everlasting Youth Garden. If we can buy it in the outside world, even if we can't eat it every day, it would be great to eat it a few times a month. Zhang Yunfeng said. Li Fuqian nodded and ate a heart fruit. To be honest, he had never eaten such a delicious fruit before and it had immediately conquered him. If it was possible, he wished to eat 1 or 2 of them every day. Grandmaster Ever Youth didn't appear. It was likely that with Grandmaster Ever Youth's status, he wouldn't want to mingle with the youths and would probably observe in the dark. In just a short moment, the second group of people arrived. This group of people were wearing dark green student uniforms and there was a picture of a green vine on the chest. They are the Evergreen Martial Institution's cadets. Yunyu had a grave expression. The Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked 5th among the 24 martial institutions. It was the martial institution with the longest history among the 24 martial institutions. The first dean was rumored to be a half-step monarch. Due to their long history and strong mentors, the Evergreen Martial Institution's cadets were of extremely high quality. In the Inter-Institute Cadet Martial Contest that was held once every 5 years, the Evergreen Martial Institution would always be ranked in the top 5. The worst time was also ranked 6th. Among the 7 martial institutions that came this time, the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked the highest and was considered one of the upper echelons of the martial institutions. This person seems rather formidable. Li Fuqian's eyes landed on the stern-looking youth who was the leader. Whether a person was formidable or not wasn't enough to judge from their chi presence, it was also necessary to look at their spiritual aura. A person with a powerful spiritual aura meant that they had absolute confidence, and with absolute confidence, their strength would naturally be at an extremely high level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough confidence. With Li Fuqian's awareness, he would be able to tell if they were just strong in appearance but weak in reality. Take for example that dark-skinned and rather handsome youth. He might look arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but he was actually strong in appearance but weak in reality, at least to Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian stared at Leng Feng while Leng Feng's eyes scanned the 3rd floor of the pavilion and finally landed on Li Fuqian. Leng Feng was rather surprised. Li Fuqian's chi presence was radiant and scorching, but it didn't give off a pressuring feeling. Instead, it had a trace of calmness. It was like the morning sun. It might not be as scorching as the afternoon sun, but the morning sun could still continue to rise. The afternoon sun had already reached its peak and would start to descend if it continued. The South Forest Martial Institution actually has such an expert. Leng Feng's eyes flashed with radiance. He had traveled a long way to the South Forest City, and if he had to sit and wait for the tea party to end, it would be too boring. If someone could spar with him during this period of time, it would naturally be for the best. I hope you can withstand 20 moves from me, Leng Feng said to himself. As the Evergreen Martial Institution's Outer Institute elites chose a pavilion, the third group arrived. This group of people were all wearing scarlet student uniforms and there was a tiger head symbol on their shoulders. It is the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. The one who spoke was Zhang Yunfeng. The Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution was ranked 11th among the 24 martial institutions and was considered a veteran martial institution. For the past 20 years, they had once made it to the top 10 and would frequently produce some dazzling prodigies. Dual cultivation of qi and body. Li Fuchen ignored everyone else and looked at the youth with the crew cut. He could feel a powerful qi power from the youth with the crew cut. This qi power was obviously at the first level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's body refinement wasn't that easy to improve. Firstly, his spirit will was exceptionally powerful. This was the most important standard for body refinement martial artists, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the qi power. After all, qi power was much more violent than qi, and if it wasn't controlled well, the body would explode and die. Secondly, the rapid improvement of the body refinement would also depend on the awareness. With a powerful awareness, one would be able to understand the details of the body. If the awareness wasn't powerful enough, the body would only be on par with the qi cultivation and it was impossible to surpass it. The crew-cut youth's spirit will and awareness were rather good, otherwise, his qi power wouldn't be able to reach the first level of reincarnation realm. The seven-color continent is indeed formidable. There are countless prodigies and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. His qi power and dragon elephant power might have been sealed, but with his current strength, it didn't matter if they were sealed or not. Chapter 395. Soon enough, the Outer Institute elites from the other martial institutions had all arrived. According to the rankings, they were the Evergreen Martial Institution, Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Listen Wave Martial Institution, South Forest Martial Institution, Green Stone Martial Institution, Wild Lion Martial Institution, and Yellow Sand Martial Institution. Among them, the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked 5th, the Scarlet Tiger Institution was ranked 11th, the Listen Wave Institution was ranked 13th, the South Forest Institution was ranked 15th, the Green Stone Institution was ranked 16th, the Wild Lion Institution was ranked 18th, and the Yellow Sand Institution was ranked 21st. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that every martial institution had an outstanding Outer Institute elite. For example, the stern youth from the Evergreen Martial Institution, the youth with a crew cut from the Scarlet Tiger Institution, the long-haired youth from the Listen Wave Institution, the stocky youth from the Green Stone Institution, the arrogant youth from the Wild Lion Institution, and the yellow-clothed young lady from the Yellow Sand Institution. The Outer Institute elites of the 7 martial institutions had each occupied a pavilion and didn't have much interaction with one another. At this time, Yunyu stood up and said, "It is Yunyu's honor that everyone has graced me with coming to South Forest City. The tea party is a gathering for everyone to exchange pointers, so I hope that everyone will not be restrained. You can enjoy the tea while watching others spar." However, Yunyu hopes that everyone can abide by the rules of the tea party. You are not allowed to intentionally injure or even kill others. Sparring during the tea party, you must stop when you go too far. As a young lady from the Nanlin Marquis residence, Yunyu's status was rather high and everyone would give her face. Young sister Yunyu is right. The sparring during the tea party is to stop when it is appropriate. Everyone here is a person with status and I believe no one will do things that only barbarians would do. In another pavilion, a young man from the Listen Wave Martial Institution stood up. He was the young master of the Tingtao Marquis residence and Marquis Tingtao was also a battle spirit realm master. Don't worry, I will be gentler. Let the tea party begin quickly. The stocky youth from the Green Stone Martial Institution was rather impatient. Yunyu looked at the stocky youth and laughed, "Since Brother Jiang is in such a hurry, let the tea party begin." The stocky youth wasn't an ordinary person. The Green Stone Martial Institution might only be ranked 16th among the 24 martial institutions, but his father was the famous Master Axe. He was ranked top 10 in the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings and was much stronger than most of the martial institution's deans. As Yunyu announced the start of the tea party, an outer institute elite from the Yellow Sand Martial Institution flashed and arrived at the empty space between the pavilions. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm Gao Haifeng, ranked 9th in the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's cadet ranking. Who is willing to spar with me?" Gao Haifeng was ranked 9th on the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's cadet ranking. He knew that he wouldn't be able to bring glory to the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. His objective was to test the strength of the other martial institutions. Of course, it would be best if he could win 1 or 2 matches. The reason why he reported his ranking on the list of young masters was that he hoped that the other martial courtyards would not send out their outer courtyard elites with too high a ranking. After all, he was only ranked 9th on the list of young masters. If the other martial courtyards sent out a ranked 1st on the list of young masters, then there would be no need for a spar. He believed that the other party would not be so shameless. "I'm Huang Biao from the Wild Lion Martial Institution, ranked 8 on the mortal list." Whoosh! In the direction of the Wild Lion Martial Institution's pavilion, a figure shot out. "Please. Please." Separated by 10 meters, the two of them cupped their fists at each other. Soon after, their gazes suddenly sharpened as they stared at each other without blinking, searching for an opportunity to attack. This was the first spar, and it was related to the glory of each martial institution. It didn't matter if they won, but it would be embarrassing if they lost. "Be careful." Huang Biao made the first move. Both his hands formed into claws and attacked. Gao Haifeng didn't dare to be negligent and met the attack with his saber. Both of them weren't weak. For a moment, they were locked in an intense battle with chi forces leaking out in all directions. Ultimately, Gao Haifeng's technique was superior and won the first spar of the tea party. Upon seeing the situation, everyone from the Wild Lion Martial Institution had unsightly expressions. Huang Biao's complexion was a mix of green and white. He was ranked 8th on the list of young masters of the Wild Lion Martial Institution, while Gao Haifeng was ranked 9th on the list of young masters of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. If Gao Haifeng defeated him, wouldn't it mean that the overall strength of the Wild Lion Martial Institution was inferior to the Yellow Sand Martial Institution? This was something the Wild Lion Martial Institution couldn't tolerate. "I, Su Tao, will spar with you." "Oh right, I am ranked 7th on the list of young masters of the Wild Lion Martial Institution." The Wild Lion Martial Institution couldn't swallow this insult. A tall youth stood in front of Gao Haifeng. "Please." After winning the first spar, Gao Haifeng felt much more relaxed. It didn't matter even if he lost the next match. After all, he was ranked 9th on the list of young masters. Su Tao's strength was obviously stronger than Huang Biao. After dozens of moves, Su Tao won the spar without any mishaps. This time, the Yellow Sand Martial Institution didn't send anyone. They didn't have any grudges with the Wild Lion Martial Institution and there wasn't a need to fight to the death. Furthermore, they had to let the outer institute elites of the other martial institutions go up and observe the strength of the other party. With a rather intense start, the rest was easier. The outer institute elites of the various martial institutions went up one after another. Sometimes, there were even 2 or 3 spars at the same time. Violent chi surged and leaked out in the open space. Ordinary peak stage Heaven Dipper realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to stand stably in the open space and would be blown away. During this period, the South Forest Martial Institution also sent 2 people up. They were ranked 10th on the list of young masters, Lin Chao, and ranked 8th on the list of young masters, Sun Yun. It was a pity that the 2 of them were obviously weaker than the others and were easily defeated. Your South Forest Martial Institution is ranked 15th after all. Is there no one else? Send another person to be my opponent. Greenstone Martial Institution's ranked 5th, Zhang Longquang spoke arrogantly. I will go up. Wu Ji couldn't endure it any longer. He put down the teacup and skimmed over to Zhang Longquang. Wu Ji, ranked 5th, Wu Ji drew his long saber and said indifferently. Make your move. Zhang Long's weapon was a snake spear that was 8 feet long, and it was obviously a heavy weapon. He! Wu Ji yelled out and cleaved at Zhang Longquang. Good timing. Zhang Long yelled out as well and thrust with his spear. Cling cling clang clang, after dozens of moves, the duo were evenly matched. But attentive people would notice that for the last 10 moves, Wu Ji was defending more and attacking less. It is dangerous. Li Fuqian took a glance and knew that Wu Ji wasn't a match for Zhang Long. The duo's strength was about the same, but Zhang Long's snake spear was a heavy weapon and had an additional attack. When facing such an opponent, one had to have superb combat skills or be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on, one would definitely be defeated. 99th move. Defeat. Zhang Long thrust his spear violently and deflected Wu Ji's long saber. Wu Ji obviously couldn't believe that he was defeated and was stunned. Zhang Long mocked, go back and cultivate for another 2 years. In the pavilion, Zhang Yunfeng frowned and seemed like he wanted to go down. Li Fuqian said, don't go down first. The South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. Only the 2 of us have yet to fight. Once you go down, I won't be far away either. The various martial institutions had basically only sent out less than half of their members, and it wasn't the time to go down yet. Most importantly, Li Fuqian didn't wish to go down so early. He wasn't interested in sparring with those that were too weak. He just had to defeat the number 1 martial institution of the various martial institutions. By then, no one would dare to look down on the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. Zhang Long, aren't you being too much of a bully? Su He will seek some advice. Su He, ranked 5th of the Listen Wave Martial Insti, Tushan. Su He, since when does the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan? Need your Listen Wave Martial Insti, Tushan? Zhang Long said. Make your move. Cut the crap. Su He naturally didn't wish to stand up for the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. He just didn't wish to see the Greenstone Martial Insti, Tushan. This Zhang Long had consecutively defeated several individuals and was about to overshadow the Listen Wave Martial Insti, Tushan. Since you are so confident, then I shall crush your confidence. Zhang Long thrust with his spear. Su He sneered and brandished his longsword to deflect Zhang Long's snake spear. Clang clang clang, every move and stance from the duo was extremely explosive. After 100 moves, there was still no clear victor. Dragon-snake combination strike. Zhang Long executed his finishing move. Once this move was executed, a dragon and a snake appeared in the air. The dragon and snake intertwined and rushed at Su He with terrifying prowess. Aurora single sword. Su He's sword art was also very incredible. When his sword was brandished, there was an aurora that burst out in the air. This was a sword light that was extremely fast. PFFF. The dragon and snake image was shattered and a wound appeared on Zhang Long's chest. Guoming, ranked 3rd of the Yellow Sand Martial Insti, Tushan. Following Zhang Long's defeat, the Yellow Sand Martial Insti, Tushan. The Yellow Sand Martial Insti, Tushan, was ranked at the bottom among the 7 martial institutions. They might have made a good start, but their subsequent battle situation wasn't any better than the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. Guoming executed a palm art. The palm art was nimble and ever-changing, but it didn't lack dominance. After a few palm strikes, Su He was forced to retreat repeatedly. His sword art wasn't able to display any prowess under the stacked palm force. After 20 moves, Guoming sent Su He flying with a single palm strike. South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. Does anyone want to fight with me? Similar to the Greenstone Martial Insti, Tushan. The Yellow Sand Martial Insti, Tushan, was also targeting the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan. It was mainly because the South Forest Martial Insti, Tushan, had the least number of people. Apart from Yunyu, there were only 5 individuals that could go on stage. Those that went on stage earlier were also very weak. If they could take down the South Forest Martial Insti Tushin. Right now, Zhang Yunfeng couldn't endure it anymore. Li Fuchen didn't obstruct him either. If he didn't make a move after being belittled, it would truly be a joke. Swish! Zhang Yunfeng flew down from the pavilion and appeared in front of Guoming. Zhang Yunfeng, South Forest Martial Insti Tushin. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were sharp. You and I are both ranked 3rd, don't blame me if you lose. Guoming let out a mischievous laugh. Win against me first. Zhang Yunfeng brandished his saber. With the support of the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique, the saber light was indestructible. It was sharp and dazzling as it rushed out in a fan shape. At the same moment, an invisible scorching pressure enveloped Guoming. This was the fledgling stage of the field power. If Zhang Yunfeng could push the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique to the 22nd rank, the fledgling stage of the Scarlet Steel Divine Technique would be even stronger. Of course, Zhang Yunfeng had the fledgling stage of the field power, so did Guoming. As the Yellow Sand Martial Insti Tushin. Guoming had already cultivated his Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique to the 21st rank. When the 2 fledgling stages of the field power clashed, there were countless crisp sounds in the air. It was as though countless waves were crashing together. Senior Fuchen, can Zhang Yunfeng win? Yunyu was rather worried. Li Fuchen replied, if he wants to win, he can only rely on his combat skills. Chapter 396. Returnless Golden Saber Slash. In the air, the sharp golden saber's shadow covered the sky and had traces of bitter chi presence as it slashed at Guoming in a frenzy. Cloud Sky Divine Palm. Guoming pushed his strength to the extremity and executed palm forces that looked nimble but were actually very tyrannical. Bang bang bang. There were electric currents in the air and the chaotic chi forces were mixed together before bursting out in all directions. One saber without regrets. A figure broke through the chi forces and cleaved at Guoming while wielding a saber with both hands. This saber wasn't just fast, it also contained the bitter feeling of no regrets. Fleeting white clouds. When facing Zhang Yunfeng's powerful saber and extremely fast saber, Guoming roared with rage and executed countless palm strikes at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Each palm strike might look slow but was actually as fast as lightning. Each palm force might look soft but was actually extremely ferocious. It was just like the white clouds in the sky. When blown by the violent winds, they wouldn't scatter and would only transform and get more intense. Rumble. There was a loud explosion in the air and the duo were sent flying. Cough cough. Zhang Yunfeng coughed out fresh blood. Guoming's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Earlier on, Zhang Yunfeng had already broken Guoming's palm art, but the palm force didn't scatter and was still gathered together to blast at Zhang Yunfeng. It was fortunate that Guoming's palm art wasn't at the completion stage, otherwise, this palm strike would be enough to take his life. This palm art is rather incredible. Li Fuchen could also see the power of the Cloud Sky Divine Palm. This palm art was soft to the extremity and when it was soft to the extremity, it would naturally produce ferocious power. As the saying went, extreme yang produces yin, extreme yin produces yang. When everything was at the extremity, it would produce new transformations and new extremities. Of course, Zhang Yunfeng wasn't having a good time, neither was Guoming. There was a wound that extended from his right shoulder to his left waist and his injuries were much more severe than Zhang Yunfeng's. In this match, both parties might seem to be evenly matched, but in fact, Zhang Yunfeng was slightly superior. It is time for me to make a move. On the 3rd floor of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution's pavilion, a figure appeared on the ground. Yao Kun, number 2 listed cadet of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution. Is there anyone from the South Forest Martial Institution who is willing to exchange pointers with me? This person's eyes were small but brimming with vigor. He gave off a shrewd feeling that couldn't be ignored. He lifted his head and locked his eyes on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sighed. Zhang Yunfeng was severely injured and he was the only one left in the South Forest Martial Institution. He had to make a move even if he didn't want to. With a flash, Li Fuchen appeared in front of Yao Kun as though he teleported. So fast. Yao Kun's scalp went numb, and his heart shuddered. Make your move. Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't draw his sword and spoke indifferently. Yellow Sand Divine Palm. Yao Kun's first move was already his finishing move, his killing move. He pounced over abruptly and in mid-air, he struck with both his palms. A misty yellow chi force covered the sky and was accompanied by two palm forces that were like yellow dragons. The palm forces were revolving and didn't just contain powerful wind power, it also contained a horrific suction force. If it encountered a weaker opponent, it would immediately suck them into the center of the palm forces, grind them into dust and inflict severe injuries. At the same moment, there was a tyrannical binding force that enveloped Li Fuchen. Great Completion Palm Technique. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Yao Kun's Earth-class low-tier palm technique had actually reached the Great Completion stage. Such strength wasn't inferior to Di Jun a few months ago. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. Ardent Sun Divine Palm. The Ardent Sun Divine technique contained a set of palm arts. Since Li Fuchen had nothing to do, he cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Palm too. There was a burst of dazzling radiance. Li Fuchen's palm force was unimaginably scorching. Once it was executed, it felt as though there was a small sun between the duo. Yao Kun's Yellow Sand Divine Palm was simply like a breeze that evaporated it easily. Immediately after, the ardent sun-like palm force blasted on Yao Kun's chest. PFFF. A mouthful of boiling fresh blood was vomited while Yao Kun was sent flying with an appalled expression. Earth-class mid-tier palm art. Yao Kun didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier palm art and it was already close to the Great Completion stage. In addition, Li Fuchen's chi was majestic and radiant. With the support of the chi, the palm force was even more fearsome and unstoppable. Such power. Is this Senior Fuchen's strength? Yunyu widened her eyes and had a face of worship. Yao Kun's strength was obviously stronger than Zhang Yunfeng, but in the face of Li Fuchen, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. Li Fuchen was most formidable in sword arts and not palm arts. After defeating Yao Kun in a single palm strike, Li Fuchen swept a glance at the Yellow Sand Martial Institution, Wild Lion Martial Institution, and Green Stone Martial Institution. He then asked, "Who wants to fight?" Since Li Fuchen was already here, he wouldn't return without defeating a few more people. Wild Lion Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Cheng Fang. Bang! It was still a single palm strike. The dazzling and blazing palm force was simply invincible and sent Cheng Fang flying. Who else? Li Fuchen continued. Green Stone Martial Institution, number 3 listed cadet, Lu Quan. Bang! Who else? Green Stone Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Wan He. Bang! For 4 consecutive matches, Li Fuchen had sent his opponents flying with a single palm strike. It seemed like Li Fuchen knew that the number 1 listed cadet of the various martial institutions wouldn't participate immediately. He looked at the pavilions of the Listen Wave Martial Institution, Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, and Evergreen Martial Institution. These 3 martial institutions each had a few individuals that hadn't made a move yet. Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, number 2 listed cadet, Fang Zhong. From the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's pavilion, a youth with a square head, square face, and torch-like eyes skimmed down. White Tiger Battle Saber. A majestic and mighty white tiger's shadow appeared as Fang Zhong cleaved at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat him in a single palm strike. After all, his white tiger battle saber was already at the completion stage. Furthermore, his body refinement wasn't weak either and was already at the high levels of Heaven Dipper realm. With the combination of the two, his saber presence was unbelievably powerful, and it was enough to cleave a small mountain. Too weak. Li Fuqian shook his head and circulated the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique slightly before executing the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Rumble. The long saber was repelled while Feng Zhong's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. After cultivating the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank and the Earth-class mid-tier palm art, Ardent Sun Divine Palm, to the completion stage, Li Fuqian didn't even have to use his sword to suppress most of the people. The 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was equivalent to the 23rd rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques only had a total of 24 ranks. In addition, the Ardent Sun Divine Palm that was close to the completion stage had power that surpassed the completion stage of Earth-class low-tier martial arts. To be honest, this tea party was just child's play to Li Fuqian, and it wasn't challenging at all. If it wasn't for the clear spirit fruit, he wouldn't even be here. Let me try you. Finally, one of the number 1 listed cadet couldn't stand it anymore. From the Wild Lion Martial Institution's pavilion, the arrogant youth rushed down while a lion's shadow appeared behind his back. Wild Lion Martial Institution, number 1 listed cadet, Lin Ying. Lin Ying was the number 1 listed cadet of the Wild Lion Martial Institution and was accepted as an in-room cadet by the Vice Dean a year ago. Chapter 397. Make your move. Li Fuqian didn't make the first move. Golden Lion Fist. Lin Ying didn't hold back and blasted a fist at Li Fuqian. As the fist was blasted out, the fist force turned into a golden lion that roared and sprinted wildly with a terrifying presence. Lin Ying's golden lion fist was obviously close to the perfection stage. It was much stronger than regular Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the completion stage. When complemented with the 22nd rank of the Violent Lion Divine Technique, this fist was enough to instantly kill the number 2 listed cadet of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Feng Zhong. Your strength isn't bad, but it is a pity that you are still too weak. Li Fuqian casually executed a palm strike. The palm force that was like a small sun melted the golden lion and blasted Lin Ying a few dozen meters away. Be it cultivation technique rank or palm art rank, Lin Ying was inferior to Li Fuqian. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm that was close to the completion stage had power that was comparable to an Earth-class low-tier martial art at the perfection stage. How can he be so powerful? Everyone looked at each other in dismay as Li Fuqian's display of strength was too overwhelming. Lin Ying was the number 1 listed cadet of the Violent Lion Martial Institution, and he couldn't even withstand a single palm from Li Fuqian. Such strength was already enough to instantly kill a regular second-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Damn it! Lin Ying coughed out blood and felt his entire body burning. It was the injury from Li Fuqian's palm force. I don't believe it. Jiang Ba, will try you. The stocky youth from the Greenstone Martial Institution landed heavily on the ground. A giant axe appeared in his hand and his tyrannical chi presence was like a volcanic eruption. It surged out and enveloped the radius of a few miles. Jiang Ba was the number 1 listed cadet of the Greenstone Martial Institution and the youngest son of Grandmaster Axe. He didn't enter the Greenstone Martial Institution solely for the manuals. After all, Grandmaster Axe cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Mountain Splitting Divine Technique. His martial art was the Earth-class high-tier martial art, Mountain Splitting 36 Axes. With the Mountain Splitting Divine Technique and the Mountain Splitting 36 Axes, Grandmaster Axe was ranked number 7 on the Grandmaster rankings and was able to dominate the Violet Flower Kingdom. Jiang Ba entered the Greenstone Martial Institution mainly to temper himself. After all, the Greenstone Martial Institution was one of the 24 martial institutions and had plenty of heavenly prodigies. The intense competition would allow him to improve faster and inherit Grandmaster Axe's legacy. Opposite of Jiang Ba, Li Fuqian stood with his hands behind his back. His calm and composed appearance made everyone feel that he was profound and unfathomable. Faintly, he was emitting an invincible chi presence. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to make a move last. He didn't expect that the three martial institutions behind the South Forest Martial Institution were all targeting the South Forest Martial Institution and wanted to take down the South Forest Martial Institution in one fell swoop. As such, he had no choice but to make a move in advance. Since he had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't stop so easily. He wanted to beat everyone into submission. It was not that he was arrogant, but he had the confidence. He was already standing at the pinnacle of the youth generation in the East Unicorn continent. Coming to Seven Color Continent, there are more heavens chosen here, and the environment is better, but the heavens chosen of a few martial courtyard wants to compete with him, which is obviously a bit unrealistic. It is no exaggeration to say that if the heavens chosen of Eastern Lean Continent comes to Seven Color Continent, after a few years, it may not be weaker than these people, like Qi Yuye and others, maybe even above these people. Li Fuchen's calm expression had infuriated Jiang Ba. Roar! Jiang Ba roared with rage and his short and sturdy body seemed to have grown a few inches taller. The heavy and tyrannical Qi presence rose again. It felt as though there were countless giant axes cleaving the mountains and shaking the sky. 21st rank of the mountain-splitting divine technique. Eat my axe. Jiang Ba cleaved at Li Fuchen from a distance. As the axe was cleaved, the void seemed to be trembling. The horrific axe light turned into a giant axe and cleaved at Li Fuchen's head. The prowess made everyone's heart shiver and their qi and blood stagnant. Li Fuchen smiled and raised his right hand like a pincer to grab the axe light. What kind of hand was this? It was obviously a hand made of flesh and blood, but it was emitting boundless light and heat. It felt as though it was formed by the sun's lava. The horrific axe light was trembling violently, but it was useless. Bang! Li Fuchen exerted strength in his right hand and crushed the axe light. First axe of the mountain-splitting 36 axes, mountain-splitting sea. Jiang Ba was enraged and rushed into the sky. He gripped the giant axe with both hands and exerted strength in his spine before cleaving down violently. Boom! Before the axe light arrived, a field power had already enveloped Li Fuchen. This field power was so heavy and tyrannical that the void that Li Fuchen was in had been compressed, making it hard for him to move. If it was any other heavenly prodigy, it would be praiseworthy if they could utilize 50% of their strength when enveloped by this field power. After all, this was the Earth-class high-tier martial art, the mountain-splitting 36 axes. The giant axe light descended from the sky and produced traces of black cracks in the void. Of course, this didn't mean that the void was split open. Not even Battle Spirit Realm Masters were able to split open the void. This was merely the phenomenon of the compressed air being split open. Despite the case, it was already very appalling and Jiang Ba didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to receive it calmly. But it was obvious that Jiang Ba had underestimated Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen brandished his right hand and blasted the ardent sun hand on the axe light. The axe light suddenly exploded. Scoundrel, second chop of the mountain-splitting 36 axes, mountain-splitting earth. Jiang Ba's eyes contracted as he followed up with the second chop. This chop was slanted and was like a thunderbolt, like a heavenly punishment. The instant the chop was executed, there was a short and intense sound barrier. It meant that the chop speed of the axe had already surpassed the speed of sound. Bang! The axe light exploded again. In the face of the ardent sun hand, Jiang Ba's mountain-splitting 36 axes was just a joke. Jiang Ba didn't even utilize the quintessence of the mountain-splitting 36 axes and merely had superficial knowledge of it. Too powerful. As compared to a few months ago, Li Fuchen's strength isn't just 2 or 3 times stronger. It is at least several times stronger. Even if Di Jun, I, and the other listed cadets worked together, we still wouldn't be a match for a few palm strikes from him. Zhang Yunfeng, who was slightly injured, was now prostrating himself in admiration towards Li Fuchen. It seems like entering the South Forest Martial Institution is the right choice. Big brother and second sister still said that the South Forest Martial Institution is trash. In my opinion, there might not even be a few Outer Institute elites in the Violet Flower Martial Institution that are a match for Senior Fuchin. Yunyu was in an agitated mood. With her status, she was actually able to enter the Royal Martial Institution, the Violet Flower Martial Institution, but she didn't want to rely on her status to enter. To be able to force Jiang Ba to this extent, who exactly is this person? The number 1 listed cadet of the Yellow Sand Martial Institution narrowed her eyes. From the match, she could roughly see that Jiang Ba's strength was about the same as hers, but Li Fuchen's strength was obviously much superior to Jiang Ba. If Jiang Ba didn't have any powerful trump cards, he was basically going to lose. You forced me to do this. Mountain splitting 36 axes, third chop, mountain splitting cliff. Jiang Ba was completely deranged. Each of the mountain-splitting 36 axes was stronger than the previous one. He had only grasped a total of 3 axes, and the third axe was taught to him by his father, Master Axe, through a special method. Otherwise, he would only be able to grasp the second axe. The third axe's power was only slightly stronger than the second axe, but the intent contained in the third axe was even more tyrannical. There were times when power wasn't the most important, intent was the most important. After all, the enemy didn't have a body of steel. Once they were hit, they would still get injured and die. It didn't matter if the power was stronger or weaker. The chi surged violently, and with the enhancement of the secret technique, the chi poured into the giant axe. This time, the giant axe was emitting a layer of faint black light. When the axe cleaved down, the black light poured out like a waterfall. Just in time. Sensing that Jiang Ba was already using his full strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. He soared into the sky and used his right hand that had already turned into the ardent sun hand to forcefully tear apart the black waterfall and ferociously blast at Jiang Ba's giant axe. Clang clang. The giant axe was sent flying while Jiang Ba was also sent flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang Ba was defeated. There was complete silence on the stage. No one would have expected such a situation to occur. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just a little bit stronger than Jiang Ba. It was several levels higher, and the two of them weren't on the same level. At this moment, even the Evergreen Martial Institution's number 1 listed cadet, Ling Feng, didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. All of you can come at me together. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the number 1 listed cadets of the various martial institutions. To be honest, a 1v1 was already very boring. After arriving at the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen didn't have to intentionally conceal his strength. Since that was the case, he might as well release his brilliance. Furthermore, this was just a spar between the 7 martial institutions, and it wasn't considered shocking. The Evergreen Martial Institution's Ling Feng and the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian twitched their mouths and had unpleasant expressions. Especially Wang Jian, who had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm was extremely powerful. Wang Jian might be able to resist a regular first-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist's attack with his body, but he wasn't confident he could resist Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm. After all, Li Fuchen's display of strength was able to instantly kill a regular second-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Yang Miao Miao will try you. Yellow Sand Martial Institution's number 1 listed cadet, Yang Miao Miao, appeared on the flat ground. Lu Ping. The long-haired youth who was ranked first on the cadet list of the Headwave Martial Institution soared into the sky as well. Right now, it wasn't just a spar anymore. If they didn't defeat Li Fuchen, the Tea Party wouldn't be able to proceed normally. Even if it was a 2v1, they still had to defeat Li Fuchen, even if it was an unfair victory. She believed that when the time came, the arrogant Li Fuchen would be too embarrassed to continue participating. If someone was to be blamed, it could only be blamed on Li Fuchen for being overconfident and wanting to fight against all by himself. Just 2 people. Li Fuchen's arrogance was beyond everyone's imagination. He actually felt that 2 wasn't enough. Arrogant. The long-haired young man, Lu Ping's eyes turned cold. As the number one of the Ting Tao martial institution's list of young masters, his strength was definitely stronger than Jiang Ba's. Yet, Jiang Ba wasn't satisfied with the two of them working together. How about including me? The first ranker of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's list of mortal, the youth with a crew cut, Wang Jian, took the stage. Originally, he didn't intend to bully Li Fuchen with numbers, but Li Fuchen was too arrogant. He wanted Li Fuchen to pay the price for his arrogance. This. Yunyua's mouth was agape, and there was a look of worry on her face. She was naturally confident in Li Fuchen in a one-on-one battle. But in a one-on-three battle, her confidence was starting to waver. The Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution and the Listen Wave Martial Institution were ranked above the Green Stone Martial Institution. The strength of the two number one listed cadets was definitely superior to Jiang Ba. In a one-on-three battle, even Di Jun, who had just become an inner institute cadet, wouldn't be able to defeat them. Aren't you going to participate? Li Fuchen didn't look at Wang Jian and looked at Leng Feng. Leng Feng was astonished at first before he sneered, "You are too arrogant. Defeat the three of them first." He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. By then, it didn't matter if the three of them were able to defeat Li Fuchen, he would still fight with Li Fuchen. The Evergreen Martial Institution's reputation must not be tarnished. Chapter 398. Yellow Sand Divine Sword. The Yellow Sand Martial Institution's number one listed cadet, Yang Miao Miao, made the first move. The Yellow Sand Martial Institution was ranked at the bottom among the 7 martial institutions, but it didn't mean that Yang Miao Miao's strength was also at the bottom. The strength that she burst out was actually on the same level as Jiang Ba. In terms of the exquisiteness of her sword art, she was even superior to Jiang Ba. She moved around and brandished her scarlet artifact sword. The misty yellow sword art field power enveloped Li Fuchen. At the same moment, there were scarlet sword shadows that were shuttling back and forth like wandering dragons in the desert that were nimble and violent. Extinguish. Li Fuchen didn't even need to reveal any combat skills. When he executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm, the massive and blazing palm force rushed out and destroyed the opponent's sword art field power. The sword shadows were also destroyed, but the remaining palm force didn't dissipate and continued to blast at Yang Miao Miao. Yang Miao Miao's face was drenched in cold sweat as she rose from the ground and dodged the palm force. Originally, she wasn't able to dodge it, but at the crucial moment, the number one listed cadet, the long-haired youth, Lu Ping, made a move. Lu Ping's weapon was a saber, a pale green saber. This saber felt as though it was formed by the wind. It was unimaginably agile and fast. Once it was brandished, the entire place was filled with saber light, saber shadows, and saber chi. This saber had enveloped the radius of a few miles, and Lu Ping was like the king of this region. It was a pity that even a king had to submit to Li Fuchen. The grand and resplendent and blazing palm force was like the ardent sun in the sky. It swept in all directions and filled up the entire universe. The saber world that Lu Ping created was instantly shattered and disintegrated. Li Fuchen had also forced him to retreat. Vajra Palm. Right at this moment, Wang Jian made a move. His hands were flying as he blasted a series of golden palm prints at Li Fuchen. This golden palm print was extremely condensed and was very straightforward. It was obviously executed with chi power. Mystic Class Peak Tier Body Refinement Art. Vajra Palm. Wang Jian was a rare body tempering genius. The strength of his quintessential energy cultivation was far inferior to his body tempering strength. A few months ago, he had even defeated an inner institute student of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. He was known as one of the most talented students of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution in the past century. When he executed the Vajra Palm, even a regular second-level reincarnation realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength displayed by Li Fuchen, he alone would have been enough to defeat Li Fuchen. Once the Vajra Palm was executed, Wang Jian was confident that he would be able to withstand a few moves from Li Fuchen. By then, Lu Ping and Yang Miao Miao would be pincer attacking from the left and right. Wang Jian would like to see how much longer Wang Jian could remain arrogant. Your body refinement strength is not bad. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. Wang Jian was the first youth generation body refinement expert that he met since he arrived at the seven-color continent. Wang Jian's body refinement art seemed to be even stronger than the metal bone fist. That indestructible palm force gave Li Fuchen traces of pressure. Good timing. Li Fuchen executed a palm strike to counter Wang Jian's Vajra palm. Rumble. The ardent sun palm force blasted out, the golden palm imprint only lasted for an instant before it crumbled apart. The remnants of the ardent sun palm force slammed into Wang Jian's body, sending him flying. But when Li Fuchen took a glance from the corner of his eyes, he saw that Wang Jian didn't suffer any severe injuries. At the crucial moment, Wang Jian's body flashed with a golden radiance. Extraordinary strength. Li Fuchen knew in his heart. Such a fearsome palm force. Wang Jian's body felt a little hot. Everyone in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution knew that he possessed the Vajra bone frame. The so-called Vajra bone frame was a body refinement bone frame. The darkness bone frame possessed the power of darkness, the sword Dao bone frame possessed the power of sword Dao, while Wang Jian's Vajra bone frame possessed the Vajra Qi power. This extraordinary strength was innate and didn't need to be cultivated. Of course, if he cultivated a body refinement technique, it would make his Vajra Qi power stronger and more robust. As such, his body refinement might only be at the first level of reincarnation realm, but his extraordinary strength was much stronger and more vigorous than regular first-level reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists. But earlier on, even with the isolation of the Vajra Qi power, he still suffered a slight injury. His opponent's ardent sun palm force was more tyrannical and blazing than he imagined. It was simply at the stage where it could melt anything. Yellow sand flying dragon. Wind over 1,000 mountains. Just as Wang Jian expected, Yang Miao Miao and Lu Ping were planning to pincer Li Fuchen while Wang Jian was tangling with Li Fuchen. But Wang Jian couldn't even withstand a single palm strike and was immediately repelled. The duo had already executed their finishing moves and it was hard to withdraw them. They had no choice but to forcefully attack. Yang Miao Miao's sword move was scarlet red like a dragon and was accompanied by a misty yellow sword Qi. Lu Ping's saber move was as fast as lightning. With a flash, it felt as though thousands of mountains and rivers were within the saber. With the duo pincer attacking from the left and right, even experts who were 2 levels stronger than them would be restrained. But this didn't include Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen struck with both hands and slammed towards both sides. The ardent sun palm force was unstoppable and could melt anything. It was able to easily neutralize the duo's attacks. It was fine if that was all, but Li Fuchen's blazing palm force didn't dissipate by much. The two of them tumbled in the air while their bodies were fuming with flames. A single palm strike had injured both of them. Vajra subduing demon. Wang Jian's Vajra Qi power was circulated to the extremity. His entire body was resplendent like gold and he had an unstoppable Qi presence as he pounced at Li Fuchen. When he was close to Li Fuchen, Wang Jian's hands that were originally placed together suddenly cleaved with his right hand. A massive golden palm print was like the palm of a golden giant. It enveloped Li Fuchen's entire body and gave off an illusion of a collapsing mountain. Just in time. Li Fuchen stepped forward with his left leg and straightened his left arm. His left hand burst out with the ardent sun power and clashed with the golden palm print. At that moment, it felt as though time had frozen for a split second. A split second later, a surging power burst out. Wang Jian vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying again, while Li Fuchen was only forced to take 3 steps back. The opponent's extraordinary Qi power doesn't seem simple. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Li Fuchen believed that when his body refinement was at the first level of reincarnation realm, he wasn't as powerful as Wang Jian. But he didn't believe that Wang Jian had cultivated an Earth-class high-tier or even an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was Wang Jian's innate talent. He had an extremely rare body refinement talent and even a body refinement bone frame. In the records of the East Unicorn continent, there were several types of body refinement bone frames, like the Arhat bone frame, Vajra bone frame, Iron bone frame, and even stronger and more horrific body refinement bone frames. Li Fuchen guessed that Wang Jian's bone frame should be the Vajra bone frame. He is fighting against 3 alone and actually has the upper hand. How is this possible? In the Evergreen Martial Institution, the dark-skinned youth beside Ling Feng had a face of disbelief. The gorgeous young lady had also widened her mouth. This was their first time seeing such a terrifying Heaven Dipper realm martial artist, and Ling Feng was probably the same. No wonder he is Senior Fuchen. It seems like I was worried for nothing. Yunyu finally let out a breath of relief and revealed a smile. Zhang Yunfeng let out a bitter smile and said, "He is simply a monster." Once he becomes an Inner Institute cadet, the South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute is probably going to change. Every martial institution's Inner Institute was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No new Inner Institute cadet would dare to be arrogant in the Inner Institute. A few days ago, he heard that Di Jun was bullied in the Inner Institute. The Inner Institute was so terrifying because the Outer Institute was only at the Heaven Dipper realm, while the Inner Institute was at the Reincarnation realm. At the Reincarnation realm, there was a difference of 1 level. Furthermore, the length of cultivation time would also cause a huge difference in strength. It didn't matter how heaven-defying a new Inner Institute cadet was, after entering, any veteran cadet would be able to hang them up and beat them up. Before Li Fuchen appeared, Di Jun was already considered stunning, but after entering, he was still hung up and beaten up. But Li Fuchen was obviously a little special. Once Li Fuchen became an Inner Institute cadet, regular Inner Institute cadets would be dreaming if they wanted to hang up and beat him up. He might even be able to hang up and beat regular Inner Institute cadets. Senior Fuchen is worthy to be the #1 cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution in the past 100 years. Wu Jilin, Lin Chao, and the others were already convinced by Li Fuchen. They might be older than Li Fuchen, but in the face of strength, age didn't mean anything. This person's strength is top-notch even in the High Heaven Martial Institution's Outer Institute, which is the leader of the 24 martial institutions. After the #1 listed cadet, Lin Ying was defeated by Li Fuchen in a single palm strike, he was initially unable to accept it. But now that he saw Li Fuchen fighting 1 against 3 and had the absolute advantage, his heart was already at ease. Such a terrifying monster wasn't on the same level as him. Being defeated in a single palm strike wasn't a humiliation, it was his honor instead. After all, it was also beneficial for him to witness these heaven-defying prodigies. At least, he wouldn't have a condescending attitude. This person. Even when second brother was young, he wasn't any better. Jiang Ba had a complicated feeling. He was the 3rd son of Master Axe. Above him, there was still a second brother and eldest brother. Eldest brother had already reached the peak level of Reincarnation realm and was out adventuring. Second brother was the absolute monarch of the Greenstone Martial Institution's Inner Institute and was known as Master Axe. Boom! On the flat ground, the trio was sent flying by Li Fuchen again. Their bodies were burning and it felt as though they were blistering. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen didn't show mercy, the trio would already be corpses. As of now, Li Fuchen hadn't pushed the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the limits and had been lingering between the 21st and 22nd rank. Enough, don't you want to fight with me? I shall fulfill your wish. A figure landed on the flat ground and looked straight at Li Fuchen. Ling Feng finally decided to enter the stage. If he dared to fight with Li Fuchen, he naturally had his own confidence. Even when he saw Li Fuchen suppressing Wang Jian and the others, his confidence didn't waver. As he spoke, a sharp and tyrannical saber presence cleaved the void and rushed at Li Fuchen. This saber presence was too terrifying, and it didn't seem like it came from his cultivation technique and martial art, it came from his body. When the saber presence rushed at Wang Jian and the others, they were immediately repelled. This is the saber Dao bone frame. Wang Jian's eyes contracted. The sword Dao bone frame and the saber Dao bone frame were both extremely fearsome bone frames. Especially in terms of attack power, they were simply the best among the special bone frames. Only a few special bone frames could match or surpass them. Saber Dao bone frame, huh? No wonder. Li Fuchen was enlightened. If Qi Yuye was still very immature and didn't display much of the advantages of the sword Dao bone frame, Ling Feng had already matured and was just lacking the awakening of the saber Dao divine ability. The two naturally weren't on the same level. Under the impact of the opposition's saber presence, Li Fuchen's Qi presence was shattered and it seemed like he wasn't a match. This is more interesting. Chapter 399. He concealed his strength? Ling Feng frowned as his guess had come true. To be honest, if it was just the surface strength, Ling Feng was absolutely confident he could defeat Li Fuchen. His only concern was if Li Fuchen concealed his strength. After all, Li Fuchen had dealt with Wang Jian and the others with ease. There wasn't any feeling of mutual hostility, and it was like an expert playing house with a child. He actually didn't go all out. Wang Jian had an extremely unpleasant expression. He was someone who possessed the Vajra bone frame, and this was the first time he was underestimated to this extent. The crucial thing was that he was being underestimated and he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't even force out Li Fuchen's true strength. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, Wang Jian should be proud. Li Fuchen had executed a few heavy attacks but wasn't able to truly injure Wang Jian. He was only able to make Wang Jian vomit a mouthful of blood. During the battle with the trio, Wang Jian was also the main force and would clash with Li Fuchen every time. If it was anyone else, they would have already collapsed. Furthermore, the Vajra bone frame didn't have much of an advantage in terms of combat strength enhancement. It was far inferior to the saber Dao, sword Dao, and darkness bone frames. Its greatest advantage was that the body refinement could increase extremely quickly. In summary, it might not be inferior to the sword Dao, saber Dao, and darkness bone frames. Each bone frame had its own merits. Apart from that, the special bone frames had to be unearthed by oneself. Only by unearthing enough would the bone frame's power be strong enough. Once the power was strong enough, the divine ability would be awakened. When the duo's Qi presences clashed, everyone was shocked. Apart from being shocked by Li Fuchen's strength, everyone was also shocked by Ling Feng's strength. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Feng wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. They didn't expect for Ling Feng to force out Li Fuchen's full strength before he even made a move. Such strength didn't need to be explained. One with the saber Dao bone frame and the other with heaven-defying innate potential. They are rather good seedlings. In the depths of the array that no one could see, a green-clothed middle-aged man with a rosy complexion was drinking tea in the pavilion. His body was emitting a profound and unfathomable Qi presence. It was like a boundless forest that made people revere him. If someone who recognized Grandmaster Ever Youth was here, they would definitely recognize that the green-clothed middle-aged man was the owner of the Everlasting Youth Garden, one of the top 10 alchemy grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Grandmaster Ever Youth Lu Yuanshan. The reason why Lu Yuanshan supported the tea party to be held in his Everlasting Youth Garden and took out 4 psychic fruits as a wager was not because he wanted anything, but purely because of his personal pleasure. Of course, if there were sufficiently outstanding geniuses who appeared, he did not mind interacting with them. It could be considered as making friends with a future grandmaster. After all, he also had archenemies, and making friends with a future grandmaster might be of great help to him. In his opinion, Ling Feng and Li Fuchen were both worthy of befriending. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Do you think that you can defeat me if you use your full strength? Ling Feng stretched out his palm and a saber appeared in his hand. This was a heavy saber. Before the saber was unsheathed, the tyrannical saber aura had already been released. On the ground, the saber chi overflowed in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. We'll know once we try. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart that there were many special root bones in the 7-color continent. Darkness bone frame, Vajra bone frame, and Saber Dao bone frame. Up until now, he had already encountered 3 special bone frames. In the young generation of Eastern Lin continent, only one Qi Yuye has a special root bone, Sword Dao root bone. Invincible blade, 1/. Ling Feng made his move. Once he made his move, it was already shocking. The horrific saber light expanded to a few dozen meters in length and was like a waterfall that engulfed Li Fuchen. The absolute saber was an Earth-class mid-tier saber art. Because Ling Feng possessed the Saber Dao bone frame, he had already cultivated the absolute saber to the completion stage. An Earth-class mid-tier saber art at the completion stage was extremely terrifying. In terms of power or exquisiteness, it had completely surpassed Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm. Alright. Li Fuchen naturally saw the power of Ling Feng's saber and couldn't help but applaud. This attack was somewhat similar to the Meteor Sword Art's Meteor Fall. It pushed the speed and power to the limit, maintaining an absolute balance. However, the power of the invincible blade was in a straight line, while the power of the Meteor Fall was in a single point. There was still a slight difference between the two. Break. When the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique was circulated to the extremity, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike to clash with the saber light. There was a loud rumble. The two of them flew back. Ling Feng's saber art might be superior to Li Fuchen's palm art, but Ling Feng's Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique was obviously at the 21st rank and wasn't comparable to Li Fuchen's 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. Absolute saber, second saber slash. While retreating, Ling Feng's feet tapped on the ground and soared into the sky. He brandished his heavy saber twice and the two waterfall saber lights overlapped and expanded to 100 meters in length. This saber's power was actually twice as powerful as the first saber slash. The power was unbelievable and the speed was unbelievable. Even a regular third-level reincarnation realm martial artist would have to dodge this saber and wouldn't dare to resist it forcefully, otherwise, they would definitely be injured. Triple Sun Grand Opening. When Ling Feng burst out with his kill move, Li Fuchen naturally didn't hold back either. Previously, Li Fuchen had been using the Ardent Sun Divine Palm's normal moves. Now, he immediately executed his finishing move. A single palm strike burst out with 3 bundles of dazzling radiance. The radiance might not have overlapped, but when they converged, they weren't inferior to the Absolute Saber's second saber slash. Boom boom boom. There was a series of horrific chi explosions and it felt as though a small sun had risen from the ground. The surging heat and saber chi were radiating in all directions. Ling Feng landed gently on the ground and didn't continue to make a move. His eyes were like the edge of a blade as he said indifferently, earlier on, I am just probing. It is fortunate that Senior Fuchen is best at his sword art and not his palm art. Yun Yu said. Zhang Yunfeng nodded, but his expression was still grave. Ling Feng's saber art is an Earth-class mid-tier saber art and it is already at the completion stage. It will depend on Li Fuchen's sword art rank. To be serious, if Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent was still at the stage 4 months ago, he probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Feng. In terms of judgment, Yun Yu was inferior to him. Is there a need to use the next saber move? Ling Feng asked indifferently. Extending his right hand, the joint heaven sword appeared in his hand. Li Fuchen replied, You are a saber wielder, I am a swordsman. The next move is the real start. Clang! When the joint heaven sword was unsheathed, Li Fuchen's chi presence had a drastic change. A sword intent that could pierce through the sky soared into the sky. Sword art? Ling Feng's expression changed and he was instantly enraged. Li Fuchen was actually concealing his strength. What did he treat Ling Feng as? Extinction Saber, Second Saber Slash. With the combination of Qi and Saber Dao power in his body, Ling Feng brandished his saber. The saber light overlapped and the boundless saber presence felt as though it was going to destroy everything and rip everything apart. It contained the feeling and intent of destroying heaven and earth. It is rare to find an opponent. I should be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Li Fuqian placed the joint heaven sword horizontally in front of his chest and brandished it. Without any sound or presence, a glaring green light extended out and enveloped the entire ground. At the same moment, streaks of heaven and earth sword lights were shot at Ling Feng. Chapter 400. Different individuals would comprehend different green sun sword intents. Some of the green sun sword intents would only be considered earth-class low-tier sword arts. Some of the green sun sword intents would be earth-class mid-tier sword arts, like the South Forest Martial Institution's Dean. The green sun sword intent that Li Fuqian comprehended was naturally earth-class mid-tier sword art. In terms of pure power, it was much stronger than the Ardent Sun Divine Palm and was considered a top-notch earth-class mid-tier sword art. During these 4 months, Li Fuqian had already cultivated the green sun sword intent to the completion stage. The completion stage of the green sun sword intent might not be considered a true earth-class sword intent, but it already had unfathomable power. Once it was executed, it was like a green sun rising into the sky. The darkness would retreat and there would be a burst of radiance. Cling cling clang clang, when the saber and sword clashed, there were countless metallic explosions in the air. The sound was enough to shock a regular Heaven Dipper realm martial artist to death. Once the green sun sword intent was executed, Li Fuqian felt that he was the sword light and the sword light was him. Each sword swing was so natural and so fast. One sword after another, each sword was faster than the previous one. Towards the end, when Li Fuqian brandished his sword, dozens of sword lights burst out. This sword prowess was already at an extremely fearsome level. After all, who could produce dozens of sword lights in a single sword swing? Furthermore, each sword light was so unparalleled. Ling Feng was still able to clash with Li Fuqian at the start, but towards the end, he could only brandish his saber to block. In the face of the green sun sword intent, his extinction saber was so frail. If it wasn't for the support of the saber Dao power, Li Fuqian would have already turned him into a hornet's nest. How can there be such a fearsome earth-class mid-tier sword art? Ling Feng didn't think that Li Fuqian's sword art was an earth-class high-tier sword art. Earth-class high-tier sword arts were mystical and had unfathomable power. Jiangba's father, Master Axe, had shaken the Violet Flower Kingdom with his earth-class high-tier martial art, the mountain-splitting 36 axes. It was said that a single cleave from his axe would split mountains and rivers. If Li Fuqian's sword art was an earth-class high-tier sword art and was cultivated to the completion stage, a single sword would be enough to kill Ling Feng instantly. Despite the case, Li Fuqian's sword art was still too fearsome. A single sword swing would produce dozens of sword lights. Who could block and who could contest? However, do not underestimate my saber Dao. An absolute saber presence rushed out violently and repelled Li Fuqian's sword presence. Ling Feng brandished his saber and slashed violently. The saber light expanded to a few hundred meters in length. If this place wasn't the everlasting youth garden and wasn't enveloped by the array, a few saber slashes would have turned the radius of a few hundred meters upside down. Li Fuqian's dominance had forced Ling Feng to activate the core power of his saber Dao. As for the sword Dao core power, it would decrease with every use. It would take a very long time to recover. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Feng did not want to waste the sword Dao core power. Are they going all out? Then I'll also do my best. To be honest, Ling Feng's strength was more or less out of Li Fuqian's expectation. The strength enhancement from the saber Dao bone frame was too much. If Li Fuqian didn't comprehend the green sun sword intent, his regular combat strength wouldn't be a match for Ling Feng. When the green sun sword intent was pushed to the extremity, the sword in Li Fuqian's hand felt as though it didn't exist anymore. It had turned into streaks of sword lights that were overwhelming. Each sword light had absolute power and wasn't just a facade. The Green Sun's sword intent was terrifying because it didn't focus on the moves and only focused on the comprehension. The stronger the perception, the more power the Green Sun's sword intent could display. Apart from that, there was a great requirement for the awareness. The stronger the awareness, the easier it would be to control the Green Sun's sword intent. If the awareness was too weak, it would be impossible to display the true speed and power of the Green Sun's sword intent. When Li Fuchen pushed the Green Sun's sword intent to the extremity, his attack speed increased again. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights burst out. Lin Feng was able to withstand dozens of sword lights, but how could he withstand hundreds of sword lights? He was forced to retreat again and his offense turned into a defensive stance. He was in an extremely pathetic state. Damn it, Extinction Saber, Heaven Net Slash. The sword light's sneak attack was too fast and Lin Feng couldn't deal with it. At the crucial moment, he couldn't help but burst out with the true kill move of the Extinction Saber, Heaven Net Slash. The Heaven Net Slash was derived from the inescapable net intent. When the saber was brandished, the saber lights were like an impenetrable net that sealed Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent. Normally, this move was used to kill enemies, but it was now used for defense. It was obvious how severe and tyrannical Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent was. But Li Fuchen's sword lights were too fast, too severe, and too concentrated. Each sword swing would produce hundreds of sword lights. When dozens of swords were brandished, only the sword lights could be seen on the flat ground. Lin Feng was immediately suppressed and didn't have any chance to retaliate. Extinction Saber, Sacrificial Slash. Lin Feng burst out with a yell and executed the Extinction Saber's ultimate kill move that he wasn't proficient with yet. This saber move was obviously at the union of man and saber. Within the concentrated sword lights, an extremely dazzling saber light rushed out. Within the saber light, it was obvious that Lin Feng's figure was wrapped within it. The union of man and saber was basically in an invincible state. Unless the saber light was broken, it would be hard to injure Lin Feng. Lin Feng's saber move had absolute power. When the sword lights intersected with it, the saber light only dimmed a little and didn't disperse it. The saber light was extremely fast and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. Defeat. After exhausting 20% of his core saber Dao power, Lin Feng was confident that this saber move would definitely defeat Li Fuchen. Exhausting 20% of his core saber Dao power was already his limit. After all, the saber Dao power in his body was boundless and wasn't something that those heavenly prodigies that had just excavated their special powers could compare with. If he used another 10%, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was just like the qi in his body. It didn't matter if he burst out 15% of his qi, it would only be an overload. But if he burst out 50% of his qi, his body would definitely explode. Unless it was an extremely fearsome martial art, it would be able to guide the qi perfectly and burst out 50% or even 100% of the qi. But those martial arts would at least be at the Earth class peak tier. Even the master rankings experts didn't have such martial arts. Furthermore, only low-level martial artists would be able to burst out more qi when executing high-class martial arts. If it was the master rankings experts, their qi would be too robust, and if they wanted to burst out 50% or 100% of their qi, they would need a heaven-class martial art. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to cultivate the heaven-class martial art to a certain rank. If they only had a superficial knowledge of it, they wouldn't be able to do it. If I didn't create the Green Sun sword move, I would definitely be defeated in the face of this saber move unless I expose my trump card. The Green Sun sword intent didn't have any sword moves, but those who cultivated the Green Sun sword intent could create sword moves. The Green Sun sword intent was like a piece of white paper that could be freely used. What kind of painting or words could be drawn on the white paper would depend on the individual's proficiency. After 4 months of cultivation, apart from cultivating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 22nd rank and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the completion rank, Li Fuqian had also broken through the Green Sun Sword intent to the completion rank and created the first move, the Green Sun Sword move. Green Sun Absolution. Leng Feng's union of man and saber might be fast, but how could it be faster than Li Fuqian's awareness? As soon as Leng Feng arrived, Li Fuqian had already executed his sword move. The sword move's movement was rather simple. It was just a horizontal thrust. Boom! But in the next moment, an extremely terrifying pillar of light burst out. Previously, the sword light was like a ray of sunlight or a beam of sunlight. But now, the sword light was like a pillar of light that was as thick as a water bucket. The starting point of the pillar of light was Li Fuqian's palm. Li Fuqian's palm was already enveloped by a massive sphere of light. The sword light was lingering on the sphere and the sword chi was overflowing in all directions. A sword Dao prowess that shook the void was spreading out along with boundless heat. Previously, when Leng Feng was in the union of man and saber state, he was able to go against the current and kill in front of Li Fuqian. But when the sword light turned into a pillar of light, Leng Feng felt as though he was in the depths of the earth from the water. Every inch he advanced required a massive amount of energy. After advancing for a few inches, he couldn't advance any further and was immediately fixed in place. In the next moment, PFFF PFFF PFFF. Leng Feng's body burst out with countless tiny blood holes and he was sent flying. The Green Sun Sword move was extremely powerful. Leng Feng could feel that Li Fuqian's sword move had burst out with at least 10% of his qi. The qi of a 9th-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist was extremely robust. If he could burst out 10% of his qi, how terrifying would the kill move be? His saber Dao power might be superior to Heaven Dipper realm's qi, but in terms of vigor, it was far inferior to a 9th-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In fact, it wasn't even comparable to an Earth Shatter realm martial artist. Otherwise, he would have already recklessly circulated his saber Dao power. Therefore, even if he burst out with 20% of his core saber Dao power, it still wasn't comparable to Li Fuqian's move and was immediately crushed. Leng Feng was defeated. In the Evergreen Martial Institution's pavilion, the tanned youth and the gorgeous young lady were shocked. If the formidable Leng Feng was defeated, how strong was Li Fuqian? As Outer Institute cadets of the Evergreen Martial Institution, they had always been prideful. They believed that only the top 10 martial institutions would be able to compete with them. Only the top 5 martial institutions would make them look at them in a different light. In their opinion, Li Fuqian's strength would be top-notch even in the High Heaven Martial Institution's Outer Institute, which was the leader of the 24 martial institutions. This person's sword Dao is too powerful. Once he becomes an Inner Institute cadet, the rankings of the 24 martial institutions will probably have to be rearranged 2 years later. The Outer Institute elites of the other 5 martial institutions were also indescribably shocked. He won. Yunyu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. His strength is already enough to crush regular Inner Institute cadets. If he still can't win, there is no justice in this world. Zhang Yunfeng said. Good. No wonder he is a heavenly prodigy of the various martial institutions. This old one has widened his horizons. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, a green-robed middle-aged man with a rosy complexion walked out from the depths of the array. Greetings to Grandmaster. When Yunyu saw the green-robed middle-aged man, her expression changed drastically as she quickly cupped her fist. How could the others not understand that this person was one of the 10 great concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Grandmaster Ever Youth? All of them cupped their fists and greeted without any neglect. Even Leng Feng and Li Fuqian had respectful expressions. Before becoming a Battle Spirit Realm Master, they were just ants in front of a Battle Spirit Realm Master. Even with the Dean's support, they didn't dare to neglect a concoction grandmaster. Chapter 401. Little girl Yunyue, I promised you that I would give you 4 clear spirit fruits as a wager. I won't go back on my words. Grandmaster Everyouth extended his hand and gestured. 4 pink head-sized clear spirit fruits flew down from the 10-meter-tall clear spirit tree and hovered beside Grandmaster Everyouth. Go! With a thought in Grandmaster Everyouth's mind, 4 clear spirit fruits flew out and flew towards Li Fuchen, Leng Feng, Jiang Ba, and Yang Miao Miao. Jiang Ba and Yang Miao Miao were a little surprised. Jiang Ba was still all right. After all, he was the son of Master Axe and had seen all sorts of situations. Yang Miao Miao was pleasantly surprised. After all, this was an unexpected surprise. The 4 of you have rather good innate aptitudes. With this clear spirit fruit, you should be able to step into the reincarnation realm faster. As for Wang Jian, you are a body refinement martial artist and the clear spirit fruit isn't very useful to you. Furthermore, you have yet to excavate the true power of the Vajra bone frame. Giving you the clear spirit fruit will only bring you harm. Grandmaster Everyouth said to the number 1 listed cadet of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, Wang Jian. You're right, Pill Ancestor. Wang Jian wasn't disappointed at all. Grandmaster Everyouth was right. If he was given the clear spirit fruit, there would only be disadvantages and no benefits. He was walking on the body refinement Dao and the Qi Dao was just a support. Furthermore, he had yet to excavate the true power of the Vajra bone frame on the body refinement Dao. If he was to consume the clear spirit fruit, his Qi cultivation would enter the reincarnation realm in advance and it would affect his body refinement Dao. Lu Ping and Lin Ning who didn't obtain the clear spirit fruit were rather sullen, especially Lu Ping. In terms of strength, he believed that he would only lose to Li Fuchen, Leng Feng, and Wang Jian, but he didn't get a share of the clear spirit fruit. With regards to this, Grandmaster Everyouth didn't explain anything. The clear spirit fruit was his, so he could give it to whoever he wanted. It was given to Li Fuchen and Leng Feng because the 2 of them had the strongest innate potential and strength. Giving face to Jiang Ba was giving face to the Axe sect. He gave it to Yang Miao Miao because he thought Yang Miao Miao was not bad. Li Fuchen, stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. Grandmaster Everyouth waved his hand and gave the order to expel the guests. Yunyu cupped her fists together once more. We've troubled the Pill sect. Yunyu and the others will leave now. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. Before leaving, Leng Feng said to Li Fuchen. I'll wait for you. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Once everyone left and only Grandmaster Everyouth and Li Fuchen were left, Grandmaster Everyouth smiled and said, I wonder what star-grade young friend's bone frame is. To be honest, in the eyes of Grandmaster Everyouth, Li Fuchen's bone frame didn't seem like much. There was no need to doubt the eyesight of an alchemist Grandmaster. With their eyesight, they could even see through the essence of a pill. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to see through the human body. But he couldn't see through Li Fuchen's bone frame and felt that Li Fuchen's bone frame wasn't strong at all. Li Fuchen replied honestly, 3 stars. 3 stars? Grandmaster Everyouth's expression changed. For a 3-star bone frame to have such innate potential, it was something that he, Grandmaster Everyouth, had never seen or heard of. All right. Suddenly, Grandmaster Everyouth laughed heartily. Why is the Pill Ancestor smiling? Li Fuchen didn't understand. He didn't think that Grandmaster Everyouth was mocking him. With his status, there was no need for him to mock a junior. That would only lower his status. I have a chance to bestow you. I wonder if you want it or not. Grandmaster Everyouth stared at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Li Fuchen had a quick mind and immediately understood Grandmaster Everyouth's intention. If Li Fuchen accepted this chance, he would owe Grandmaster Everyouth a favor from now onwards. He might not have to repay it now, but when he had the ability to repay it, this favor would be important enough. After all, righteous martial artists valued their promises the most. If they didn't keep their promises, then the path of the martial Tao would be filled with inner demons and it would be hard for them to achieve anything great. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't progress to the battle spirit realm in the future, even if he wanted to repay the favor, Grandmaster Everyouth wouldn't bother about it. He would just treat it as a wasted opportunity. I am indebted to the alchemist Grandmaster for thinking highly of me. I shall accept this chance. Li Fuchen replied straightforwardly. Good. Grandmaster Everyouth revealed a look of admiration. I am one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. But in terms of concoction skills, there is only one person that surpasses me in the Violet Flower Kingdom. I once obtained an Earth-class high-tier herb, Spirit Root Herb, and another Earth-class high-tier herb, Leaf Fire Cleansing Herb. I also used various Earth-class low-tier herbs and Earth-class mid-tier herbs to refine an Earth-class high-tier elixir, Truly Fire Elixir. This elixir can allow those below 5-star bone frames to upgrade their bone frames by 1 star. Furthermore, it can allow the bone frame to contain the fire attribute. I can see that your cultivation technique is a blazing fire cultivation technique and it is very suitable for you. After finishing his statement, Grandmaster Everyouth looked at Li Fuchen calmly. Truly fire elixir. Li Fuchen had a change of expression. His bone frame was already at the 3-star level and it was too difficult to upgrade it by another star. Every upgrade by 1 star was the same as changing one's fate and being reborn. The Truly Fire Elixir didn't just upgrade the 1-star bone frame, it could also allow the bone frame to contain the fire attribute. To Li Fuchen, it was simply a divine elixir. With the Blazing Fire bone frame, Li Fuchen would be able to utilize the Blazing Fire cultivation technique and Blazing Fire martial arts to greater power. In the future, he might even be able to awaken a Blazing Fire divine ability. What was a divine ability? A divine ability was an innate ability that would progress along with the martial artist's cultivation. Li Fuchen might have exceptional perception and didn't mind if he didn't have a divine ability, but it was naturally better if he had one. It would allow his future martial Dao path to be smoother. It could be said that 90% of the Truly Fire Elixir's value was used to change the bone frame's attributes. The upgrade of the 1-star bone frame was only 10%. It was a pity that the Spirit Root Herb was hard to find and the Leaf Fire Cleansing Herb was even harder to find. After so many years, Grandmaster Everyouth only obtained one each and refined it into the Truly Fire Elixir. Li Fuchen's appalled expression made Grandmaster Everyouth very satisfied. To be honest, this Truly Fire Elixir would only be of great value to those who needed it. In the hands of those who didn't need it, it would just be a useless elixir that was useless. It just so happened that Li Fuchen required the Truly Fire Elixir. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle landed in Grandmaster Everyouth's hand. The jade bottle was slightly translucent and contained an elixir that was emitting a dazzling scarlet glow. This elixir is the Truly Fire Elixir. Keep it. Grandmaster Everyouth handed it over to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen received the jade bottle respectfully and bowed. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your generosity. This fated encounter was too valuable, but if Li Fuchen didn't accept it, he would definitely regret it. Consume the Truly Fire Elixir here. Grandmaster Everyouth laughed. Yes. Li Fuchen wasn't worried that Grandmaster Everyouth would harm him. If a Battle Spirit Realm Master wanted to harm him, he wouldn't even need any tricks. A single finger was enough to crush Li Fuchen. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and immediately opened the jade bottle to take out the Truly Fire Elixir. The Truly Fire Elixir didn't look like an elixir at all. It looked like it was formed from the purest magma and the energy contained within had caused Li Fuchen's expression to change slightly. He didn't doubt that once the Truly Fire Elixir was detonated, it would be enough to release a Heaven Dipper realm attack. One had to know that this was just a pill. Chapter 402. Once the Truly Fire Elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen felt his entire body burning up, as though he was in magma. At this time, the Truly Fire pill had not been refined at all. It was only emitting some pill chi. With the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique circulating, the grand and resplendent Ardent Sun Qi circulated around Li Fuchen's body as he started to refine the true Li Fire Elixir. To Li Fuchen's surprise, as the true Li Fire Elixir was gradually refined, the heat on Li Fuchen's body gradually vanished. He was merely feeling a little restless. At the side, Grandmaster Ever Youth said, "The true Li Fire Elixir isn't a body-tempering elixir. What it tempers is the bone frame. This is just the beginning. In a while, you will have to endure the pain of your bone frame transforming. Remember, you cannot give up. Otherwise, all your efforts will be for naught." Grandmaster Ever Youth had experienced the pain of metamorphosis once. This kind of pain wouldn't lessen with the increase in cultivation level. It also meant to say that the pain of the bone frame metamorphosis that the Earth Shatter realm was enduring was the same as the Heaven Dipper realm, Reincarnation realm, and even the Battle Spirit realm. Only those with tenacious willpower could endure it. Those with unstable foundations and weak willpower wouldn't be able to truly change their fate even if they had the chance to change their fate. Because they wouldn't be able to endure such pain. Fuchen understands. Li Fuchen said. How could Grandmaster Ever Youth know that Li Fuchen had already endured the pain of bone frame metamorphosis multiple times? His spirit will was extremely powerful and this amount of pain was far from his limit. Even if the pain was magnified by 10 times, Li Fuchen was confident that he could endure it. Circulating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique at full speed, the true Li Fire Elixir was slowly refined into the depths of Li Fuchen's body. Gradually, a pain that came from the depths of his origin attacked him. This kind of pain didn't need to be transmitted through the nerves as it was spreading and wreaking havoc within Li Fuchen's body. Moreover, what was different from the past was that this time, there was a burning pain mixed in with the pain. The Li Fire Marrow Cleansing Grass did not cleanse the bone marrow, but the marrow of the bones. Li Fuchen's face twitched a little, but his body didn't move. Your willpower is quite tenacious. Grandmaster Ever Youth nodded inwardly. When half of the true Li Fire Elixir was refined, Li Fuchen's consciousness suddenly arrived at a strange spatial zone. In this strange space, there was a strange object the size of a little finger. It looked like a root but not a root, like a bone but not a bone. Is this the root bone? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw his own bone frame. In the past, he used his awareness to scan his body countless times, but couldn't find the location of the bone frame. Li Fuchen's bone frame had a total of 3 segments. To be exact, 3.5 segments. Moreover, these 3.5 bones were gradually growing towards the 4th. One segment should represent 1 star. I am now a 3.5 star bone frame. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Apart from the growth of the root bone, its surface also started to change color. It gradually turned from gray to red. At the same time, streaks of scarlet veined patterns were drawn on the bone frame, looking extremely mysterious. Blazing fire bone frame, blazing fire patterns. With Li Fuchen's intelligence, he had an intuition that in order to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, he might have to start from the blazing flame patterns. Of course, the prerequisite was to activate the blazing flame power. Extraordinary bone frames were revered by special bone frames. It was very easy for special bone frames to activate special powers. As for regular extraordinary bone frames, like the flame bone frame, icy cold bone frame, or soft water bone frame, it was extremely difficult to activate extraordinary powers. One had to reach the reincarnation realm in order to activate the extraordinary powers. The root bone gradually grew from 3.5 segments to 3.5 segments. From 3.5 segments to close to 4 segments. At the same time, the color of the root bone was getting redder and there were traces of heat spreading out. The blazing fire patterns on the surface were getting more complete and stronger. It was as though there was an invisible hand drawing it. Buzz! When the root bone had grown into 4 segments, the color of the root bone had turned completely red. Li Fuchen's body shivered and felt that his connection with heaven and earth qi was getting closer. Especially the blazing fire qi. It was like a magnet that was attracting towards Li Fuchen involuntarily and was fusing into Li Fuchen's body in strands. There were plenty of impurities in the blazing fire chi that were automatically expelled. It seemed like there was a layer of filter on the surface of Li Fuchen's body that was able to filter out most of the impurities. The quality of the root bone determined one's destiny. This saying wasn't just for show. Those with a high root bone frame would naturally have a higher ability to filter the impurities in the chi. As such, they would be able to save a lot of bitter cultivation time and would be able to increase their cultivation levels within a short period of time without having to worry about an unstable foundation. My root bone frame has already reached 4-star. It is time to research what is going on with the extraordinary bone frame. Be it Qi Yuye's sword Dao bone frame, Wang Heilong's darkness bone frame, Wang Jian's Vajra bone frame, or Lin Feng's saber Dao bone frame, Li Fuchen was a little envious. These people were the true prodigies of the heavens. They didn't need to work hard and were born with innate talents that others didn't have. The blazing fire bone frame might not be as good as a special bone frame, but it was still an extraordinary bone frame. Li Fuchen naturally had to research it. The root bone should have finished transforming. Why haven't I stopped meditating? Grandmaster Ever-Youth felt a little strange. In the strange space, Li Fuchen's consciousness landed on the 4-star blazing fire bone frame. The current 4-star blazing fire bone frame was like a red tree root or a red jade bone. The blazing fire patterns on it were extremely profound, and with Li Fuchen's perception, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it within a short period of time. The blazing fire patterns contained some mysticism. There is no need to comprehend it for now. I just need to develop the blazing fire power. Li Fuchen's consciousness went deep into the blazing fire bone frame. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, Grandmaster Ever-Youth's eyes were deep and serene. He would only take a glance at Li Fuchen occasionally. When a martial artist cultivated to the battle spirit realm, their lifespan would be as long as 500 years. Grandmaster Ever-Youth wasn't even 200 years old this year, and he still had plenty of time to squander. Therefore, he didn't mind wasting this bit of time. In the blink of the eye, a day had passed. When dawn arrived, Grandmaster Ever-Youth didn't move at all, and his entire body was like a tree man. Buzz! On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, with Li Fuchen at the center, the void suddenly distorted and a surging heat spread out. This is... Sensing the existence of this heat, Grandmaster Ever-Youth's eyes contracted. With his spiritual awareness, how could he not sense that this wasn't a chi movement, but a more primitive and purer power that was awakening? This is the blazing fire power. Grandmaster Ever-Youth stared at Li Fuchen with eyes of astonishment. Very few people knew that the possessors of the extraordinary bone frames would be able to see their own extraordinary bone frames at the Heaven Dipper realm. Back then, he was just a 6-star normal bone frame. After consuming an extremely precious elixir, his bone frame's attribute transformed into the greenwood attribute. From then on, he was able to see his own bone frame and was able to activate the greenwood power. He was blessed by the heavens on the path of elixir refinement. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he had awakened the greenwood divine ability. He was able to control the life and death of plants, allowing herbs to grow faster, and he could even recover from his injuries. Even fatal injuries would be instantly healed. He, Grandmaster Ever-Youth, wasn't just a concoction grandmaster. In terms of overall strength, he was ranked in the top few dozen in the Violet Flower Kingdom. His survivability was even more astounding. He was once pursued by a top 20 pinnacle master on the master rankings and was still able to escape unfettered. Therefore, he knew clearly that it was impossible for a normal extraordinary bone frame to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. He was only able to activate the greenwood power when he was at the high levels of reincarnation realm. When he was at the battle spirit realm, he awakened the greenwood divine ability. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a known fact that the difference between a normal extraordinary bone frame and a special bone frame was like the difference between heaven and earth. A special bone frame would cause the body's special power to surge. Let alone the Heaven Dipper realm, even the Earth Shatter realm would be able to activate the special power easily. It was just like the ocean. When the waves were surging, the seawater would easily overflow and drown the beach and the reefs. A normal extraordinary bone frame would only be considered a lake. In normal situations, the lake water wouldn't be able to overflow. Only when one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm would there be a higher chance of activating the extraordinary power. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a 4-star blazing bone frame, even 5-star or 6-star blazing bone frames wouldn't be able to activate the blazing flame power at the Heaven Dipper realm. But Li Fuchen did it. How could Grandmaster Everyouth not be shocked? This young man is truly a peerless talent. Grandmaster Everyouth had a trace of anticipation in his heart. There might be a day in the future where he would have to rely on Li Fuchen. Just this little bit of blazing flame power. Li Fuchen frowned. The 4-star blazing bone frame contained too little blazing flame power. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was only 20% to 30% of Leng Feng's Saber Dao power. 10% was 10% and 10% was perfection. Leng Feng's 20% was too little. Something isn't right. The extraordinary power doesn't come from the bone frame, it comes from the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns absorb the blazing flame power from the void and transmute it into my own blazing flame power. The blazing flame patterns are just like cultivation techniques and can circulate on their own. But if it is circulated by someone, the converted blazing flame power will definitely increase drastically. Li Fuchen didn't need to comprehend the blazing flame patterns and simply directed the blazing flame power to extend along the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns gradually lit up and there was a shocking absorption power that burst out. This absorption power didn't affect the heaven and earth chi, as it wasn't absorbing the blazing flame chi within the heaven and earth chi, it was absorbing the blazing flame power from the void. This was a higher class of power that even battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to touch. Only the extraordinary bone frame could touch it. Creating something out of nothing, in the strange spatial zone where Li Fuchen's bone frame was, the blazing flame power was gradually increasing. It turned from a fist-sized fireball to a head-sized fireball. The color had also turned from pale red to red. Such pure blazing flame power. Li Fuchen lamented. As compared to the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen felt that his ardent sun chi was too heterogeneous. If the blazing flame power was tempered steel, then the ardent sun chi was crude iron ore. The heat is increasing. Grandmaster Everyouth's expression changed again. The blazing flame power produced by the 4-star blazing flame bone frame wouldn't be a lot initially. But extraordinary power wasn't static. As time elapsed, the extraordinary power would automatically increase, but it would take a very long time. But if one grasped the method to increase the extraordinary power, they would be able to shorten the time by 1,000 times. But how could a regular person have the ability to do so? Grandmaster Everyouth was only able to do it when he was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. Could this child be an old monster's possession? Chapter 403. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't an old monster. With the golden amulet, let alone a battle spirit realm master, even a primary sea realm monarch would be dead if they tried to take over Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen was able to activate the blazing flame power and increase his own blazing flame power because of his exceptional awareness. His awareness was comparable to a battle spirit realm master, and it was just a preliminary estimation. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his awareness was at. It might be at the Battle Spirit Realm Master level, the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm Master, or even the Primary Sea Realm. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a Battle Spirit Realm Master and his spirit soul didn't have a true spirit. He wasn't able to utilize his awareness to the limits. It was just like a child brandishing a large saber. Without enough strength, the saber wouldn't even move. As the blazing flame power poured into the blazing flame patterns, Li Fuchen involuntarily started to comprehend the mystics of the blazing flame patterns. Time elapsed slowly. Li Fuchen was extremely shocked. The mystics contained within the blazing flame patterns were too profound. Li Fuchen had a feeling that as long as he comprehended 10% of the mystics, he would be able to absorb the blazing flame power 10 times faster. As long as he comprehended 50% of the mystics, he would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. Grandmaster Ever Youth is still at the side. I better stop my comprehension first. After withdrawing his awareness from the bone frame spatial zone, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. You activated the blazing flame power? Grandmaster Ever Youth immediately asked. Li Fuchen nodded, yes. Prodigy. This is the first time I, Grandmaster Ever Youth, know what a true prodigy is. If a person who possessed the extraordinary bone frame for the first time and was able to activate the extraordinary power wasn't a prodigy, then Grandmaster Ever Youth would be a fool. Because he was only able to activate the greenwood power when he was at the high level of reincarnation realm. If that was the case, it was fine. The crucial point was that Li Fuchen wasn't just able to activate the blazing flame power, he was also able to freely control the blazing flame power. He was able to use the blazing flame power to connect the blazing flame patterns and increase the speed of the bone frame's absorption of the blazing flame power. It was just like a person who had just obtained a sword and automatically learned a sword move. It was simply heaven-defying. Grandmaster Ever Youth was already guessing when Li Fuchen would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, low-level reincarnation realm or mid-level reincarnation realm. Most of the possessors of the special bone frames might not be able to awaken the divine ability when they were at the low-level or mid-level reincarnation realm. It was mainly because the patterns on the bone frames were too hard to comprehend. But Li Fuchen was too demonic and might just be able to do it. Pill Ancestor, I have a pill concoction furnace here. I wonder if Pill Ancestor is interested. Li Fuchen changed the topic and took out the pill concoction furnace from the Black Sky Sect ruins. Grandmaster Ever Youth was an alchemy grandmaster, and during the Black Sky Sect's prime, they also had a primary sea realm monarch and multiple battle spirit realm masters. This concoction furnace shouldn't be something that Grandmaster Ever Youth would look down on. Oh. What alchemy furnace? Grandmaster Ever Youth originally didn't have much interest, but after taking a glance at Li Fuchen's concoction furnace, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After taking a closer look, Grandmaster Ever Youth exhaled and said, "This is a top-notch level 5 alchemy furnace. It is indeed useful to me. The higher the grade of the alchemy furnace, the more stable the alchemy pill would be. Generally speaking, Battle Spirit Realm Masters would be matched with a level 6 alchemy furnace. It was a pity that the concoction furnace was too difficult to refine. Among the 10 great alchemy grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, only the number 1 Violet Flower Alchemy Master possessed a level 6 alchemy furnace. The rest, including Grandmaster Ever Youth himself, only had a few top-notch level 5 alchemy furnaces. To alchemy masters, the more the better. Because different alchemy furnaces would have different effects when refining different elixirs. This concoction furnace is rather valuable, but it shouldn't be more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Keep it. Grandmaster Ever Youth handed a storage bag to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's heart jumped. This concoction furnace actually had such a high value. It seemed like he had underestimated the value of a concoction furnace. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen accepted the storage bag. He didn't wish for Grandmaster Ever Youth to think that he was returning the favor with the concoction furnace. If Li Fuchen wanted to return the favor with just 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he would be looking down on Grandmaster Ever Youth. If Li Fuchen insisted on not accepting it, he would only incur Grandmaster Ever Youth's displeasure. Seeing that Li Fuchen accepted the low-grade spirit stones, Grandmaster Ever Youth smiled and felt that Li Fuchen was very intelligent. Such a person would normally have great accomplishments. After the duo chatted for a moment, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. He still had to familiarize himself with the blazing flame bone frame and the usage of the blazing flame power. South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Boom! Li Fuchen burst out with qi and circulated the ardent sun divine technique at full strength. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he had turned into a sun and was bursting with boundless radiance and heat. Without utilizing the blazing flame power, the qi burst's power is increased by around 5%. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. The blazing flame bone frame's enhancement to the ardent sun qi was too obvious, and he was only a 4-star blazing flame bone frame. If he had the 5-star blazing flame bone frame or the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the enhancement would definitely be greater. As for how much, it was unknown. Let me try the enhancement of the blazing flame power on my qi. With a thought in his mind, Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power. If the ardent sun qi was the radiance emitted by the sun, then the blazing flame power was the sun itself. As Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's entire body looked like the sun. The center was completely red and the temperature had increased by an unknown amount. The array that enveloped the martial arts field was rippling. The qi burst's power has been increased by around 30%. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. An increase of 5% or 30% was already extremely shocking. During the Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, he might have defeated Ling Feng, but to be serious, his strength was only slightly stronger than Ling Feng and wasn't more than 5% stronger. If he had fought with Ling Feng, he already possessed the blazing flame bone frame and would be able to instantly kill Ling Feng with a single sword. It is a pity that the blazing flame power is too little and I am unable to prolong the battle. Li Fuchen guessed that the higher the extraordinary bone frame star grade, the more extraordinary power would be activated at the start. If he had the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the blazing flame power he would possess would at least be a few times stronger than now. There is no need to hurry. I might not be able to keep up with others at the start, but I have my advantages too. I can absorb the blazing flame power at a faster speed. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was just a lake, but in the future, this lake would definitely turn into an ocean. That's right, let me try the core blazing flame power. The core blazing flame power was extremely scarce. In the bone frame spatial zone within Li Fuchen's body, the core blazing flame power was at the center of the core blazing flame power and it was scarlet red in color. Boom! The qi burst out again and a boundless scarlet red radiance radiated in all directions with Li Fuchen as the center. The array's barrier was rippling even more violently like a water wave. Li Fuchen, who was at the center of the scarlet red radiance, was like a flaming demon god and his eyes were spewing out flames. The scarlet red radiance contained power that was extremely tyrannical and blazing. It could simply melt mystic class weapons with ease. The qi burst's power has been increased by 60%. It has doubled. The core blazing flame power was too powerful. In comparison, the core blazing flame power was like a diluted core blazing flame power. In terms of purity and power, it was far inferior to the core blazing flame power. Right now, the shortcoming of the bone frame has been temporarily made up for. But the blazing flame power is too scarce. I have to comprehend the blazing flame patterns as soon as possible to increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, my speed of comprehending blazing flame cultivation techniques will definitely increase by a lot. I might be able to make use of the opportunity to break through to the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The corresponding extraordinary bone frame would allow the cultivation technique to be cultivated at a rapid speed. The blazing flame bone frame would correspond to the blazing flame cultivation technique. The icy cold bone frame would correspond to the icy cold cultivation technique. But Li Fuchen didn't know how fast it would be and had to experiment personally. It was very difficult for Li Fuchen to comprehend the blazing flame patterns, but the benefits were tremendous. It would allow Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power. With a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power, it would be much easier to cultivate blazing flame cultivation techniques or blazing flame martial arts in the future. Time elapsed quickly. Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the blazing flame patterns was horrifyingly slow, but his cultivation speed of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was extremely fast. He was originally at the initial stage of the 22nd rank, but in less than a month, he had reached the peak state of the 22nd rank and was just one step away from the 23rd rank. The blazing flame patterns have only comprehended a few of the mystics, but the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power has increased by a few times. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, it is like adding wings to a tiger. The speed of comprehending the ardent sun divine technique is at least 2 times faster than before. Li Fuchen's perception was already exceptional, and it was definitely a rather terrifying thing to have his blazing flame cultivation technique speed increased by more than 2 times. Furthermore, as the blazing flame patterns were comprehended more deeply, the speed would only increase. Grandmaster Ever Youth has truly given me a great fated opportunity. Li Fuchen might encounter even greater fated opportunities in the future, but if he didn't have this fated opportunity now, he might miss out on many fated opportunities in the future. After all, fated opportunities had to be fought for. Without sufficient capital, how was he going to fight for it? In the blink of the eye, another half a month had passed. Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine technique had naturally broken through to the 23rd rank. The 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was already equivalent to the highest rank of Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Fuchen, can you help my Luo clan? On this day, Luo Yan arrived at Li Fuchen's courtyard with an anxious expression. What happened? Luo Yan was the first person he met after arriving at the 7-color continent. If it was within his capabilities, he was naturally willing to help her. Beneath my Luo clan's spirit stone or vein, there is an even larger spirit stone or vein. It caused the Zhang clan to covet it and specially invited the Black Mountain Old Devil to deal with my Luo clan. I just received this information today. Luo Yan explained. Who is the Black Mountain Old Devil? What is his cultivation level like? Li Fuchen asked. Chapter 404. 5th Level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen frowned. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with regular 5th level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. In fact, he could even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an evil technique and might even have an Earth-class martial art. His strength couldn't be described as a regular 5th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Go! It didn't matter what kind of evil technique the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated, Li Fuchen couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. On the same day, Li Fuchen and Luo Yan left the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard and headed for Tang City. This time, the two of them were riding Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest. Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeests were priceless and couldn't be bought outside. Only the South Forest Martial Institution reared some of them. Li Fuchen relied on his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to purchase 2 of them. The speed of a Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest was several times faster than a Class 3 Unicorn Wildebeest. In a few days, the 2 of them arrived at the Luo clan. At this moment, the Luo family's defensive array formation had already been activated. It was like a transparent inverted bowl had enveloped the entire Luo family. Outside the defensive array, 3 shedding body realm martial artists are constantly attacking the array. These 3 people were led by the black-robed old man. Beside him were a purple-robed middle-aged man and a purple-robed old man. The purple-clothed middle-aged man was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm, while the purple-clothed elder was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. The black-clothed elder had the highest cultivation, which was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. Furthermore, his aura was much stronger than a regular 5th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. The black chi burst out like a pitch-black storm with terrifying momentum. Luo Yan's heart palpitated. The black-robed old man should be the Black Mountain Old Demon, the purple-robed middle-aged man should be the Zhang family's patriarch Zhang Yun, and the purple-robed old man should be the Zhang family's old patriarch Zhang Kuan. Li Fuchen nodded and asked, Tang City has 3 great clans, the Su family as the City Lord clan, why not? Luo Yan frowned and said, the Su family is high up and basically does not care about the struggle between the two families, because no matter who wins or loses, it is a good thing for the Su family. That's true. As the City Lord clan, no one dared to touch the Su clan. But if the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were to fight, one clan would definitely suffer heavy losses or even fall. At that time, no matter which clan won, it was impossible to not give any benefits to the Su clan. After all, the City Lord clan had the backing of the Nanlin Marquis Mansion and even the Violet Flower Kingdom. If you offend the City Lord clan, you would not be able to stay in Hot Spring City. I'll exchange a few blows with them later. You take the opportunity to enter the formation. Li Fuchen said. What, you want to fight them head-on? Luo Yan's eyes widened. She hoped that Li Fuchen would use his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. She didn't want him to risk his life. The Black Mountain Old Devil was extremely powerful. His grandfather was also at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm and had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier sword art. However, he was severely injured by the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single move and nearly perished. With Li Fuchen's strength, how was he going to fight? Just trust me. Li Fuchen didn't know if the Dean's in-room cadet could intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. Therefore, before that, he was going to fight with his strength first. The Black Mountain Old Devil's fist force might be powerful, but it was still dispersed by the hundreds of sword lights. Of course, Li Fuchen had already used his full strength for this sword move. The sword was the Earth-class low-tier Scarlet Blood sword that he purchased with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Its power was much stronger than the unsealed Joint Heaven sword. The sword art was the Green Sun sword intent that was close to the Earth-class high-tier sword art. The cultivation technique was the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. Li Fuchen had even activated the core blazing flame power. With his current strength, he could severely injure a regular 5th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist or even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength wasn't ordinary. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength was almost at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm or even stronger. After all, the so-called ordinary shedding body realm martial artist some did not cultivate Earth-level cultivation technique did not cultivate Earth-level martial art shedding body realm martial artist. If the Black Mountain Old Devil had an Earth-class cultivation technique or martial art, it wouldn't be a big deal to surpass 2 levels. If he had both, it wouldn't just be 2 levels, it would be easy to surpass 3 or 4 levels. The East Unicorn continent had plenty of Reincarnation Realm martial artists and there were plenty of high-leveled Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Why was the evil king able to dominate the East Unicorn continent and become the #1 expert of the continent? It was because he didn't just possess an Earth-class cultivation technique, he also possessed an Earth-class martial art. Even the elite experts of the 100 Sects Alliance were suppressed by him. He alone was enough to awe the entire East Unicorn continent and no one was a match for him. This is simply preposterous. The Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't maintain his composure after his 80% strength fist was blocked by Li Fuchen. He roared out and circulated the Devil Wind Divine technique to the limits. The Devil Wind Divine technique was an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique that he obtained 10 years ago. During these 10 years, he had already cultivated the Devil Wind Divine technique to the highest rank of the 24th rank. The Devil Wind intent burst out as the Black Mountain Old Devil blasted a fist at Li Fuchen with full strength. When this fist was executed, there was a mournful evil wind that blew in the sky. A majestic and vast pitch-black fist force blasted over. The fist force revolved like a millstone that could crush and destroy everything. If Li Fuchen only had this bit of strength on the surface, he would have been turned into a blood mist by this fist. It seems like I have to expose my trump card. The Black Mountain Old Devil obviously cultivated an Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique and it was at the highest rank. As such, his cultivation technique advantage was all gone. After all, the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was equivalent to the highest rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Li Fuqian had plenty of trump cards. He had the 6-star Bronze Sword Essence, the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern, and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial pattern. However, Li Fuqian wasn't planning to use the 6-star Bronze Sword Essence. 6-star secret techniques weren't something that everyone, not even Battle Spirit Realm Masters, possessed. Once it was exposed, who knew what would happen? Furthermore, the Bronze Sword Essence wasn't an ordinary 6-star secret technique. It could be stacked with other secret techniques to burst out with stronger power. To a certain extent, it wasn't wrong to say that it was a 7-star secret technique. On the back, the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern lit up. Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun Chi had been transmuted into the even more powerful 9 Revolution Purple Chi. Li Fuqian guessed that the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique was at least an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. It might even be an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. The Ardent Sun Chi was already extremely powerful. After transmuting into the 9 Revolution Purple Chi, Li Fuqian felt that the void was shaking. A boundless and pure wave rippled out from Li Fuqian's body. The void was dyed purple, and the deeper it was, the deeper it was. It seems like the Ardent Sun Divine Palm is enough. Li Fuqian's eyes burst out with purple divine radiance as he executed a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, 8 bundles of glaring purple radiance burst out and clashed with the Millstone Fist Force. Bang bang bang, the Millstone Fist Force was extremely terrifying, but Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun Divine Palm was even more fearsome. When the two clashed, the Millstone Fist Force instantly crumbled while Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun Divine Palm only crumbled by half. There were 2 bundles of purple radiance that blasted at the Black Mountain Old Devil. How is this possible? The Black Mountain Old Devil was in disbelief. When his fist penetrated the purple radiance, he couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Every step would cause the ground to crack and explode. Receive a sword move from me too. After repelling the Black Mountain Old Devil with a single palm strike, Li Fuqian's confidence was greatly boosted. He brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword and shot out hundreds of purple sword lights. Ah! The Black Mountain Old Devil roared out and brandished his fist to blast at the void in a frenzy, shattering the sword lights. But there were too many sword lights and they were too concentrated. The Black Mountain Old Devil was forced to retreat. PFFF. A sword light skimmed across the Black Mountain Old Devil's shoulder and instantly lost a piece of flesh. The Black Mountain Old Devil isn't a match. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun were stunned, so were the members of the Luo clan. Luo Yan, who was riding on the unicorn wildebeest, was even more shocked. That was one of the great demons of the Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Old Devil. His strength was comparable to a 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, but he wasn't a match for Li Fuqian. Chapter 405. Father, even old demon Black Mountain isn't a match for him. What should we do? The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Yun, couldn't make up his mind, so he asked the purple-clothed old man, Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun said with a gloomy expression, the Black Mountain Old Demon is one of the Black Mountain Great Demon Lords, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeves. Let's continue watching. This time, the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had completely fallen out. If the Black Mountain Old Demon was defeated, the Zhang clan would no longer have a place to stay in Tang City. It was unknown whether the two of them could leave this place alive. Under Li Fuqian's sword light, the Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't resist at all. His body was covered with sword wounds and each sword wound contained intense scorching power and explosive power. If it was a regular 7th-level reincarnation realm expert, he would have perished from severe injuries. But Old Demon Black Mountain still managed to hold on. Clearly, the Black Mountain Old Demon still had a trump card. Restore. Black Mountain Old Demon roared. The sword wounds on his body quickly healed, and the charred areas also faded. It was as though he had never been injured. How is this possible? In the defensive formation, Luo Zhan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that the seven-color continent didn't have methods to instantly recover from injuries, but logically speaking, the Black Mountain Old Demon shouldn't be able to reach such a level. For example, if the Black Mountain Old Devil possessed the Greenwood Bone Frame and could activate the Greenwood Power, he would be able to use the Greenwood Power to heal his injuries. If the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an incredible healing technique, he would be able to do the same. But according to what Luo Zhan knew, the Black Mountain Old Devil didn't possess the Greenwood Bone Frame and didn't possess an incredible recuperation technique. It's a secret healing technique? Li Fuchen immediately thought of the secret technique. Back then, Li Fuchen had also obtained a 3-star secret technique, Life Spring Technique. But the Life Spring Technique required vitality, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't use it. It was fortunate that he didn't have any opportunities to use it. The effect of the Black Mountain Old Demon's secret technique seemed to be much better than the Life Spring Technique. It was at least a 4-star secret technique, with the highest possibility of it being a 5-star secret technique. Even if you injure me dozens of times, you won't be able to kill me. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed. The secret healing technique he used was indeed a 5-star secret healing technique, and it was called the Blood Essence Scripture. Every time he executed the Blood Essence True Record, he would need to consume a certain amount of his chi and blood. But as a 5th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, his chi and blood were vigorous. Furthermore, in order to have the capital to execute the Blood Essence True Record, he had specially cultivated a mystic class peak-tier body refinement technique. It made his chi and blood even more vigorous. Without considering the decline of his chi and blood, he could execute the Blood Essence True Record dozens of times. Dozens of times? I just don't know if you'll be able to use it more than 10 times if you're injured. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with radiance as he executed the Green Sun Extinction. Boom! A beam of light shot out. It was so fast that Old Demon Black Mountain couldn't even react. The flesh on the Black Mountain Old Demon's body melted at a visible rate. This was the annihilation effect of the sword lights being too dense. Ah! The Black Mountain Old Demon roared. Li Fuchen's move was too powerful. That light pillar contained an unbelievable amount of sword lights. When the light pillar disappeared, Black Mountain Old Demon's entire body had become thinner. His entire body was charred black like charcoal. Blood Essence True Release. The charred parts fell off and the flesh grew back. The Black Mountain Old Demon's body recovered again, but he had an extremely gloomy expression. This time, executing the Blood Essence True Release consumed several times more chi power than before. If he executed a few more sword moves, even if he didn't die, his chi power would be exhausted. You forced me to do this. The Black Mountain Old Demon took out a fist-sized metal sphere from his storage bag. He poured in chi and shot it at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen furrowed his brows, he could feel an astonishing power from the steel ball. Once this power burst out, it was enough to blast a group of reincarnation realm experts to death. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that Luo Yan and the 2 unicorn wildebeests had already entered the Luo clan's defense array. Go! Without any worries, Li Fuchen used a single sword move to explode the metal sphere. Boom! A dazzling sphere of light was produced and there was a halo on the periphery of the sphere. The halo was indestructible and swept in all directions. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to withstand it and was sent flying. When Li Fuchen was sent flying, the sphere of light expanded rapidly and instantly caught up to Li Fuchen. This is the meteorite bomb. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts can be killed with ease. This child is definitely going to die. Zhang Yun recognized the origin of the metal sphere and couldn't help revealing a smile. The meteorite bomb was an extremely powerful firearm and a single one was worth over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yun didn't expect the Black Mountain Old Demon to actually possess one. This child is naturally going to die, but the low-grade spirit stones that we promised the Black Mountain Old Demon will probably be doubled. Zhang Kun shook his head. In response, Zhang Yun's expression didn't look too good. The reward that they promised the Black Mountain Old Demon was extremely shocking. If it was doubled, even the entire Luo clan's inventory wouldn't be enough. The meteorite bomb's power was too powerful. The Luo clan's members had pale expressions and Luo Yan nearly fainted. She was the one who invited Li Fuchen to help. If Li Fuchen died, she would never be able to forgive herself. Is he dead? The light sphere gradually vanished. The Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes and awareness scanned ahead to search for traces of Li Fuchen. He spent 15,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase this meteorite bomb, and it was his greatest trump card. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase 2 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. However, he didn't have a single Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it, but there were too many places that required low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, his thinking was different from others. He felt that he should increase his strength first. Otherwise, even if he had an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, he would only be able to delay his death if he encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat. Furthermore, he was very confident in the 5-star secret technique, Blood Essence Release. He believed that he would be able to use this secret technique to resist for a moment and escape. If it wasn't for the great reward, he wouldn't waste a meteorite bomb. PFFF. The remnant flames were split open and Li Fuchen appeared. As compared to before, Li Fuchen didn't have any injuries. Impossible, how can you survive in the face of the meteorite bomb? The Black Mountain Old Demon nearly vomited blood and roared. Why is it impossible? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. With the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, his defense was much stronger than what the Black Mountain Old Demon had imagined. Furthermore, the meteorite bomb didn't explode in front of him. If it had exploded in front of him, he might have suffered some injuries. Of course, it was just an estimation. It was still unknown if he could get injured. After all, Earth-class mid-tier artifacts were too rare. Even the most ordinary ones would cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and the prerequisite was to be able to purchase it. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the 7-color continent, he wasn't able to use his chi, therefore, he wasn't able to utilize the silver scale armor's defense. Now that he had the 9 revolution chi, Li Fuchen was able to utilize more than half of the silver scale armor's defense. It wasn't that difficult to block the meteorite bomb. He isn't dead. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun were flabbergasted and their hearts were filled with intense fear. That is great. Everyone from the Luo clan let out a breath of relief. Flee. Without any other thoughts, the Black Mountain Old Demon retreated and fled frantically. He had even used the meteorite bomb and didn't have any trump cards that could threaten Li Fuchen. He would only be sending himself to death if he stayed. Can you escape? Li Fuchen had cold eyes. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the clear sky sword art martial pattern as he didn't want to expose too much power that didn't belong to him. If Li Fuchen knew that the Black Mountain Old Demon had the meteorite bomb, he wouldn't have held back and would have used a single sword move to eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. Clear sky sword art. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the horrific 9 revolution purple chi field and clear sky sword art field ignored the spatial distance and enveloped the Black Mountain Old Demon. In the next moment, a boundless sword light brushed past the Black Mountain Old Demon's body. PFFF-TSS. The Black Mountain Old Demon's figure exploded into a blood mist and there wasn't even a corpse left. The Black Mountain Old Demon died just like that. Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo looked at each other with dismay. Li Fuchen's strength was too shocking. Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm. When he progressed to the reincarnation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill reincarnation realm experts like slaughtering chickens? Strange, why didn't Li Fuchen reveal these trump cards during the listed competition? Luo Yan was very curious. If Li Fuchen revealed these trump cards, he wouldn't have to fight a bitter battle with Di Jun. Even 10 Di Juns wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. Perhaps this is his secret. Luo Yan thought to herself. Let's go. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan were appalled and were preparing to leave. I will help till the end. The two of you shall die too. To deal with Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan, Li Fuchen didn't even need to use the Clear Sky Sword art and the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine technique. A single swing of his sword would produce hundreds of sword lights. PFFF PFFF PFFF, Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan's bodies were penetrated and they had no chi presence. Li Fuchen reached out and sucked the Black Mountain Old Devil, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Kuan's storage bags over. In the storage bags of these 3 people, there should be some low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen might have just exchanged the concoction furnace for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from Grandmaster Ever Youth, but if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn continent, he would need to consume at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To him, the more low-grade spirit stones the better. Many thanks for young hero Li's kindness. The Luo clan is willing to listen to young hero Li's orders in the future. The Luo clan's defense array was removed. Luo Zhan and the others walked over. Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo bowed and spoke with sincerity. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me. The 2 reincarnation realm experts of the Zhang clan are dead. I will take half of the Zhang clan's low-grade spirit stones." Li Fuchen was in great need of low-grade spirit stones and he might not have many chances to obtain low-grade spirit stones in the future. It was better to get a little. Patriarch Luo quickly said, "All of the Zhang clan's spirit stones should belong to young hero Li. In addition, my Luo clan is willing to take out a portion to compensate for young hero Li's loss." The Zhang clan probably had plenty of low-grade spirit stones, but the most valuable was actually the spirit stone or vein that the Zhang clan controlled. It was a pity that the spirit stone or vein needed to be excavated slowly and couldn't be converted into cash at once. The Luo clan naturally couldn't take advantage of this and was planning to fork out a portion of low-grade spirit stones for Li Fuchen. Many thanks then. Since the Luo clan said so, Li Fuchen had no reason to reject the spirit stones. "Young hero Li, please come in. My Luo clan still has treasures to offer." Patriarch Luo said with great hospitality. "Treasures?" Chapter 406. In the Luo clan's main hall, Patriarch Luo flipped his hand and 3 spirit stones with horrific spirit chi that looked like absolute gems appeared in his hand. "Young hero Li, these 3 mid-grade spirit stones are produced from our Luo clan's spirit stone or vein. We have only excavated a total of 3 mid-grade spirit stones and we hope that young hero Li won't reject it." To be honest, Patriarch Luo was feeling the heartache. These were 3 mid-grade spirit stones and each of them was worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3 mid-grade spirit stones would be at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and it was enough to purchase 3 or 4 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. His Luo clan's inventory was only slightly more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The reason why he took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't just to repay a favor, it was mainly to befriend Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was only over 20 years old and already had such strength. How awe-inspiring would he be in another 10 years? Mid-grade spirit stones? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw a mid-grade spirit stone. As far as he knew, the amount of spiritual chi contained in a middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, but the purity of the spiritual chi of a middle-grade spirit stone was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Using it to cultivate could not be described as achieving twice the result with half the effort, but rather achieving several times the result with half the effort. But mid-grade spirit stones were too precious and even battle spirit realm masters wouldn't bear to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Normally, they would only use mid-grade spirit stones when they were about to break through. Only primary sea realm monarchs had no choice but to use mid-grade spirit stones. For primary sea realm monarchs, low-grade spirit stones had too many impurities and they would need to spend a lot of time to refine the impurities. It wasn't beneficial for cultivation. 3 mid-grade spirit stones together with the clear spirit fruit will definitely allow me to progress to the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, my foundation won't be unstable. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Using elixirs to break through might be able to save a lot of spirit stones. A reincarnation elixir would only cost 500 low-grade spirit stones and a rebirth elixir would cost around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. But if one used the reincarnation elixir to break through, there wouldn't be any room for improvement in the future. Using the rebirth elixir to break through might not seem to have any side effects, but it would restrict Li Fuchen's growth. Li Fuchen didn't wish to stay at the first level of reincarnation realm for a few years. Then Fuchen shall accept it. Li Fuchen accepted the mid-grade spirit stone. After losing Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan, the Zhang clan had lost their backbone. How could they fight against the Luo clan? Fortunately, the Luo family didn't kill them all. After taking all the spirit stones, they didn't touch the rest of the wealth. However, since then, the Zhang family suddenly fell from a first-rate family to a third-rate family. Not to mention finding trouble with the Luo family, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves. The Zhang clan's spirit stones were much lesser than Li Fuchen imagined. They actually only had 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed like they had spent too many low-grade spirit stones to invite the reincarnation realm assassins and the Black Mountain Old Devil. On the other hand, the spirit stone mine controlled by the Zhang clan could only produce 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a year at most. Originally, the Luo clan wanted to compensate Li Fuchen with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, but Li Fuchen declined. The 3 mid-grade spirit stones gifted by the Luo clan were already of considerable value. If he were to ask for low-grade spirit stones, he would be insatiably greedy and Li Fuchen didn't wish to become such a person. Luo clan, in an independent courtyard, Li Fuchen opened up Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan's storage bags. In the 2 storage bags, there were only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones and some sundries, nothing valuable. When Li Fuchen opened up the Black Mountain Old Devil's storage bag, there were 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, these 5,000 low-grade spirit stones should be the deposit given by the Zhang clan to the Black Mountain Old Devil. It was a pity that the Black Mountain Old Devil wouldn't be able to receive the rest of the low-grade spirit stones. This trip is rather worth it. Excluding the 3 mid-grade spirit stones, I have already obtained over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Including my own, I have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. After all, reincarnation realm experts would consume low-grade spirit stones very quickly. If they had extra low-grade spirit stones, they would normally use them to purchase useful items like elixirs or weapons. Furthermore, reincarnation realm experts required a lot of low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. A regular first or second level reincarnation realm expert would require 1 low-grade spirit stone every 2 to 3 days. A year would require over 100 low-grade spirit stones. If a first or second level reincarnation realm expert cultivated an earth-class cultivation technique, they would require a few hundred low-grade spirit stones a year. It was already good enough to save up spirit stones, unless one had a fated encounter that allowed them to obtain a massive amount of low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was only at the Heaven Dipper realm now. Once his cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones would increase drastically. Of course, Li Fuchen was rather lucky and basically had everything he needed. Even if he progressed to the reincarnation realm, he wouldn't need to consume any low-grade spirit stones for a short period of time. It is time to progress to the reincarnation realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wasn't confident that he could break through to the reincarnation realm within a year. But now that the 3-star bone frame had turned into the 4-star blazing flame bone frame, with the clear spirit fruit and 3 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was 90% confident that he could break through successfully. Sitting in the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed the clear spirit fruit. He then held a mid-grade spirit stone and started to circulate the Ardent Sun Divine technique. The breakthrough from the Heaven Dipper realm to the reincarnation realm was a huge obstacle. Once the breakthrough was successful, the lifespan would be 250 years old. The clear spirit fruit was indeed worthy of its name. As the clear spirit fruit was refined, Li Fuqian felt a refreshing qi rising. For a moment, his connection with heaven and earth qi was 10 times tighter, and he could subtly sense traces of the circulation of all living things in heaven and earth. 3 days passed by in a flash. The Luo clan had already regained its peace. On this day, a boundless and blazing qi presence rushed into the sky. The Luo clan's defense array was involuntarily activated. It was like a transparent inverted bowl that enveloped the Luo clan. Young hero Li has broken through. Luo Zhan was shocked before he revealed a delighted expression. Patriarch Luo laughed and said, with 3 mid-grade spirit stones and young hero Li's innate talent, he will naturally progress to the reincarnation realm. The reason why he gifted the 3 mid-grade spirit stones was because he had the intention to lend Li Fuqian a hand. In the independent courtyard, Li Fuqian's body was floating in midair. His body was emitting a qi wave that was as vast as the blazing sun. The qi wave was too intense, and it was more than 2 times stronger than before. Li Fuqian was confident that he could kill the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single sword without exposing his trump card. Furthermore, vitality. As Li Fuqian's cultivation progressed to the reincarnation realm, he was able to utilize more awareness. Using his awareness, he realized that his vitality had doubled, and it felt as though he had been reborn. Boom! Right at this moment, the silver-white qi power that the Vice Dean sent in had instantly vanished due to the drastic change in the qi blood environment. After losing the restriction of the silver-white qi power, Li Fuqian's qi blood power and dragon elephant power were instantly activated. There was a trumpet sound and a giant elephant shadow appeared out of nowhere. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything seemed to have frozen and couldn't move. Even the dust was stopped in the air. The giant elephant's spirit was even stronger than Li Fuqian's qi presence. Of course, in terms of strength, his body refinement strength wasn't comparable to his qi cultivation strength. After all, the metal bone fist was too inferior and was only a mystic class high-tier body refinement fist art. Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun Divine Palm and Green Sun Sword Intent were both Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Apart from that, the Blazing Flame Bone Frame was also able to enhance Li Fuqian's qi cultivation strength. With my current strength, even if I return to the East Unicorn continent, I will at least have some strength to protect myself. With the combination of qi cultivation and body refinement strength, Li Fuqian didn't know what level his strength had reached. But he was just thinking about it. The Evil King and the others were too powerful. If he returned now, it would be courting death. He would only be able to return when his cultivation reached the 3rd or 4th level of reincarnation realm. Congratulations to young hero Li for progressing to the reincarnation realm. It is worthy of celebration. Patriarch Luo, Luo Zhan, and the others all came over to congratulate. Li Fuqian said, I still have to thank Patriarch for the mid-grade spirit stones. In the future, if the Luo clan is in any danger, as long as it isn't beyond my capabilities, I will definitely assist. Many thanks, young hero Li. Patriarch Luo and Luo Zhan were beaming with smiles. They were waiting for this statement from Li Fuqian. Furthermore, they had already found out from Luo Yan that Li Fuqian didn't just have astounding strength, he was also the South Forest Martial Institution's Dean's in-room cadet. His status was noble and wasn't inferior to the young masters and young ladies from the Marquis residence. This was a thick thigh, and if they didn't hug it, the Luo clan's ancestor would be angered to death. Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao has arrived. There was a voice that echoed, and the Luo clan instantly quietened down. The Su clan was like a sharp sword that was hanging above the Luo clan's head, and it was unknown when it would descend. As the City Lord's clan, the Su clan had been established in the rushing current city for over a century. No matter how the first-rate clans fought in the rushing current city, the Su clan wouldn't bother. But after the matter, the Su clan must be given sufficient benefits. The Luo clan originally planned to discuss the benefits to the Su clan in a few days, but they didn't expect for the Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, to arrive so quickly. Su Hao was around 50 years old and his cultivation was actually at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his chi presence wasn't inferior to the Black Mountain Old Devil. The upper echelons of the rushing current city knew that Su Hao didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier martial art. It also meant to say that Su Hao's strength was much stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil. As for how much stronger, no one knew. Patriarch Su has arrived. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Luo Zhang quickly came forward to welcome. Su Hao put on a fake smile and said, "Nobody Su shall congratulate the Luo clan first. After eliminating the Zhang clan, the Luo clan should have a great harvest, right?" "Not at all, not at all." Luo Zhan smiled apologetically. Su Hao spoke seriously, "My Su clan doesn't care about the fight between your Luo clan and the Zhang clan. The objective of my visit is to hope that the Luo clan can give up on the newly discovered spirit stone or vein and hand it over to my Su clan to excavate. Of course, my Su clan is willing to give the Luo clan 10% of the excavated spirit stones." There were good and bad subpar grade spirit stone or veins. The subpar grade spirit stone or vein that the Luo clan discovered was undoubtedly an outstanding subpar grade spirit stone or vein. Su Hao obtained information that the Luo clan had excavated a few mid-grade spirit stones from this spirit stone or vein. Even if a regular subpar grade spirit stone or vein was completely excavated, there might not be a few mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 407. Luo Zhan's expression changed when he heard this. The Su clan really had a big appetite. They actually had their eyes on the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Not to mention that this spirit stone vein could mine 1 to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a year, just the fact that it could mine middle-grade spirit stones was something that the Luo family could not give up. Patriarch Su, the Luo family is willing to give up the Zhang family's spiritual stone mine. In addition, the Luo family is willing to give up another 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to the Su family. As for the newly discovered spiritual stone mine, the Luo family hopes to mine it ourselves. In order to protect his family's spiritual stone mine, Luo Zhan had no choice but to spend a lot of money. He thought that he had given enough benefits this time. After all, the Su family did not do anything, but they got a spirit stone mine and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why? Your Luo family wants to go against my Su family. Su Hao squinted his eyes. If it was in the past, this condition would have been quite generous. But now, the Su family had to obtain the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Patriarch Su, my Luo clan naturally doesn't dare to go against the Su clan, but... Luo Zhan still wanted to say something. There are no buts. Is your Luo clan planning to defy the Su clan? Su Hao was overbearing. So what if I defy the Su clan? Li Fuchen walked out with Luo clan's patriarch and Luo Yan by his side. You are the one who killed the Black Mountain Old Demon? Do you know who you are talking to? Su Hao stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was too young, so young that Su Hao didn't have any confidence. After all, he was so young and powerful. It was impossible for him to not have any background. However, when he thought about how the Su family was the City Lord family, and no matter what, the City Lord family was still an official family, even if the other party had a deep background, the Su family did not need to fear them. Just a mere City Lord's family, where does their confidence come from? Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen was the dean's in-room cadet, even if he wasn't, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of the Su clan or Su Hao. This world was ultimately a world where the strong preyed on the weak. As long as he didn't kill Su Hao and didn't eradicate the Su clan, the Violet Flower Kingdom wouldn't do anything to him. After all, there were too many City Lord clans. If each of the City Lord clans used the Violet Flower Kingdom's name to be unbridled, then the Violet Flower Kingdom would already be in an endless turmoil. As the City Lord clan, the Su family is only equivalent to the sky of Tang City and can't control Li Fuchen. Impudent. Su Hao was infuriated. His chi prowess burst out with astonishing field power and technique intent to suppress Li Fuchen. The impudent one is you. Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power in his body and the giant elephant spirit rushed into the sky. It instantly pushed back Su Hao's chi presence. The giant elephant trumpeted and Su Hao's chi blood was boiling. What a powerful spirit! Patriarch Luo was shocked as he didn't expect Li Fuchen's chi spirit to be so powerful. In the face of this horrific chi spirit, he felt that it was hard for him to move. This is the true face of Li Fuchen. Luo Yan can clearly know that Li Fuchen is not only strong in true spirit strength, but also strong in body refinement, and at the beginning, the other party is mainly body refinement. This wasn't the end yet. After bursting out with the giant elephant spirit, Su Hao circulated the ardent sun divine technique and surged with blazing flame power. A chi presence that was inferior to the giant elephant spirit but couldn't be ignored burst out. It stacked with the giant elephant spirit and pressed down on Su Hao's body. Su Hao was already somewhat unable to withstand the giant elephant spirit. Now that there was an additional aura, his face couldn't help but turn pale. His body seemed to have become several times heavier. Dual cultivation of chi and blood. Su Hao was appalled. Dual cultivation of chi and blood, and both had reached the reincarnation realm. Su Hao had never seen such a heavenly prodigy and had only heard of it. I cannot compete with him in chi presence. I have already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Golden Cloud Palm to the trance stage. My strength is one level higher than the Black Mountain Old Devil. I don't believe I can't deal with him. Su Hao's mind flashed with thoughts. His right hand was radiating with golden radiance like a golden cloud as he suddenly slammed at Li Fuchen. With the support of the golden cloud field power and the golden cloud palm intent, Su Hao finally broke through Li Fuchen's chi spirit and chi presence suppression. His body felt much more comfortable. Ardent sun divine palm. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. His right hand turned into a small sun and clashed with Su Hao. Not good. The Luo clan patriarch quickly controlled the array power to envelop Li Fuchen and Su Hao. The Luo clan's clan protection array was set up by a class 5 array master after the Luo clan paid a huge price. This array didn't just defend against external enemies, it could also suppress internal enemies. During normal times, it only required heaven and earth chi. If there was a powerful enemy attacking, spirit stones could be used to increase the array's strength. The Black Mountain Old Devil had attacked for several days but was still unable to break the array. It was because the Luo clan didn't hesitate to expend spirit stones to increase the array's strength. Boom! There was a burst of radiance and Su Hao was sent flying. Under the control of the Luo clan patriarch, Su Hao passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Li Fuchen's body shook a little but his expression remained normal. This was the benefit of dual cultivation of the physique. It was able to easily neutralize powerful repulsive forces. Otherwise, in terms of palm force, Li Fuchen would only be around the same level as Su Hao. After all, Su Hao was one level stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil and was at least equivalent to a regular 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation and body refinement strength were stacked together and his palm force was only at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. Swish! Li Fuchen's body shook as he passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Forcefully suppressing his boiling chi blood, Su Hao had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's palm force wasn't stronger than him, but Li Fuchen was a body refinement martial artist and could easily resist the repulsive forces. If Su Hao wasn't wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he would have suffered minor injuries from that palm strike earlier. Su Hao was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, Li Fuchen was naturally wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves too. Li Fuchen's gloves came from the Black Mountain Old Devil, otherwise, as a swordsman, he wouldn't be willing to spend 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a pair of gloves. Patriarch Su, your Su clan might be the city lord's clan, but you can only manage the rising current city and not me. Furthermore, my mentor is the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Do you think there is a need to continue fighting? While speaking, Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword. In terms of palm force, he was at the regular 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, but in terms of sword art, he was at the regular 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. With his current strength, even if he returned to the East Unicorn Continent, he would be considered a first-rate expert. Of course, if he wasn't at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn Continent, he wouldn't consider returning. Su Hao was only at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm while the Evil King was at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm. Su Hao had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art, the Evil King also had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art. Furthermore, no one knew the Evil King's trump cards as no one was able to force the Evil King to reveal his trump cards. Apart from the Evil King, the Demonic 10 Regions Master, the Class 5 Demons of the Demonic 10 Regions, the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 elite sects, the Evil King's left and right hands, the Blood Ancestor and the Extreme Yin Ancestor, were all stronger than Li Fuchen. As for the 9 Revolution Divine Technique Pattern and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Pattern, they were external forces after all. Li Fuchen reckoned that after activating them a few more times, these external forces would vanish and couldn't be used as trump cards. So you are the in-room cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Su Hao's expression changed a few times before he finally revealed a smile. Be it Li Fuchen's strength or background, they were all beyond Su Hao's expectations. He had to admit defeat and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Where did the Luo clan find such a powerful backer? Chapter 409. In the end, the Su clan didn't get what they wanted and only obtained the Zhang clan's spirit stone or vein. The Luo clan might not have any gains, but the upper echelons didn't mind. That newly discovered spirit stone or vein was the Luo clan's foundation, everything else wasn't important. As for Li Fuchen and Luo Yan, they didn't leave the Luo clan immediately. After progressing to the Reincarnation Realm, Li Fuchen planned to push the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank before returning to the South Forest Martial Institution. Of course, Li Fuchen only stayed at the Luo clan for 3 days. 3 days later, the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank. After reaching the first level of Reincarnation Realm, apart from the increase in strength, Li Fuchen didn't have any obstructions in cultivating Earth-class cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were separated into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow classes. Each class corresponded to 2 realms. For example, Yellow class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Qi realm and Origin realm. Mystic class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Earth realm and Heaven realm. Earth class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Reincarnation realm and Battle Spirit realm. As for Heaven class cultivation techniques, they corresponded to the primary Sea realm and higher realms. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying perception, but his cultivation realm wasn't high enough. With the same perception, one was at the Heaven Dipper realm while the other was at the Reincarnation realm. How could the latter comprehend Earth class cultivation techniques be comparable to the former? Li Fuchen's cultivation broke through to the first level of Reincarnation Realm and the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank. Li Fuchen's qi was like a tiger with wings. His current qi intensity wasn't inferior to regular 4th level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. It also meant that Li Fuchen could contest with regular 4th level Reincarnation Realm martial artists with just his qi burst strength. But Li Fuchen knew that regular Reincarnation Realm martial artists were ultimately in the minority. The 7-color continent wasn't the East Unicorn continent and there were countless Earth-class manuals here. As long as there was a fated opportunity, one might be able to obtain Earth-class cultivation technique manuals. The Black Mountain Old Devil was only a 4th-level reincarnation realm devil lord and didn't have any powerful background, but he still cultivated the Earth-class low-tier Evil Dao cultivation technique, Devil Wind Divine Technique. Most of the Shedding Body realm high-rank martial artists basically cultivated the Earth-level cultivation technique. After all, there were many Shedding Body realm martial artists in the 7-color continent who were only 4-star bone frames. Without the support of the Earth-level cultivation technique, it was difficult to cultivate to the Shedding Body realm high rank. Unlike the East Unicorn continent, who can cultivate to the Shedding Body realm, which is not a 5-star bone frame, many of them are 6-star bone frames, but the environment is too bad, there is no Earth-level cultivation technique, so they have been stuck at the Shedding Body realm level. As the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank, Li Fuchen's Qi Cultivation Foundation was already comparable with his Body Refinement Foundation. They were both at the regular 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. However, there were too many ways for the former to improve his strength. Palm techniques, sword techniques, flame root bones, flame power, and even the 9 revolutions purple Qi divine art lines and clear sky sword art martial mark could greatly improve his true Qi strength. In terms of body refinement, Li Fuchen only had a mystic level high tier fist technique, Iron Bone Fist, which was quite shabby. After returning, I have to strengthen my body refinement and also search for a higher grade body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen might be the dean's in-room cadet, but he was previously an outer institute cadet and it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Now that he was an inner institute cadet, it shouldn't be difficult for him to search for a mystic class peak tier body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen didn't know if the South Forest Martial Institution had Earth class body refinement martial arts. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapters was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique and it was innately superior to the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't neglect the body refinement Dao and it wouldn't be a big deal to focus on a little. With the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen and Luo Yen rushed back to the South Forest Martial Institution in a few days. After finding out that Li Fuchen progressed to the reincarnation realm, the South Forest Martial Institution's dean personally came over to meet Li Fuchen. He originally thought that Wang Heilong, who had the 6-star darkness bone frame, should be the first to step into the reincarnation realm. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be ahead of him, which made him value Li Fuchen even more. Originally, when Inner Institute cadets enter the Inner Institute, they can choose an Earth-class low-tier martial art. You are my in-room cadet and can choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The white-robed dean said with a smile. Li Fuchen wasn't too interested in Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. With the Green Sun Sword Intent and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm, he didn't have much need for Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Only Earth-class high-tier martial arts would pique his interest. Mentor, do you have any body refinement martial arts? Li Fuchen inquired. That's true. With the Ardent Sun Divine Palm and the Green Sun Sword Intent, it would be a waste for you to choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The institution naturally has body refinement martial arts, but they are all in the Inner Institute. Follow me. The dean brought Li Fuchen to the tall tower at the center of the Outer Institute. This tall tower was called the South Forest Tower and it was connected to the Inner Institute, which was also the location of the South Forest Martial Institution's hidden domain. The South Forest Tower was glowing and after the duo entered, they arrived at a mystical spatial zone. The mystical spatial zone's heaven and earth chi was too concentrated and it was much more concentrated than the East Unicorn Continent's 100 Herbs hidden domain. It was also much more concentrated than Grandmaster Ever Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden. With a single breath, Li Fuchen could feel the surging qi entering his body and exiting through his pores. It was constantly cleansing Li Fuchen's physique. Cultivating in this place wasn't just as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort, even the physique would change. If Li Fuchen could stay here for 8 to 10 years, be it his body or spirit soul, they would be enhanced. This is the South Forest Hidden Domain. This was Li Fuchen's first time entering the South Forest Hidden Domain. It was said that this secret realm was discovered by the first dean of the South Forest Martial Institution. After that, he built the martial institution here and executed great divine abilities and great methods to transform the South Forest secret realm, making it the foundation of the South Forest Martial Institution. The South Forest Martial Institution's first dean was a half-step monarch. Half-step monarchs might not be as powerful as primary sea realm monarchs who could control heaven and earth power, but they were still able to borrow the heaven and earth power. In the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings, there were only a few half-step monarchs. These people were absolute experts in the master rankings. Even if the others developed incredible divine abilities, they would still be far from being a match for these half-step monarchs. After all, in the face of heaven and earth power, divine abilities and martial arts wouldn't be of much use. In the Inner Institute, there was also a secret manual tower. The guardian of the secret manual tower was an Inner Institute elder. When he saw the dean arriving, he quickly stood up to welcome. "Elder Gao, this child is called Li Fuqian and he is my in-room cadet. I have brought him here to choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art," the dean said. Body refinement arts were much rarer than chi cultivation arts. In terms of value, Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts were around the same as Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Since Li Fuqian didn't choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art, then he could naturally choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. So he is the dean's cadet. Elder Gao nodded and sized up Li Fuqian carefully. Li Fuqian cupped his fist and said, "Greetings to Elder Gao. Go in and choose." The dean waved his hand. In response, Li Fuqian headed to the second floor of the secret manual tower. After Li Fuqian left, Elder Gao said, "Dean, this child is rather extraordinary. He doesn't just cultivate chi and body, he has also reached the reincarnation realm." Chapter 410. There were only 4 low-rank Earth-level body refining martial arts in the inner courtyard's secret manual tower. They were Iron Wall Golden Body, Tiger Soul Fist, War Dragon Leg, and Great Desolate Palm. The Iron Wall Golden Body was a defensive body-tempering martial art. Upon successfully cultivating it, one's defense and strength would be enhanced, allowing one to exert great might with every movement. The Tiger Soul Fist, the Battle Dragon Leg, and the Great Desolate Palm were body-refining martial arts with great destructive power. When the Tiger Soul Fist was cultivated to a high level, it could even activate the spirit of a ferocious tiger. When the War Dragon Leg was cultivated to a high level, it could also activate the War Dragon spirit. Li Fuqian already possessed the Giant Elephant spirit, and if he complemented it with the Fierce Tiger spirit and Battle Dragon spirit, the spirit would naturally be stronger. As for the Desolate Palm, it was a bit special. To practice this body-refining martial art, one needed to use the blood of demonic beasts. Every day, one needed to soak one's palm in the demonic beast's blood, so that it would be contaminated with the aura of the demonic beast. The higher the grade of the demonic beast's blood, the better the cultivation effect. When the Great Desolate Palm was cultivated to a high level, one's palms would be like well-tempered steel. They would be indestructible, as if they had been modified. They would be extremely powerful and overbearing. But Li Fuqian didn't think highly of the Great Desolate Palm. This was a body refinement art that was close to transforming the palm. There were plenty of drawbacks in the later stages. There was no need to do such a thing just to increase the power. Li Fuqian didn't want to cultivate the Iron Wall Golden Body either. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he felt that the Iron Wall Golden Body focused too much on defense and didn't have enough lethality. Strong defense was naturally a good thing, but there was no need to sacrifice lethality. After all, when martial artists dueled, it was mainly about killing power. Relying on the body to resist wasn't Li Fuqian's style. Of course, if Li Fuqian could choose 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts, he wouldn't mind cultivating the Iron Wall Golden Body. In the end, Li Fuqian was only left with the Tiger Soul Fist and War Dragon Leg to choose from. Of the 2 body refinement arts, Li Fuqian chose the Tiger Soul Fist. After choosing the body-refining martial art, Li Fuchen came to the secret book pagoda first floor. He chose Tiger Soul Fist. Not bad. The dean nodded. Back then, he had also chosen the Tiger Soul Fist. Later on, he cultivated the Iron Wall Golden Body and the Battle Dragon Legs respectively. Walking out of the secret manual tower, the dean said to Li Fuchen, "You might be my in-room cadet, but in the inner institute, the strong rule. If you are bullied, I will not stand up for you." Fuchen understands. Li Fuchen nodded. Whether it was the South Forest Martial Institution or the other martial institutions, the style of the inner court was very valiant. As long as it was not too excessive, the upper echelons of the martial institutions would basically not care. It was said that Di Jun was taught a lesson the moment he entered the inner court. This is your courtyard key. In addition, you have been assigned to Class 9. Remember to report. After tossing a key to Li Fuchen, the dean flashed and left the inner institute. The inner courtyard was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it at all. In the center of the inner courtyard was a group of magnificent and domineering buildings. The sky above the buildings was filled with colorful clouds. This was not a naturally formed cloud, but a phenomenon caused by a grade 6 Qi gathering array. Cultivating inside was much more effective than cultivating outside. Li Fuchen studied it with great thirst. Time elapsed slowly and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already stayed in the courtyard for a week. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, but the inner institute cadets that were eyeing him were rather anxious. There were plenty of inner institute cadets with comparable strength. If someone else snatched Li Fuchen's courtyard, it would be 10 times harder for them to snatch it again. After all, the inner institute only allowed one-on-one battles and didn't allow bullying with numbers. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed and wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the inner institute in the future. Tiger Soul Fist. In the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen put down the Tiger Soul Fist's branded manual and blasted a fist into the air. Visible to the naked eye, a lump of black smoke was spreading out and there were traces of ripples in the air. This smoke might look very weak, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that this smoke was condensed from a massive amount of Qi power. Once it was condensed to the extremity, it would form a fierce tiger spirit and it would be extremely powerful. Again. This time, Li Fuchen used the dragon elephant power to execute the Tiger Soul Fist. Boom! An even more powerful lump of black and gold smoke spread out. As it tumbled, there was a faint tiger roar. My current body refinement strength should be at the regular 6th level of reincarnation realm. Previously, Li Fuchen's body refinement was only at the regular 4th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the trance stage metal bone fist, he would only be able to contest with regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artists. Right now, as the Tiger Soul Fist was nearing the completion stage, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength had increased along with it and had reached the regular 6th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he could reach the trance stage, his body refinement strength might be able to reach the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. An Earth-class low-tier body refinement art could increase the strength by 5 levels. It sounded very exaggerated. But Li Fuchen knew that it wasn't considered exaggerated. After all, the extraordinary Qi power's quality was far superior to Qi. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.